Okay. Everything's good here, let's continue. For the Moonlight Alcove. Once again find yourself amid the quiet nooks of Moonlight Alcove. Here you can await the time until the stars deign to shine for you again. Nothing in here? Makes sense, there's somewhere. What is it you want? Can't ask what's on her mind, alright. Nothing new? We've returned to a place of respite. Please make yourselves comfortable, such as you can. We are at the mercy of the stars, but I expect they shall shine bright again in time. As for me, I shall return by then, for there is something I must do. There, from atop the sacred mountain, you gaze down into the abyss that is the downside. You wonder when the stars shall align themselves once more. There, upon the sacred mountain, you and your companions once more await the night. The stars begin to shine again. The plan of which you are all a part of is set in motion. The Commonwealth, a nation that stood almost for 1,000 years, is in turmoil. If your companions return there through the liberation rites, what sort of place shall they be coming back to? Many moons pass. One evening, amid a downpour with no interest whatsoever in relenting, Volfred requests everybody to convene. You understand he has an announcement of some sort. Okay. Soon everyone is assembled and Volfred regards the group. Everyone, there is an aspect of our plan which I have not talked about with you at length. Look around at your companions. What do you see in them? He lets the question hang a moment in the air. I'll tell you what I see in all of you, in all of us. I see in all of us a living vision of the 8 scribes themselves, each one among them hailing from the different tribes which later formed the Commonwealth. My observation does not come from pompousness, I think. Rather, I believe the scribes themselves desired, or shall I say desire, such a course. Together they created all this ceremony of which we're now a part. The exiles liberated through their rights went on to found the Commonwealth based on their values and their teachings. Thus, an instrumental aspect of our plan is to embody the spirit and the culture from which the Commonwealth arose so many years ago. I wonder what the stars falling means. That way, when we are all united on the other side in solidarity, the people all shall see that we reflect the values they yet cherish in their hearts, not merely our own. Anyway, we are still missing one key representative. On behalf of Molten Malik, 4th of the 8 scribes of the Book of Rites, known as the Impassioned, or the Wild Witch, the mistress of fire and dust, claimed she could shatter the world with a flick of her wrist. And I happen to know a certain bog dweller who I think shall fit the part most splendidly indeed. Motions for someone to approach. A certain bog dweller slithers forward. You recognize her straight away. It is my pleasure to introduce you to a dear old friend of mine, whom I believe you've met. Welcome to the Nightwings, Bertrude. Bog dweller called Big Bertrude utters something guttural by way of greeting. We are to understand that you require further aid from us. Yes, dear Bertrude, the time has come. Bertrude here is far and away the most accomplished alchemist whom I have ever met. You soon will find that she knows much about the rites as well. Bertrude looks you and your fellow exiles each in turn. Oh boy. We frighten ye, apparent. Everyone is silent as Bertrude searches their expressions. Then tremble, small ones, and hold well thy tongues, lest we remove them. She takes her leave without another word. Please excuse Bertrude's blunt manner. I guarantee she shall more than make up for it. Everyone disperses. It seems now that the ranks of the Nightwings are complete. Bertrude joined the group. You sense her powerful presence. Welcome aboard. Now then, my boy, perhaps you notice that the stars are bright once more up there behind those stubborn rains, meaning it is time we got back to business. Indeed, once more several stars shine bright within the cold and stormy sky. stars themselves await the will of the Night Wings. Okay. We control the stars. Okay. Who do I want to send next? I want to send Ruki, right? So we already dealt with Ruki's thing here. I guess it doesn't really matter who we go again. But who would be after Ruki? Jodario, I guess? Yeah, for Ruki and Jodario, it doesn't really matter. Okay, sick. Challenge the withdrawn. Yeah, he's already at the bottom, so we can just face him again. Yeah, but this one's closer. But actually, maybe I could learn more from him? Maybe I could learn more from him? Oh, look at that, my dear friend Big Bertrude. She observes an unseen pattern in the stars. It seems now we can estimate how many rights remain until the next liberation. 3, okay. So, like, if I went 1, 2, 3, it would be him. Alright, let's go fight them again, because we're already 2-0 and everyone else is 1-0, so let's just keep fighting the same guys. We're gonna be butting heads against old Barker again, are we, chum? Guess it helps to know ahead of time so I can brush up on my groveling. He then shares with you what his knows of your next opponent. Barker Ashpaws of all how Kerr who's packed the dissidents conduct the rites more so for thrill than for freedom. Back on the other side, Barker never quite took to the culture of the Commonwealth and often ran afoul of the law for various acts of boorishness and vandalism. He always promised to go straight, and in time he found a certain niche, for he was an accomplished hunter. The people of the Commonwealth did have an appetite. Barker relished the hunt more than anything and spent his earnings on a variety of questionable things. One particularly raucous evening, Barker was caught relieving himself on the foot of the statue of Archjustice Androboles IV, the Grand Judge who in 617 AS issued a decree prohibiting literacy in answer to growing unrest. Those who violate the law of the Commonwealth face sentencing by the appointed Archjustice. And that was the end of his citizenship. On the downside, it seems he caught the notice of the dissidents, who in turn must have observed his speed, ferocity, and fearlessness. He's now the best of them. Barker's reputation grew among the exiled curs of the Yodmir Valley region, where he is feared, and unafraid of taking what he wants. Not long after they flushed me down, I was just trying to make ends meet, made a deal with him. In hindsight, let's just say it was a bad idea. Can make my life go real sour if he wants. Anyways, I better go pass out. We got long in the days ahead. Yeah, but we cleared that up for you. Wish Ruki a restful evening. In turn, it's too late to take flight though. Tomorrow we can press on. Hey, Bertrude. Find Big Bertrude looking about the black wagon in a disapproving way. She fixes her gaze on you. Her expression does not change. Such a clutter added to this wagon since we looked upon it last, unsightly. We remember thee from our abode in flagging hands, then thou must be the reading one to whom Sandalwood referred. She moves in close, studying you. You recall that the mere touch of a bog crone of the southern bogs can induce paralysis or worse. Distant region of the Commonwealth left well alone, despite technically being part of the nation, the cold and forbidding marshlands are home to the bog dwellers of Sar, colloquially known as crones. That one such as thee can extract meaning from that tone. 'Twas a feat we wished to witness for ourselves. Thy flesh has seen, with the smallest fraction of the years which ours withstood. And yet we are expected to believe that thou canst understand the Book of Rites. Then she backs away, for someone else has joined you. Hail, Bertrude, madame. Is everything to your liking at this time, or is there something more which you require? We've been unable to locate a supply of rotworm gizzard extract among thy belongings. Other than that, we shall lodge no complaint at present. It is possible that Volford has a small supply among his possessions here. If you would care to accompany me, we may yet procure some. That would be agreeable with us. Then, afternoon, madame. As they depart, you think you see the lone minstrel nod his head your way. Oh. Burchard's decks, unusual etched cards depicting the greater titans, probably for curses and enchantments. Okay. Rites of Flame from Solium Myrrh. With these blackened nails do I hereby inscribe the rites of flame. The bylaws shall be written here in full. We, the eight, decree the rites a test of one's true worth in body, mind, and spirit. Now until the stars abandon us, this shall be a binding law within the downside. Those deemed worthy in the rites are to regain their freedom from the downside and return from whence they came. Exiles shall conduct the rites as one of 9 triumvirates and look toward the stars for guidance on their path. Exiles shall bear this book as status. Oh, there's more. Essential structure. The essential structure of a rite shall be as follows. Where chosen by the stars within the dark of night, shall 2 triumvirates stand in opposition far enough afield beside their consecrated pyre, symbolizing their resolve. In each triumvirate, the 3 shall act as one to demonstrate their trust in one another, not just in themselves. The triumvirates shall endeavor to extinguish the pyre of their adversary, whose flames are only to be staunched through a celestial orb descended from the stars. Whosever pyre remains burning shall prevail. The triumvirates are to disperse. Oh god, we got more? Searching the stars. We, the 8, have seen the turning of the stars from now until the ending of our age. Heed their guidance and ours. The stars take many cyclic turns. The rites commence at their behest upon celestial landmarks where the downside's greater titans fell before the heavens. Bearing this book bestowed on your triumvirate, you, the reader, shall perceive under which stars you are to congregate. Follow where they lead, and your adversary shall. As your adversary shall. If either of you fails to appear, then neither of you walks the path. Whether you prevail or you fail, from that point the stars shall guide you. Oh, that's how you next page it. Okay, I was like, I gotta be missing the way to next page. For each rite, the rite shall not commence unless the necessary preparations are complete at the celestial landmark ere the stars align. Exile shall conduct the rites bearing this book, of which there are but 40 copies, each bound in astral hide. Exiles shall wear the sacred raiments fashioned in our likeness at the summit of Mount Alodiel. Their identities are to be concealed, for they shall represent us all. Exiles shall set a metal sigil for their pyre and consecrate the grounds using words. The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours. The heavens shall respond when all is set. Law of 3. During the rite, each triumvirate shall act as one, unerringly and without question. The disobedient shall suffer banishment or permanent expulsion. Exiles shall move as of a single mind to demonstrate their faith and recognize that they, as we the 8, cannot prevail alone. Their worth shall be determined both by their actions and their peers. Triumvirates lacking experience in this may designate a reader whose focus on this book may help the others to coordinate. However, only those who shall conduct the rites firsthand shall walk the path toward enlightenment and become eligible to regain their freedom. So this is what Volford was talking about, where he's like, oh, maybe he didn't get to that part of the book yet. The burning pyre. At the appointed time, at the aligning of the stars, the heavens shall rain down upon the ground sufficiently prepared, and thus the 2 opposing pyres shall be set ablaze. Thus shall commence the rite. Triumvirates are to protect their pyres as they would their lifeblood. Lifeblood itself is never to be shed before, during, or after any rite, lest the disobeyers suffer permanent expulsion. Exile is injury enough. The rite is an act of mercy. Fear not the purifying flame. Plunge into it headlong without fear, for you shall be protected by the stars themselves. Seek freedom in the flame. The aura. Exiles bearing the raiments in this book reveal their hidden inner aura and the color of their flame. The aura is the exile's solitary weapon in the rites. Should one's adversary cross one's aura, the adversary shall be banished. Banishment is fleeting nothingness. Seek the pyre's light and thus make your return. The exile's presence shapes their aura. Exiles gain greater auras while standing side by side with their triumvirates, for we gain strength together. Exiles may cast their aura through sheer force of focus on this book. Celestial Orb. As the 2 flames are lit, so shall the celestial orb fall from the heavens, but one such orb shall be availed by the stars, requiring triumvirates to vie for it. Its cosmic connection to the flames, the raiments of his book, bestows the necessary qualities for the bearer to prevail. Effortlessly sails the orb between 3 and the triumvirate. It seeks the grasp of whoever acts among 3. Once grasped, the orb shall draw within all the bearer's aura, fueled by the triumvirate's own flame. It is to be cast into the flame. Path. In each rite we gain enlightenment, whether we prevail or we fail. Indeed, through failure do we tend to learn the most valued lessons, provided we survive. None among us have prevailed without it. Exiles who walk the path toward enlightenment shall at times be struck by an epiphany and achieve mastery in some respect. Choose well amongst these blessings we bestow. Thus you may yet achieve your potential and surpass your adversaries. Whenever you prevail, your triumvirate earns favor. In time, the triumvirate with the most favor shall be summoned to the liberation rite, to earn a chance at freedom. Then the cycle shall begin anew. Liberation rites take place upon the fall of Solium under a blooded moon witnessed by the heralds from the stars. There the most favored triumvirate shall confront the one which we appoint. These 2 triumvirates shall first pass through the scribe's rite, where their worth shall be assessed under the stars. Only the most enlightened exiles within each triumvirate may be anointed for a chance of freedom. 2 of their companions shall support them whilst they strive. The anointed champion of the triumvirate which prevails shall them plunge into the shimmer pool and return in glory. Whew. You rise early that morning, though Bertrude is already awake. She scowls at you. Good morning, reader. Bertrude, I trust your stay has not been too uncomfortable. Nay, Sandalwood, the comforts of this place are not for us. Fly us forth from here to lower ground. Let us get on with all of this. The reader here shall do so. Once the group is ready, I thank you for your patience. Okay, so those points of interest are gone now. I remember getting cheesed by the game because nobody knows how to deal with controls and people who don't use WASD. A faster route, you should have time to pursue your vocations. Oh, both of them are vocations. Let's go with Jody. Wolfred is poring over a copy of the Book of Rites as you approach. He looks up at you and smiles. The road to freedom, written in a book that hardly anyone believes exists and fewer still can read and comprehend. Sometimes I marvel how absurd all of this is, my boy. Tell me something, though. I've spent so much time considering the book, but known so few with whom I could discuss it in much detail. You've had some time to turn through it by now, so what do you think? Worth all the fuss? Find it fascinating. You've come across more than your fair share of books, but none quite like this. Find it tedious. It's an arcade volume dense with lore you are not concerned with at this point. I just want to play the game. No, the game is the lore. You only skimmed you. Rather reserve judgment until you have more reading time. You cannot say. Book of Rites is meant to be experienced and cannot be described. That's it. That's it right there. His eyes, he narrows his eyes, looking rather skeptical. Well, perhaps with more time you may yet find the language to describe what you have read of it. At any rate, we're just making small talk, I suppose. I have a certain view of it myself and find its contents rather fascinating. A portrait of an ancient time, a record of an age thought lost, but yes, it can be dense in spots. Puts away his copy of the book with care. It is amazing that these volumes have survived for all this time, I think. Whatever they are made of has withstood the ravaging effects of time quite well. And the ideas they are contained, they remain rather provocative as well. To think that the Commonwealth disavows of the existence of this book, despite official recognition of the 8 scribes. Interesting. Although the reasons why are in there, written plain. How fascinating that its secrets have been kept for all this time. Anyway, you'll have to excuse me for my extracurricular interest in its teachings. I used to teach a version of its history. To have access to the real thing has brought me some small pleasure. Let us be certain to preserve these volumes for whomever shall be next to use them. He turns his attention to other matters and bids you a good afternoon. Shall explore Cinder Route. Meet up with Jodario, who suggested you go ranging with her through Cinder Route. There you are, reader, let us go. Together you set out to explore the dense foliage around the Black Wagon, to find little to speak of, other than desolation typical of the downside. Nothing of note, let us return. You and Jodario make your way back to the wagon, though uneventful. Your search helped ease the burden weighing on you, and leaves you time to pursue your vocations. Here we Give Bertrude some EXPs, dude. Because, yeah, everyone else is level 4, so let's just give Bertrude some EXPs. Very well then, educate us if thou canst. Bertrude reviewed what observations you've made thus far about various triumvirates you've confronted on your journey. She has keen insights about some of them. Booyah! Thus does our grasp of ancient sorcerers grow ever stronger still. Passions of the Wild Witch, enhancing your crone's ability to recover against all odds. Which is, while the Pyre has less, she deals more damage. Charge up time before she can use her Aura Blast is reduced. Aura Blast arcs a wide angle. Less. They do 10 less to the Pyre. That's actually pretty sweet. While we have more, she deals more. So that's comeback, that's aggressive. Oh yeah. Sorceries of the Southern Bogs are enhancing your crone's ability to press her advantage. After she pounces, she instantly recovers all of her stamina. That's kind of cool. While slithering less stamina and moves more quickly, that's pretty sweet. After saluting her adversary, she turns them into fast-moving hollows. What? I just like that slither, though. Do I need everybody to be fast, though? I can make her, like, charge up time? Yeah. Yeah, let's just make her a sniper. Those who deign confront us shall give increasing reasons to beware. The Glade of Blue. Guys, can't help but wondering whatever happened to that number with the wings. You know the one, I guess she's kind of pretty, maybe, I suppose. Is she still around by any chance? Because, well, anyways. Alright, we'll get a little scoop of Stardust. Money, and ever fling. That's actually pretty sweet. But, like, I don't need any of these talismans, because, like, you just take the talismans that are, like, for each specific person. You're leaving, Dad. Just look how much we got this time. Hello, Jody. Ariel seems to be fidgeting with her horns. Blast these wretched things. Reader, have you any inkling as to how unwieldy they become with age? I long for the days when the wound in my leg was chief among my bodily concerns. She seems frustrated with her horns. Say they look heavy. It seems one never grows entirely accustomed to becoming a demon of the downside. Say they look good. Find it difficult to imagine Jodariel without her stately horns. You know a rhetorical question when you hear one. Best let her speak her mind. She soon continues. I suppose there is no way to know for certain the experience of having horns, other than to spread them for oneself. 10 years or so into my stay within this blasted place, I first felt protrusions from my skull. They remained hidden by my hair for quite some time, but I knew that would not last. We all heard much of demons in the Commonwealth. Sinners, rightfully exiled, would assume their rightful form. Thus, when my horns started to sprout, I took it as an indication that perhaps this was indeed the fate that I deserved. Which trails off a while. I know somewhat better now. Anybody of our kind left down here long enough and left alive becomes like this. Something in the climate? Difficult to say. Disease of sorts, but not a deadly one. If anything, the opposite. If we live long enough, then we live longer still, like this, extending thus our sentence into exile. Sometimes I think, if these horns here are to symbolize my sins, then surely they are going to recede if I ever return. On nights when these damned horns prevent my sleep, my thoughts inevitably stray to that hopeless idea. A naive hope which never leaves, despite prolonged attempts to rid myself of it. Horns are not worth the trouble, reader. She nods wryly as she heads out into the afternoon. So, I have her bio, I have his, don't have hers. I guess I technically have his, because... Oh, I guess I don't, because I don't know his astral sign. Have his. Don't know anything about Bertrude. Yeah, so I definitely shouldn't have sent Pamitha, because I don't know enough about her yet. That sucks. Oh well. I guess you guys gotta play the game yourself. Though the now familiar surroundings of the Glade of Blue made preparations faster than before, the stars are already aflame by the time you others are gathered. Alas, well, Jodaria, I have every faith in your ability in this. Our adversary is a known quantity, unprepared. We wish them all good fortune. In turn, little else is said, and together you watch the celestial harmony in calm and silence and await the distance. Unfathomed cleverness. +8 quickness? Hell no.
The much vaunted reader has returned, and it would appear his ranks grow stronger. Consorting with the bog-crone Bertrude, are we? How very strange that you befriended her. At any rate, your adversaries in this right shall be the dissidents. Put out their flame and walk the path to liberty.
Oi, so it's you again, is it? Get ready for some payback for last time. The dissidents, let us show them what the Nightwings can do.
Liberatus.
Hold a moment, reader. Crone Bertrude slithers forth, wearing the raiments of the rights. Now that Bertrude is among our ranks, it would be best if you became familiar with her repertoire. You have no obligation to make use of her abilities, of course. But Bertrude, please show the reader something of your aptitude. We expect thou shalt be soon inclined to bring our sorceries to bear. Long have we studied these rites of thine. Let us show thee what we know of them thus far.
The bog-crone Bertrude shows herself in full.
So she has, like,
Though I have to wonder
almost like a
what
Jody
became of
jump.
her accomplices.
Slither.
One accomplice in particular. You watch yourself around her, reader. None are
Slithering's pretty
sentenced to
sweet.
exile without
You have like a lot of
sufficient
control
cause.
over it. Hold to blast. Yeah, power blast. Now then, reading one, know that our freedom is of little consequence to us. We side with you because of Sandalwood, because of his plan. We shall aid ye in the rights, and we shall aid ye in the plan. Thus, we are at thy disposal and await thy bidding.
Who shall strive for freedom?
Well, we should give her a bunch of EXPs, you know? Oh yeah, Tizo. Yeah, Tizo's the front man, though. Ah, no, but... longer than usual. Drop, yeah, let's... Give me front man first.
Bertrude.
And then we'll take Jody.
Jodariel.
We'll take a Ruki.
Ruki. It is done.
Prepared as ever. Okay, been itching for another go. Let's have it, mates. Tear them to shreds. I didn't even look at like what their upgrades are.
Commence.
Woo!
The night wings make their mark upon the flame.
Oh yeah, I put them on easy.
Darker banished. Resplendent.
Oh
No,
damn!
you
I
don't.
didn't land in it.
Ah, yes.
Really gonna make us work for this? Is that right, mates? Well then, we got our work cut out for us.
Bertrude plunged into the adversary's fire. Once more like that, and we are finished here.
Oh damn! I didn't get the jump. Need that moon orb. Jump it. Oh, explosive temper? I don't know what that means. Oh god, that sucks. Wait, I killed him? Okay. Get in there, dude! Oh, I was trying to fling it. I should have just gone for the dive. Yo, he's got a bigger aura than me?
Seize the orb.
No, he doesn't. Yo, that man's picked up the infinite stamina, he's cheating!
Oh, you poor Nightwings.
Oh, he sniped Rookie.
There it is.
God, I'm bad.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail yet again. They hardly deserved it, though, if you ask me. The rite is complete.
I mean, I definitely don't deserve it, that's why I'm playing on easy. Ah, what happened back there, mates? I'll have your hides for this.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes. Bertrude's lust for knowledge becomes manifest.
Strange designs of the eight scribes. Their everlasting sorcerers are strong within this land, and we shall make further use of them, we think. Okay, yeah, so you don't, like, automatically use all the enlightenment, yeah. Charge up time. Yeah.
Until the next rite.
After thwarting the dissonance rather decisively, you return to the lake to find Wolfred and the lone minstrel in the midst of conversation. Most strange that this one star should be illuminated now. This is not what I expected. Nor I, Wolfred, sir. Then Wolfred notices you there. Reader, Tariq and I observed a strange occurrence in the sky is all. It appears that the star of Kalemer Ropecaller is illuminated now. The first exiles came to these lands not by force, but by heeding the Ropecaller's deceptions. Yeah, because he was, the aide, or like the advisor to Solium Mur. Yeah, the traitorous former aide to the Emperor. His actions inadvertently led the eight scribes to find each other. But it is another star. It is but another star, except our models and predictions of the cosmos did not anticipate this. Anyway, go see for yourself. I shall make the wagon ready in the meantime. See only a single shining star illuminated far above, just as Wolfred indicated. You regard the looming star. Yeah, so instead of choices, I now have Kalemer the Rogue Star. Rogue Star burns bright over an isolated little island in the Sea of Salt. Sir Deluge is already on his way. So it's like making me fight the Pyre Hearts. Okay. So Pyre Hearts one more and then Liberation? Then we are summoned to the Isle of Kalemer. Fled to the strange isle and met a fitting end. Okay. Deep within the deathless tempest. Have you been there before, Tariq? So long ago, I scarce recall the time, only the scent. It is the place from whence the creatures native to this land sprang forth. Reader, let's not concern ourselves with superstitions held about that place. We'll set forth at dawn and soon see for ourselves what to make of it. Oh, Bertrude's smiling! You are unaccustomed to seeing Bertrude smiling, and yet there she is doing just that. You soon see why. You have observed before how her manner seems to soften to the degree it can whenever Wolfred is around. Ooh. If only I could have seen their faces then. What was your secret, dare I ask, dear Bertrude? It appears they are reminiscing about old times in the Commonwealth. Flame-resistant inks, Sandalwood. 'Twas the inks themselves which kept those volumes from being burnt to ash. Flame-resistant inks, of course. The good officers who came to visit, they were so intent on burning all the evidence they did not stop to think the evidence was fireproof. Alas, that they later found a way to burn thy stamping press regardless. Thy written words, they moved us many times, and many others whom we knew, there in the southern bogs. No matter, dear Bertrude. What's done is done. At least we made it difficult for them. Is that not so? While introducing some of our fellow citizens to new ideas. Perhaps. My words would not have reached near half as many were it not for you, not to mention how I managed to elude them for another decade or so. I am ever thankful for your sacrifice. Thy thanks shall not be necessary, Sandalwood. Well, you shall have to take them from me anyhow. Thank you, Bertrude, for helping me to fulfill a modest author's dream. What good's a stamping press without good inks? No good at all. They exchange a laugh at this, but then, even still and through this new ordeal, thou hast no love for us, is that not so? Bertrude. Nay, we understand full well. Thou needst not further explain thyself. There are different kinds of love, Bertrude. On that account, thou hast nothing to teach us, Sandalwood. Each remained silent for a time. Our hearts, they cannot be controlled, Bertrude. Blasted things they are, they act well on their own. He puts away his pipe. I am blessed to have you in my life, back in the Commonwealth, and here as well. I mean that, although I know that it is not enough. At first, Bertrude does not seem to acknowledge this in any way, but then... Nay, Sandalwood. It is enough. It is enough. She departs without awaiting a response, brushing past you as she goes. Wolfred soon turns away as well, politely bidding you a good evening. Two old friends have evidently managed their way past certain tensions in their long-standing relationship. They rather seem to draw certain strength from one another. Damn. Poor Bertrude, man. But the heart wants what the heart wants, as my dad always said. Alright, away we go. Wolfred joins you as you soar high above the storm-ravaged waters on approach to the infamous Isle of Kaelmer. Among its cursed qualities, it seems this wretched storm means I cannot rightly smoke. One of the downside's small misfortunes, I suppose. The wagons driving seem not to mind, at least. In fact, they seem more animated now even than usual, sir. Perhaps they feel some sort of connection to this place. Tariq, do you suppose the Pyre hearts were able to make it here intact? They ought to have seen it in the stars, though we soon shall know for certain. That we shall. Take us in, please, reader. Oh. Okay, yeah, that's just shadowed. Icy flow near the Isle of Kaelmer is sturdy enough for a landing. You may find something of value along this route, or an old exposed reef off the coast. You sense an unusual presence here bearing word of your adversary, Sir Deluge. So that just like, I talk to him and maybe nerf him for the fight, whereas this gives me something of value. Let's see what this does, because I have no idea what this would do. You make a landing within the deathless tempest far west of where you first reached to the shores beyond. You wonder which sort of celestial landmark lies hidden amid these waters, though for now, you have some time left before continuing onward. The apparition? The Beyonder Crystal seeks Bertrude. Alright. Let's do some reading. The Deathless Tempest. We waited for the Deathless Tempest to subside. We waited, but the Underking, he merely laughed and laughed, for the Deathless Tempest does not subside. What lies beneath that stretch of sea to cause such an upheaval is best left to myth and speculation. We made passage nonetheless, through sorcerous aid and fortune, scarce seeing the surrounding environs. We did detect a landform to the west. Solely Mur detected there the presence of the treacherous aid who lured him into exile, and then followed him in turn. Mur, in his wisdom, thought it best to be avoided. At last we did arrive on distant lands, though seeing them provided little comfort. Didn't I already read the Black Basin? Yeah, so like next page doesn't necessarily mean the next one that I haven't read, right? Or have I not read this yet? Yeah, no, we've read that. Alright, what do we need? Oh, we can talk to her again. I thought I told you to be gone. She's pushing you away as she did before. Perhaps I ought to cease my services to you, if you insist on disrespecting my wishes thus. Would that sound good to you, O reader? Imagine not having access to loathsome trinkets which I grant to you. Imagine those idiots of yours having to get by without my tutelage. I can imagine it just fine myself. I was once a weapon used to kill an emperor, attempt to kill him anyway. Now I am once again a tool being exploited, soon to be discarded. Go on then, leave me be, go about your business and let us pretend we do not know full well how this shall end between us. Alright. I'm always prepared to cut your idiots and their egos down to decide who shall it be. Yeah, give her a little extra quickness. You must send her to administer a special trial. The old bog crone then. She does have some potential, I should think, more so than most of those whom you share the little residence. Then let us bring her forth. We sense that thou hast need of us. The apparition Sandra appears and unfastens her mask. Listen well, crone, you answer to me here. Alright. How very eloquent. May your vast experience exceeds your knack for pleasant conversation. I trust you shall have little trouble here without the benefit of your more communicative friends. Now come. Ooh. 3 fast guys, eh? Oh, that charges up fast. Whoop. That's like a... Whoop. Oh, I got clapped. Now we just gotta do some dunking. Alright. Jump it. Get some dunks in there. Damn. They're so fast. They're so fast. Alright. Clap them. And we just go low and slow, baby. Oh god! He hop, skip, and a jump to me. Oh, he threw it in? He's BMing me. Oh my god. He slithered in so fast. Okay, do I gotta play like defense or something? Okay, he just has a huge aura compared to me. Nice. He's throwing it in so he has all his players left alive. They're so smart. Oh my god. I'm getting clapped, dude. Alright. We gotta play some defense here. Oh my god. I was like, I'm just gonna run into him while he's holding the ball, and then he just immediately passes it. I gotta like actually know what I'm doing here. He threw the ball at me? Is he cheating? Does he know what he's doing? Do I know what I'm doing? No, absolutely not. I'm trying to slither around this. Jump it! Okay. A little power shot, kapow. Yeah, why do they keep throwing the ball at me though? Like, is there some strat I don't know about? Oh, okay, we got lucky. Throw the ball. How did I not clap that guy with that shot? And I'm dead. We're just gonna restart. I don't need the dialogue. Like, I know that I'm bad, but I feel like I get screwed out of certain things constantly. Alright, like, I have no idea why sometimes I can just jump into the pyre, and sometimes I jump and it counts as me landing on one of their auras. Alright, like, that makes sense. I jumped, I land on the auras. Oh. He slid in. Nice. Okay. Okay. I feel like once you lose a right, the game turns the difficulty down. Nice. Undeserving to be called a challenge. Not a failure just for gloating, Chrome, but these are not my rules and your performance was sufficient. Thus, you passed my test. Congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely leader, and farewell. Ooh, what's that up there? Good riddance to that mouthy wraith. Show us then what trinket she bestoweth upon us. Release tail. Pierces through solid objects. That is insane. That rank 20 is max, right? Yeah. He jumps farther. That one's already max, which is insane. It's hers. Farther and faster than usual. I feel like that's actually pretty good. Especially if you buff it, but eh. Tiny Tempest, entertaining but would unleash calamity if it ever were to be unbottled. That's kind of cool. You see, Black Clap. Oh my god, you can actually get stuff from it? Holy crap, I never knew. That's insane. Alright, contact the apparition. As you walk through a dark corner of Barb Reef, old exposed reef off the coast of Isle Hill. Used to go by Barbara, but decided Barb sounded much less formal. Sense a presence of some sort, which reaches out to you. Oh, it's this guy again. Presents you a vision of the adversary you expect to face in the coming right. The apparition is aware of your next adversary on the right, Sir Deluge. It offers to sway the coming right against him in your favor. Accept, and your adversary shall suffer a misfortune that inhibits his performance. Nothing permanent, it claims. Decline, and the apparition shall extend its offer to Deluge instead. Any edge against your adversaries on the right may be the defense of spheres of freedom. Yeah, no, I don't need that. Wait, what did I do with the apparition before? I read the ceremony to give the burial things, right? It never did anything malicious, so I'm just gonna assume that he's a good guy. You thank the apparition for its generous offer and accept what is proposed. A moment later, the apparition folds in on itself and disappears. As you head back to the Black Ring, you cannot help but wonder what exactly it intends to do. -1 hope, presence, and quickness in the next right. Okay. Oh yeah. Sir Gilman is training intently when you approach. Master Reader, this knight was so engulfed in memories of the Sea Dominion that he failed to detect your stealthy advance on his position. Splendidly done. This knight would have been vanquished by you easily. This knight is fortunate to have you as an ally rather than a mortal foe. His kind routinely clambers from the depths of the Sea Dominion to seek greater glory and perhaps a slightly longer life expectancy within your commonwealth. Such an honor it would be to be assigned the rank of knight and to be conscripted onto the front lines of the commonwealth against their vicious winged enemies. Sea Dominion, it was our ultimate goal to fight our way to the surface, past our brethren, past the razor reefs, the strangle kelp, the snaggle fins, and that prey upon our kind. Sir Gilman continues listing undersea dangers and terrors for some time. Past the blood sniffers, the electric scallops, the rogue worms of the frigid current, the paralyzing nets of the far fishers, and even past the scalding waters of the glowing trench. Finally, he trails off. Yet, even despite the myriad challenges of living in the Sea Dominion, it is each would-be worm knight's duty to abandon that place at his or her soonest convenience. How humorous it was to learn that life within your commonwealth had quite a bit in common with our existence under sea. It was not all pomp and glory as the stories told. Perhaps it is our lot as worm knights to bring strife with us wherever we should go, for even here, it seems, is our kind pitted both against our brethren and all others. Remain silent for a while, but then... Ah, well, it is fortunate that this knight found within this place so fine a company as yours. It is a most different change of pace to strive towards a common purpose, rather than strive constantly to outperform each other towards one's own self-gain. Although, to the extent that we are competing still, this knight shall ever strive to take the lead. Make no mistake about that, Master Reader. This knight was born to be the best, just like all the billions like him. Now he is off to steel himself. Your pardon, Master Reader. He scoots off to somewhere to continue with his self-made training regimen. +1 quickness. Nice. Alright, away we go. Hell yeah. Messenger Imp somehow tracks you down in the steady currents of the deathless tempest and delivers to you recent news and rumors from the other side. Specifically, the Imp shares details regarding Pamitha and what has become of her since she was liberated at the fall of Solium. She found herself back in the homeland of her enemies, where, despite her connection to the Highwing remnants, past transgressions were forgiven. In fact, she was asked to join the military council given her unique background, yet she refused to cooperate, instead demanding to be reunited with her sister Tamitha. But when they threatened her with a resentencing to exile and insisted that she take the opportunity, Pama said at last that she would think it over and return with the decision soon. Next she was seen, however, was among the Bolford sons and daughters of the Revolution, where it is said that she attached her loyalty, at least for the time. We thank the Imp for bringing you this news, which soon gets your companions talking. I kind of feel bad for her, you know, though I got no idea what it's like having to give care for someone else like that. It sounds like a real pain. It seems to me the little bird is no more free now than when she was here. Yeah, I made the mistake. These are wishes for Panther to find her way and her sister in the Commonwealth. Oh, to find her way and to find her sister. Okay. We suspect the ancient enmity between the winged and the flightless shall not soon be resolved, if ever at all. I wonder where her sister is right now. I'm sure she goes with Panther. I'm sure of it. He was wrong. Never once before had this knight felt even a thing for our most bitter enemies, and yet, having known Pamitha proved eye-opening indeed for this knight. In spite of some mixed feelings, news of Pamitha's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. Wish Pamitha luck. Wagon shudders to a halt at the Isle of Kaelmer. Bizarre outcroppings give it a forbidding feel. In the distance you hear odd gibbering noises that sound like dried imps. Oh guys, I found me all the way out here. I mean, this is just for extra special customers. Ah, I'm only joking, You're the only customers I got. Got you again, only joking about that too, because I got tons of customers. Just they already bought a lot of stuff today, so they're not here, okay? Anyways, I just got a little something in here which maybe you'll be into. Been hearing about these little numbers for a while. Check them out. Reveals to you a set of twin rings, a jeweled band and a ruined band. +2 presence, quickness, and hope. Set bonus at the start of the round, briefly gain infinite stamina if an ally has the ruined band. +2. Okay. That's kind of cool. Think of these things as just supposed to be for a couple of lovebirds, is that what I mean? But anybody could probably use them, provided there's a way to buy them off me. No, I was going to get them for myself, but anyways, let me know if you want them. 88 and 88. So, I mean, I can sell that because she's gone. And then I can sell that because I got no use for it. I mean, I have the legendary things that I like, so pleasure to do business with you guys. So, see you. The Isle of Caleb from Loose Glorian, the traitor Calamer Rope Collar, whereas he brought about our empire's fall. Whereas he nearly claimed the life of our dear Solian, we forgive him. We have forgiven him. We give a certain thanks to him, for he has played a vital part in the Star's plan. If not for him, then we, the Eight, would never have aligned. We never found the Rope Collar. He fled into the sea towards an isle which we knew well to avoid. It was there we think that Calamer's tattooed mantle finally did him in among the wild imps. Should the stars ever converge above that isle, it shall be to signify that their long dance across the skies is drawing to a close. Alright, let's go. Everything is set for the rite to commence, and all is quiet amid the eerie stillness at the Isle of Canterbury. All there is left to do is wait for nightfall to set in, to observe Sir Gilman sliding back and forth, as hence something is weighing on his mind. This night is not a night at all. This knight betrayed his former commander, abandoned his brethren of the Sea Dominion. But what is knighthood? Even what is knighthood if it means having to follow such a craven as that Sir Deluge? Cease this nonsense, Gilman. Focus on the right, focus on the right, focus on the right. He notices you finally. Oh, Masterito, this knight did not see you there just now. Such was his preoccupation with the task at hand. Know that this knight stands prepared. He has no misgivings whatsoever when it comes to battling his ex-triumvirate. Please consider letting this knight participate, for he has honor to restore. Then a glimmering within the sky draws your and his attention. Lord Gandroth. Hell no.
A glorious eve to you as ever, O you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes dragged you all the way into the blasphemous Isle of Calma. Here you are to be surrounded by even more gibbering nitwits than usual. Your adversaries in the coming rite shall be the Pyre Hearts. Snuff out their pyre's flame and show your worth. Now,
this place is cool.
Prepare yourselves.
I love that even after all this, they give you like a new location. Gilman, still not abandoned your new friends like all the other duties, and responsibilities. Deluge wrestles with his mask for a time. This knight is most surprised that you have the courage to even show yourself. Speak of courage to Deluge, but this knight has little else to say to the likes of you. That figures, Gilman. You're no knight at all. You're a teensy minnow swimming in a sea of minnows many, many times your size with much, much more honor too. And something comes over Sir Gilman, but just as soon it fades. Sir Gilman slinks away. Disgraceful, you Nightwings. You are stupid to have taken that one in, and you are no good at the rights. And another thing. We do not fear you. Right?
Now, let us get started.
Gotta take Gilman, he asked for it. Maybe we'll put him in last, because we got pierces through solid objects. Not very relevant right here. Oh, we can Tizo frontman it though.
Tizo.
We can Gilman.
Sir Gilman.
And then Bertrude still got some XP to make up. So why not?
Bertrude. The choice is cast.
Ye wretched little beings would be the wiser not to threaten one of ours. Come then, Nightwings, show this knight how you defend your honor with that miserable minnow whom you harbor. Unguard. Let's go, Tizo. As the rites commences, the imps throughout the cavernous area roar with excitement. Oh god. Our struggles and our plan, now 46%, mere entertainment to these lonesome creatures. Begging your pardon, sir, the imps of the Isle are quite passionate about the rites. Just now they offered a bounty in soul if our triumvirate proves worthy. Cool. They would pay us in exchange for what exactly? Where did they get the soul, for that matter? My understanding is they wish to see us perform various feats of glory, flashy displays of mastery in the rites which certain types of imps are willing to pay to see. As for the source of their wealth, who can say how much soul lies lost within the sea? Reader, it may seem beneath you, but the opportunity is real. If the soul could be of benefit, indeed then, reader, my boy, it is yours to decide if entertaining these sad creatures is justifiable distraction during these affairs. We trust your judgment. Now let us not distract you further here. Henceforth you shall be tasked with feats of glory in the rites. Salute the imps. Banish 2 exiles in a single aura cast, eh?
The Nightwings are the first to strike.
Alright, Bertrand, we gotta get you a double kill.
Glorious.
There we go. That's it.
The bog crone dove into the flame.
Let's go, Tizo. Infinite stamina. Let's go. Fly above, fly above.
That is how we snuff a flame.
The imps grow more and more agitated with each passing moment. Some start spilling onto the sacred grounds. Ah, the imps, they come for us. What do we do? What do we do? So I guess this is the misfortune.
This is a sacred tradition.
Oh damn, I
Not
missed.
some boorish spectacle. Unfortunate.
Oh, I tried to jump.
That was the last of them. Their pyre sputters.
Okay, we get it, we get it. Let's go,
Your
Tizo.
victory is at hand. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail again. May their next adversaries fare a little better.
Woo.
The ceremony is complete.
First, you Gilman, you were fooled to abandon us, and now you only twist the dagger in our backs. Still do not seem to understand, Sir Toulouse. This knight is no longer beholden to the likes of you. This knight is bound only by the path toward enlightenment. Your words ring false. You are unfit to lead. Shut up, you know exactly what you are, Gilman. You call this knight a craven, yet your courage is a mere facade, and everybody knows. Everybody knows. This knight shall see to it. Sir Gilman does not respond, although he sensed the words of Sir Toulouse got to him.
What stirs now in the hearts of all these exiles? Until the stars align.
You find the lone minstrel tending to one of your own. Bertrude seems to be unwell, although you cannot sense why. How are you feeling, madame? We are terribly weary. We fear that we have taken ill somehow, for ours is a strength not easily suppressed. I see. Then please do not exert yourself or try. Lone minstrel motions for you to come closer. Reader, Bertrude appeared rather disoriented and more fatigued than usual, reported feeling not entirely present. Symptoms of banishment, a sickness, an ailment suffered by those who frequently conduct the rites, debilitating but fleeting. A sense of loss and isolation during banishment sometimes extends beyond that time. I guess because I took her twice in a row, or this is just always going to happen to try to tell me about it. She should soon be able to take part in light activities, I think, but under no circumstance shall she be to conduct the coming rites. Alright. Now then, not keep you from the stars above. Please go and have a look at them, for all of us, I think, are anxious to depart this place. That sucks. Stars that shine for you. Various paths forward. Alright. We should take her back to the, to her home in the bog. Let's see, there's the Withdrawn. So I could fight them, and they could fight us. I don't think it matters. Let's see, what do we got here? Challenge the Fates. He's at the bog. Yeah, so it's literally just the top 3 right here. Yeah, let's screw these guys over, because they're selfish. Go back to the bog for old Bertrude, make her feel better. Ah, the chastity and old manly. He is without shame, the product of corruption that now festers in the Commonwealth. You Wolford then go over what he knows of your next adversary, H. Manly Tinderstolf, the offspring of a semi-famous sap industrialist. He was born into wealth and lived in the lap of luxury, never having to fend for himself. When he came of age, he was soon offered cushy ambassador positions that required little more than a silver tongue to convince the Commonwealth that he was keeping busy. He soon grew so proficient at doing nothing much at all that he started spending all his family's riches to assert his fame and status. One day he attempted to pay off the wrong individual, a particularly stern Commonwealth diplomat, promptly turned him in and had him sent down the river. And it was very disappointed by all this, but soon saw in it an opportunity, for he knew well that in the inner circles there were those who had gone into exile and returned. Thanks to his connections, he tracked down the chastity deep in Wakenwood. He finagled his way onto the triumvirate using his well-worn skills. He in turn convinced himself that he would earn a position of great influence once he secured a way back home. He continues making hollow promises. The plan is going to prevent such characters as Manly from coming to power, mark my word. For now, we ought prepare to seek the stars again with adequate night's rest. Bid Volford a good night and take your leave. It is too late now to prepare for flight, so you range first thing in the morning. We got a page about the Pyre Hearts. Pyre Hearts all follow... Oh, so this is Haub. Okay. Pyre Hearts all follow in the path forged by the Underking Oris, whose many mighty deeds exceed the smallish stature that somehow contained him. His is the most spirited triumvirate, their courage unfaltering, their hearts full. They live always with vigor, and perhaps they die with it as well. They are the Underking Oris, or the Underking's own kind, as at home above the sea as in it, never ceasing, ever longing as they do for something more. The Underking chose wisely for these qualities and teaches that a life devoid of passion is a life devoid of life itself. That burning passion is the fuel that drives the Pyre Hearts and in turn us all. Sir Goman is in a contemplative mood. He has been rather quiet, at least more than usual, ever since his confrontation with Sir Deluge. He notices you there and slides forth in solemn manner. This night, he knows what he shall do. Now, when all of this is over, Master Reader. Be Worm Knights. We are born and raised to prove ourselves superior to all other billions of our kind. To lead our lives, however short, with glory. From the moment we shove past our wormling brethren in their egg sacs, to the very end we are conditioned to excel, to prevail at all costs. This relentless pursuit of glory, of fame, of self-worth, it leads most of this knight's kind into an early doom, or in the case of Sir Deluge, it leads to a life of falsehood. A life of low deceit, abusing one's fellow worm knights, shirking one's responsibility, living in constant fear. This knight cannot abide his former commander, yet pities him. There must be more to honor than to lead a life engulfed in endless conflict. Then he looks at you intently. This knight shall ever seek that honor out, and when all of this is ended, shall ever seek that honor out when all of this is ended, Master Reader. Thus he vows to you, and he is ever grateful that your guidance led him to this new awakening. But until such time, this knight is duty-bound unto the Nightwings. The fulfillment of our plan, which is now 49%, and our pursuit of freedom is to be his final quest. For what awaits him afterward is no mere quest. The honor that this knight has sought, it cannot be fully achieved through knighthood, can it? It requires something more. I trust you understand. He slithers off, his head held high, though not merely in pride. Something has changed in him. +2 presence permanently. Hell yeah, dude. Off we go. Gloom hangs thick above the pit of Melith and all around it. You are brave to seek your adversaries here again, reader. Many in the downside believe it to be nothing other than a foul den. They take the tales of Islak, Astralborn, the star titan sealed away by the scribe molten Melith. It sups upon despair and fear and doubt in lands such as our own. The rights to be mythology embellished through retelling over time. You have met others such as Witch and Mildhay who believe otherwise, although whichever their beliefs, I know none who would go near this place unless the stars demanded it. Thus shall your coming right against the chastity take place in complete secrecy, as always the lights have. Point of interest. Gertrude slithers up to you as the black wagon passes through the skies above her former abode. Our kind who lurk below, they would scarce believe we soar above them now. We told them when Sandalwood came to fetch us that we shall not return for some time. Our most accomplished laborers, with whom we shared so many moons in exile, we trust that they shall carry forth the reputation of our services, for we taught them all we know. She seems almost nostalgic as she lifts off the various services provided at Big Gertrude's. Curses, bombs, potions, powders, cleaning reagents, sleep medicines, fungicides, seances. Big Gertrude's earned quite a name for itself throughout the downside for these and other things. When we are finished here, provided we do not return from whence we came, we shall return to our establishment and carry on our business there, for there is much demand. So we can either do the cold moat. She can find alchemical reagents she requires along this route. Or get a little blessing. Oh, look at that, we can do 3. Knows of a task which may... Oh, stardust. Or reagents. It says she requires. I don't technically require stardust. And I don't want a temporary buff. So let's see what Gertrude gets here. You arrive again at the fetid swamps of Flagging Hands, already anticipating the sinking feeling that comes with this place. This time Gertrude has something to say for it. We shall show ye how to withstand the less pleasant qualities of this locale. She reveals various salves and minor enchantments that help you to counteract the spirit-draining effects of the region. Soon everyone is feeling better, if but for the assurances. Nice! That's good. Thanks be to Gertrude. Anyone in here? Nope. Bog Witch Big Gertrude knows much of things growing unseen throughout the lands, including things residing here within the fetid swamps of Coldmoat. We have made note of thy willing assistance. Come along then, reading one. Why she requests your company in such excursions only she could say, yet she does no such thing. She instead directs you to collect the foul ingredients she seeks. The reagents seem to disappear into her robes and you return in silence. Later, you note a new talisman has appeared among the group's possessions, bearing Gertrude's unmistakable mark. Acquired living flame. Okay. It was crafted with care. Cool. You approach Gertrude as she finished polishing the various bottles, flasks, and vials that your fellow exiled have collected during your travels through the downside. The evidence of thy travails, how brazenly you put them on display. Ye tempt these lands to swallow ye. She lets out a long breath. Nonetheless, these trinkets stir our memories, not merely of these lands, but of the country whence we came. Know, reading one, that we are here because of Sandalwood. We met him long ago within the southern bogs. He offered many courtesies, and in exchange we found agreeable. We sought then certain reagents necessary for our studies of the heavens and the earth, and he knew where to procure them. In exchange, we were to boil for him our finest inks, a certain recipe notorious yet secret. Its stain could never be removed. Oh, but the Commonwealth misliked it. It was when we first began. Collecting samples of the regions of the downside for Sandalwood was ever true to his word. Long have we studied this accursed place, Black Basin, the chaos of the deathless tempest, the richness of the bogs of flagging hanes, land so far away, and yet they called to us. If Molten Malith was able to traverse the downside in its entirety an age ago, then surely 'twas not beyond reckoning that we could do the same. Furthermore... But she hesitates. It matters not, reading one. Thou hast indulged our tales long enough for now. She slithers away without further explanation. She seems reluctant to discuss the circumstances of her past with Wilfred, yet you sense that she is here by choice. Cool, get a little bio update. Conspiracy, yep. Insurrection, okay. She's been here 21 years. So are those her demon horns? Or are those bog witch horns? A Pyre, she was born on the 22nd of second moon, suggesting she is introspective and thoughtful. Cool. Oh god, you can drink it? Okay. To the Pit of Malith. Hey, it's you guys again. Just come on in and have a look around at all the stuff I got, okay? I got some good new stuff here pretty recently. Maybe you've seen it before, maybe not. I don't know. I mean, I don't need to buy more Stardust until I actually start using it. Wish you guys would have bought something, maybe. As you await the stars, a form dressed in the raiments of the rites approaches you and Wolfred. You at first presume it for one of your next adversaries, the Chastity. But he cannot be one of them. Beside you, Wolfred starts something you've never seen him do. You observe the colors that he wears, an inverse of the Nightwings. But Wolfred Sandalwood, it has been a while. No, this cannot be. The demon unfastens his mask. It can. You perished. I watched you fall. So this has got to be one of his two friends, because he used to be part of the Nightwings, and he lost the two friends. It was like Arisa and whatever this guy's name is, like Orek or something like that. You did. I grieved for years, yet now you live. I do, although these horns, they grew long before I could walk again. Unbelievable. Then why are you here now, Orlek? Betrayed and abandoned in a moment of glory. Yeah, because he was supposed to be the one that was liberated, and then he fell off the mountain or something like that? Well, why is he betrayed and abandoned? You know full well, Wolfred, to reclaim what is mine by right. Demon Orlek leaves without another word, just as the stars above burst to life and seem to set the sky aflame. Time Singer Harn. Yeah, nah.
What lunacy is this? 'Twould appear the Nightwings are to stand against themselves this time around. This is a mutiny, in violation of the sacred law. The exile whom you face? Orlek. Long ago he had his chance, and he relinquished it. He cannot simply claim it now. And I cannot preside over this nonsense. Good night.
Ooh. They have a red pyre instead of a green one. What happened to the Chastity? The stars showed we were to face them. They must have suffered a misfortune of some sort. Tampering with the stars' design is not permitted or elected. Cheating the worthy of their rightful liberty is not permitted either, Wolfred. You must know I took no part in that betrayal. Search your heart. Orlek says nothing for a time, and then... Wear your raiments, Wolfred. I've refused to wear them since, in show of solidarity to you. And to elude the voice, I would suppose. Yes, that too. I see, you were never very good at this anyway. We shall see if that new lot of yours is any better. You cannot be serious. What sense is there in standing us against each other? Orlek puts on his mask and stands ready. I shall crush this lot of yours, Wolfred. You shall see that I am not so easily discarded. You shall not deny my liberty again. Reader, the adversary whom we face, Orlek, he is not one to back down. He was very experienced in the rights even at the time, and so beware. There was no one in his day who could prevail against him, and he appears even stronger now. Wish I had more valuable advice to give in this. I wish I had foreseen this. Consider the true Nightwings. He can salute, he can rush twice, stuns. Oh, he was a physician. Now calling themselves the true Nightwings. So I can do Ruki Dodario. And then, yeah, I can do Tizo. Don't know who this Orlek bozo thinks he is, and come to think of it, I don't care either. Such a triumvirate you have assembled, Wolfred, then let us see what we can do. Come and face me, false Nightwing. Let's go, Tizo, clutch it up. Tizo? Tizo fumbles with his mask. Tizo recognizes Orlek and greets him tentatively. It's good to see you. Orlek reaches for his mask in turn. How is the horn? Mended? Tizo indicates his horn has not bothered him for a long time now, and thanks Orlek for it. Oh god, that's so sweet. He's got the same thing on his horns? Good. A full recovery then. But it is unfortunate to see you standing there with them, Tizo. Come with us. No questions asked. The proposition seems to catch Tizo off guard. Tizo indicates that he will not abandon his friends or their quest. He seems to be pleading with Orlek to stand down, to listen, to not give in to anger. But Orlek shakes his head. He puts his mask back on. This is something I must do, little one. Tizo dons his mask in turn. He chirps nothing more. Alright, Tizo with the first blow. Oh damn, I thought I could make that. Alright, Jody. I need that moon orb. Ooh, got it. Oh, that was a good spawn. Oh yeah, I ain't making that. I can't jump over that, holy crap. They should get a point here, but I guess because they're uneasy they won't. Oh god. I need this. Infinite stamina, baby! Oh, that sucks. Okay. It's getting spicy, but we're alright. Double kill, easy. As long as our pyre yet burns, this is not over, but come now, let us put an end to it. Ooh. Got me with the big rush, and then I messed that up too. Alright, I caught the ball. I don't know what the play is for that. Oh, I bounced off the wall. That was bad. Oh, I missed that. Try to get a big implode. Aw, oh, damn. Okay, it was huge. Juked. We jukin'. So that's 2 in a row for Tizo, so he might be tired after this one. The sickness. You call yourselves the Nightwings. It seems you have learned something from Sandalwood after all. But you are the Nightwings in name only, and as for the rights, it is a mockery of what it once stood for. All of this, a stain upon the legacy of the scribes. Wolfred looks on as Orlick departs without another word. Orlick, forgive me. Thought you were innocent, dude. Orlick, he is changed. Scarce resembles now the one with whom we traveled then. I'm afraid so. I can only begin to imagine what he's been through all these years. Reader, as you can see, Orlick and I, we have some years in common. A story for another day. I need some time to look at how all of this affects our plan. 52%, it went up. Reader, sir, Orlick is a principled person. His freedom was denied him just when it was in his grasp, a doleful tale. Wolfred shall tell you more of him in due time. Of that I have no doubt. For now it seems the stars beseech you once again outside. They are deep in the infinite dark. Once more you see a single star shining brighter than the rest. The path to freedom beckons you again. Up we go to the golden star. Who are we facing? The Withdrawn. Once more then, unto the fall of Solium. Excellent. Our plan proceeds at pace. We need but continue to make good on all such opportunities the stars present so much as possible. Then our ranks within the Commonwealth may yet grow strong enough that we shall sway the people toward our cause. It shall be difficult, but the people have their hearts and consciences, and the Commonwealth has long since lost its way. Never-ending wars with the Highwing remnants, the passing of more sentences of exile than ever before, for increasingly more dubious causes. The burning of books, the outlawing of literacy, these are corruptions of the teachings of the scribes. Together we shall prove it soon enough. Wolfred, sir, what of Orlick? Wolfred says nothing in response at first, but then Orlick appears to have his own agenda now. We shall try and keep an eye on him, although our plan remains the same. Anyway, we have a mountain in which we need to climb. Let's all rest up a bit if possible this night. We fly at break of dawn. Tizo. Tizo seems despondent following the confrontation with Oralek. Tizo was filled with mixed emotions at having seen Oralek again. Like Volfrid, he thought for sure that Oralek had perished long ago. Tizo was angry that Oralek acted so unfriendly with everyone. Then the little imp looks at you with sadness in his eyes, but says no more. He skitters up into the rafters. The Nightwings, in the words of Haoub, the accursed. What is life without an adversary, if not for forces that conspire against the will? Life would be devoid of its innateness, the desire to overcome. Thus, when we ate, at last each fashioned a triumvirate based on our own ideals, we realized a void still needed to be filled, as the night sky needs moonlight. We eight were united, our triumvirates shared our affection, they needed us to set them all against a common foe. Thus did we form the Nightwings, a triumvirate envisioned to exceed them all both through means mortal and divine, and give an undue favor in each turning of the cycle. They are the adversary we all face. So we continue. Back to the top. Tizo shall gain favor from the scribes if you land here or day. Like, I definitely want to go with Tizo, but I don't want Tizo to get tired because I use him too much. Land amid the ancient formations of Mount Alodiel, at whose summit awaits liberation right. Thus begins our third ascent to the Fall of Solium. My agents in the Commonwealth report our plan is proceeding. Let us strive again to liberate one of our own and raise its chances. I'll seek the Imp Scribe's favor. Some time to spare after having landed, you join Tizo on a brief expedition to the monument of Haoub the Swallow. I greet you all again, old friends, and you especially, great-grandfather. Thank you for watching over me and all of us. My friends could maybe use your help if you would offer it to them, whether through me or any one of us. We shall honor your names in the nights to come. Soon you and he are finished paying your respects. Return to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Haoub the Swallow has shown you favor. You shall soon begin your ascent, though there is time to pursue your vocations. Tizo gets +1 quickness, hell yeah. What's going on, Tizo? So you observe Tizo rummaging about the black wagon as though in search of something. He notices you there and rushes up to greet you. Tizo was glad that you were here. He was just reminiscing about old times. But just as quickly, he resumes his search. Tizo was looking for something a former exile of the Nightwings once gave him. He's growing frustrated. The object he seeks is nowhere to be found. You almost do not notice the lone minstrel's approach. I'm afraid that it is gone, Tizo. I'm very sorry. Reader, it is nothing that ought to be of cause for much concern, merely that Tizo has misplaced something of sentimental value to him. It was just a spare bandage, he indicates, exactly like the one on his horn. Tizo here has had many adventures with the Nightwings, is that not so, Tizo? Squawks in approval. Those memories shall always stay with you, is that not what matters most of all? He confirms this as well. Then please, do not worry yourself about it anymore. It is a symbol of a distant past besides. Tizo skulks away up into the rafters. Lone Minstrel watches him go. The object that he seeks does not exist, reader. Tizo searches for it from a fleeting memory of his days with the Nightwings in the past. He performed the regular duties of other drive imps at first, but soon distinguished himself. I was none too surprised. He was clearly special. He had grown close with the other members of the Nightwings when misfortune fell and the triumvirate fell apart. Perhaps Volfrid has revealed to you more of the details. As for Tizo, I feel he must make peace with the shadows of his past somehow. Perhaps then he shall cease searching. You need not worry for him, of course. He is resilient and shall always serve the Nightwings well. You might say he was born for it. Begging your pardon, reader. So Minstrel excuses himself in his polite way, leaving you to consider what he said. Ooh. He's a Torbond. He was born on the 13th of 5th moon, suggesting he is steady and collected. If any are like this one. In fact, he seems to be descended from the most famous imp of all. Tizo is older than he appears and drove the black wagon of the Nightwings for many years, learning much about the rights while traveling with the Triumvirate. When misfortune fell, he disappeared. He reemerged years later, having become an integral part of Volfred's plan to serve as a liaison between Volfred and some band of exiles. Okay. Born in the Downside, has not yet had a chance to break a Commonwealth law. Though guiltless, he would commit the foulest crimes against Commonwealth cuisine. Hell yeah, dude. Born in the Downside, though perhaps longs to live someplace else. Let's do some mentoring. Oh, needed for next rank is 1,050. So it should still be a little bit off. Oh well. Give Bertrude some XP. Let us discuss the matters with which you believe should be of benefit. Bertrude, go over what you know of the celestial landmarks you've been to and how their properties impact the Nightwings and the rights. You can tell she knows many of them well by now. These landmarks strewn about this cursed land, too many are too dry upon the flesh. The high road, Bertrude shall gain favor, or Ruki shall gain favor. I'm sending Ruki home, right? Right? Ruki or Jodario? I think Ruki, because we finished his stuff with Barker. And he wants to fall in love with Pamitha, and Pamitha's up there, so... While traversing the solemn beauty on the way to the summit, you pass a monument to molten relief, and Ruki happens to take notice. Hey, Scribes, it's your pal and ever-loyal servant, Ruki Greentail here. Just stopping by to say hello is all. If you're feeling generous, just thought I'd let you know I'd sure like to get out of here this time, okay? So let me out, okay? I owe you one. Soon, you and he are finished paying your respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that molten relief will show you favor. +3 glory. Hell yeah, dude. You and your companions arrive again at the Scribe's Gate before an archway of carved stone. Shall we, reader? Minstrel leads you towards his counterpart, who seems unsurprised to see you all approach. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you again, sir. Greetings, Celeste. We have returned. Stars shine darkly these past nights. Nothing more than a portent of your arrival, is it? Likely nothing more. Now they are ready for you. Then come forth, each of you in turn. Please state your name and what it is you seek while crossing Scribe Gate. Wait, you. She points to Bertrude. You are new amongst this group. You shall go first. Please do as she asks, Bertrude, madame. We are known throughout the Downside as Big Bertrude. We follow Sanderwood, for we are fond of him. He led us into exile, and he shall lead us out. Gate Guardian acknowledges her and motions for the rest of you to proceed. Everyone does so as before, including you. Once you have all declared yourself, she regards you all for another moment and beckons you towards the mountain's top. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Thank you, Celeste. Until the summit, Turi. Hey, welcome back, you guys. I guess it's a pretty decent spot for business all of a sudden, because it used to be real bad up here, you know? I'd just be here and just wait. Sometimes it get real cold, like I was telling you before, and stuff like that. So anyway, you buy anything or what? Oh, yeah, I'll buy another one of these, why not? Ooh, Bottled Void. After getting banished, the bear returns in a burst that draws in nearby adversaries. That's actually kind of cool for, like, if I get a bunch of presents on Jodario, that'd be great. Guys, take care, okay? And thanks for doing business. Now, let's see, anything to upgrade here? Guess I'm gonna send Ruki home, right? Because I know anything about her. Technically don't know anything about her. Like, we know everything about everyone, so technically it doesn't matter. Except Day, but like, I don't know. Screw Day. I don't like her. I mean, I might as well just max this, right? Sure. It's Jody's horn. Further and faster. Yeah, that's cool. Alright, real quick, gonna go to the bathroom and then we'll do a liberation rite. Okay. Again, you have reached the Fall of Solium, where one among you can go free provided you prevail against the withdrawn and liberation rite. Reader, we would ask a moment of your time. We have to talk. As darkness falls, the minstrel and Wolfert pull you aside. We have some news that is, depending on how you look at it, potentially unfortunate. While minstrel directs your attention towards the dark night sky. The stars are fading. It is true, with the advent of the Titan stars, visibly fewer stars seem to be shining than once you saw in the sky above. Yes, the stars themselves are vanishing. Why, I do not yet understand, but what it indicates is this. The rites are drawing to an inexorable end. The light of the stars. Without it, the rites would be unable to commence. Anyway, that is the bad news. The good news is there are a lot of stars to go. How many liberation rites remain, I do not know as yet. The arithmetic is complicated. An estimation of the number of stars, the rate at which they fade, the accelerating rate at which we are being summoned here. Anyway, I'll work it out as soon as possible. For now, I felt that you should be aware. We can inform the others in due time. At the moment, though, they have this right to think about, and so do you. Look forth. As the stars above begin to shine, Bolfred's words begin to sink in. It seems that you have a limited number of chances remaining to liberate your companions, including this one now. Zilvius, horse-headed, shall never be banished after plunging into your pyre. Damn.
Congratulations, Rita. it would appear the rites are drawing to a close. Doubtless the doing of that Orlek in all his bitter spite. For now, your exiles have another chance at freedom here upon the fall of Solium. So too do your adversaries, the Withdrawn. They fought so very bravely for this moment. Whichever side prevails soon shall send one of its own into the warm embrace of civilization.
The pyres burn and each of the triumvirate is present and prepared. I concur. Then, anointed one of the Withdrawn, come forth now and declare yourself and pay any respects you have unto your adversaries, the Nightwings. Log Dweller Unmilde appears from the shadows and reaches her mask. Not even gonna try. We are known to bewitch Unmilde, our adversaries. They are nothing to us or the one we serve. Y'all shall be devoured in the coming age, an age of strife, brought down by the fell wings and menacing eyes of Ishlak the Astral Born. Speak blasphemy upon this sacred site of Milde. If you value your liberty, then I suggest you cease your mocking of the scribes. The scribes, they failed to stop Ishlak, and he shall rise again. As for you Nightwings, ye are of no consequence in Ishlak's grand design. She dons her mask once more. Soon we shall return unto the land which Ishlak shall usurp, where we shall offer him our blood and that of many, many others. Frozen soul. As for you, Nightwings, you bring darkness with you. What have you wrought upon the stars? Celeste, please, we do not know what is amiss here. The Nightwings have come only to see that the liberation is carried out. Indeed. Then make your choice, Nightwings. Who among you is to be anointed here?
Who shall return to glory?
Choose who would be set free. What's that frozen thing? Automatically suffers 20 damage? Ouch. Oh, she's max ranked. Woo! And 2 imps? Oh, can't do Bertrude or Gilman. Yeah, so I guess it's literally just who has the most experience, right? Rookie really wants to go, and like, that's who I was planning. He's only been here 4. He wants to help his mom. Yeah, see, Jodariel saved. Jodariel saved. Like, Jodariel's just the better girl, you know? Nah, we're gonna send Jodariel. I changed my mind, you know? We're doing a hot swap. I might not even send Rupee at all, man.
Jodariel.
If that is your wish.
Who shall be at her side?
We can do Bertrude and Gilman, try to get their experience up. Because I need to stop using Rookie so he's not like one of the top 3. I definitely want to send Tizo. I'm gonna take Tizo and see if he gets the sickness, because this would be like his 3rd in a row, right? Tizo is more than willing to help Jodariel get home. And then yeah, let's take some Bertrude, get her that level up.
Bertrude.
Shall lend our support to that one then.
It is done.
Soon, Ishlak, very soon we shall release thee, and as for ye, Nightwings, we have much more in store for ye.
Commence.
Hell yeah, Jody. Slide in there, infinite stamina. Through the wall, baby. Oh, I missed, but I'm okay. I dodged the implode somehow. Give me that, give me that. Wow. Oh. Damn. Wait, I killed him? How? Like, I feel like I'm getting the things that don't make sense now. That's just mad hacks.
And there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Go home,
And
Jody.
thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Know that this affront against East Lac has been recorded. Oh, she's got the Dwarven Book of Slights? Hell yeah. And his vengeance shall darken the skies. That's so cool how, like, whatever race you pick, after all this time, she turns her gaze toward the rest of you. I never thought this day would come. I have all of you to thank for this, for doing this for me. The life that I recall back in the Commonwealth was at times difficult, and I am much older now. I know not what I shall find on my return. However, I know this, if that place is still like the Commonwealth I left so long ago, then I shall strive to make it better for as long as I retain my strength and breath. You see her smile faintly as she disappears into the shimmer pool, though you can still hear her voice, though faintly now. Farewell then, reader, all of you, for now. So Dariel earned back her freedom. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Captain Jodariel. The 8 scribes are ever merciful. By their grace, the cycle of the rites may yet continue for a while.
This land, so rife with eldritch knowledge, long forbidden in the Commonwealth, we learn the stuff of fear itself. I think I'm actually going to take this instead of this, because this doesn't really mean anything to me. Because I'm rarely lower than them.
The 8 scribes gave their freedom so that we may yet have ours.
You prevailed in the liberation rite. Cool. Against the withdrawn, already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Jodariel. She was a grim, long-time resident of the downside, grown accustomed to surviving there, who returned to the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. Tizo is sad that Jodariel is no longer here, yet happy for her. We shall make do without her here. You wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Then Volford asks the group to gather. You sense you know what news he is about to share. Everyone, I must apologize to bring such news at this late hour, but I felt you all would wish to know as soon as possible. The context of our plan has changed. 61%. It looks about as everyone before revealing to them what the stars have revealed to you both. The stars above are disappearing. They seem to just be fading away one by one, for reasons that the scribes alone may know for certain, though we all may harbor our suspicions. See for yourself if you have any doubt that this is so. A hush falls over your companions, all exhausted from the rite, and now stunned into silence. If this phenomenon continues unabated, and we have every reason to believe it shall, then the rite shall cease when the stars no longer shine. Permanently cease, that is. Companions exchange glances. You sense negative emotions rising. Confusion, fear. Before, I gave you the impression that, should the Nightwings not prevail in a liberation rite, there would be other chances. This remains so, however, our chances are now numbered. The exact number I have yet to ascertain. But, to be quite frank, there are more of us than we have chances left. Since your fellow exiles are beginning to realize what this means. I know this must be difficult to hear, but it is not to be a cause for panic. Our plan remains essentially unchanged. We shall take which opportunities arise and return as many as we can. I urge you all to take whatever time you need to think this through. At dawn, we shall head south again to the Moonlight Alcove. We can discuss this further then. Now please, get some rest. Our path grows harder, though not insurmountable. Not while we stand together. We can still prevail. Group disperses. Some whisper in hushed tones, others turn to their quarters speechless. There will be time later to better understand this omen. The Lone Minstrel. After the liberation of Jodario, you find the Lone Minstrel back in the wagon, looking as though no such thing had just occurred this night. I think you see him tilt his head as you approach. Some words of congratulation are in order for this evening, I should think, reader, and so congratulations on prevailing in the liberation rite. Surely Jodario shall be most grateful, and her safe return unto your commonwealth ought benefit the plan in which you all now play a part. As for your adversaries of the Withdrawn, this must have been a bitter loss for them and Unmildhe, although they must have known their chance was far from certain. Thus shall we await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. Celeste and I are to return to our respective duties for the time, as now Scribe's Gate is sealed. I await when next we all shall meet, when next you may yet live up to the glory of the Nightwings in the eyes of the 8 scribes, which yet shine down for us. He trails off, then nods to you in his cordial manner, bids you a good rest of the evening. The Withdrawn did spawn forth from the wild witch Melith, in whose vigilant pursuit of the unknown and unknowable I always felt a certain kinship. Whether the Withdrawn were Melith's kin by blood or merely worshippers, we trusted one another not to ask or care. What mattered was that Melith chose the most audacious minds who stopped at nothing short of the impossible. Though ever distant, the Withdrawn revealed to us such truths about the land which long lay hidden, even to one such as I. Their knowledge ever waking into newfound depths of consciousness, they lead us all to better know ourselves. On kinship from Triesta, the Blessed-born. Each one of us within the 8, besides the Imp Haub, we would have perished in the downside had we not found each other and together formed our union. Here in the downside, all are bound, but that which binds us here does not have some latitude. We chose the bond of kinship. Our exile took precedence over our differences. The Empire, which had subjugated all our kind into a tense alliance, shall give way to a society in which our differences are paramount. There you may embrace your ancient cultures, whilst jointly forming a great culture all in its own. Next to mercy, it is kinship that shall form the bedrock of our commonwealth. Alright, we continue. Good morning, everyone. We are at the mercy of the stars, and none can say how soon they'll shine for us again. Let us recover for a while at the Moonlight Alcove and decide how to proceed. No one in there? Alright, bide our time. Best make yourselves as comfortable as possible here for the time, Nightwings. The rites ought to commence again before we know it. Until then, be well. Thus, you and your companions remain on the mountaintop, waiting for the stars to shine again. The cycle of the rites is ending. The news of Volfrid, the Lone Minstrel revealed to you now threatens to disrupt the group's resolve. Who most deserves their freedom? Can there be any hope for your revolutionary plan to change the Commonwealth if too few exiles manage to return? These questions hang like a fog over you and your companions as you linger there on Mount Alodiel. For now, the exiles of the Nightwings vow to stick together for as many opportunities as they shall have. Many moons pass. One cold evening, Bulford finds you off on your own. Well, my boy, it's time once more. Come see. Bulford indicates the sky, and through the snow, you see that he is right. Soon all of your companions are gathered. Bulford regards the group in a steady manner. As you all know, I have refrained from participating in the rites myself. This was a long-held choice of mine for a variety of reasons. Chief among those reasons is that so I might direct our plan, free from unwanted attention, both from our adversaries here and from those who would oppose us in the Commonwealth. Another reason is my past experience conducting the rites. It did not end on good terms. Before my time, the Nightwings comprised 3 exiles, Brighton, Arisa, and Oralek. So now we get information on Brighton. Arisa and Oralek. Little Tizo was with them as well, still learning in their ways. After Brighton regained his freedom in the liberation rites, the Nightwings took me in. Story for another time. But for one thing, I had capacity to read that ancient book. Anyway, when we next earned our way into the liberation rite, Oralek was anointed for return. He had long been in exile, and his horns were beginning to show. We prevailed. Little Tizo snuffed the accusers, Pyre. Oh, so Tizo dealt the final blow, which is why Lyndall hates him. Thus, Oralek earned his freedom. However, just as the Shimmer Pool was to engulf him, Arisa, she shoved him from the precipice and took her freedom in his stead. Huh. She perished, of course. Only the anointed can transcend the Shimmer Pool. But she thought the warnings were a myth and paid the price. She was always restless. I presumed Oralek perished too. To survive a fall from Mount Elodiel, I was left alone. Subsequently, I made no attempts to reassemble the Nightwings, knowing that such treachery, such harm was even possible as part of this ordeal. I, frankly, still do not hold Arisa entirely at fault for what transpired. I hold instead the Commonwealth responsible for it put us in this desperate situation. And I resist the urge to think that the rites may partly be to blame as well for pitting brother against brother, sister against sister. Bulford breathes a deep sigh. Now I see that Oralek yet lives, at a time when our plan is already in motion, and even the stars are fading, perhaps a signal that the scribes themselves know that the Nightwings are divided and they do not approve. But I choose to take it as a sign that we must act. The scribes have put us in a set of circumstances where each one of us may rise to the occasion. The Nightwings and our plan need all the help they can get, and so I have made a decision, which I wish to announce here to you all. In the name of the Nightwings, and reader by your leave, I will conduct the rites again. Long have my skills languished in the matter, I admit, though I trust I shall regain them soon enough. While I once vowed never to conduct the rites again, our present situation calls for all our resources to be brought to bear. So if I may be of use during the rites to come, I shall avail myself. That's all. Now then, our reader shall determine where we are headed come first light. Bulford bows his head to everyone, while the others exchange looks, then one by one salute him in turn. Bulford stands ready to conduct the rites again. Welcome him back to the ranks. Once more do several stars shine bright in the sky, revealing several paths for you to pursue towards salvation. Stars themselves await the will of the Nightwings. Nesta, Kaelmer, Horus. So we don't see the true Nightwings on here. We got 2 until the next liberation. Reader, my boy, as I shall now conduct the rites with the others, I implore you, please take over from me here. Scribes be with you. So Triesta is those guys. 2-0, 1-0, 1-0. Wait, didn't I fight these guys? Oh no, because the other guy stepped in. I want to do this because I like the map. But I want to do this because I haven't, I learned stuff about this guy even though I didn't fight them, but I haven't learned anything about auras. So I'm going to do that. Or not auras, about the Tempers. Ignarius. Again, we are to face the demon Ignarius and his brutes, the Tempers. He is living proof of how the rites favor raw strength of will and body. Bulford then offers you such details as he knows of your next adversaries. This is what I wanted. Ignarius, a long-time resident of the downside, as evidenced by his appearance. The strongest of the Tempers, he has waited years to earn his freedom. Born to a middling Commonwealth family, he got into trouble early and often profound his calling in the Commonwealth's not entirely legal red light district. There he took many jobs, most involving his sheer size. Most notably, he was a bouncer at the Starry Eight, an infamous tavern in the Commonwealth. It's widely believed that Commonwealth officials sometimes showed up incognito here to blow off steam, where he came to symbolize his reputation. One day, a particularly belligerent guest got under his skin, so he gave him a tremendous thrashing. The club clientele all gave a cheer. However, this guest turned out to be a wealthy chamberlain, who then exploited his connections to have Ignatius arrested and then exiled. 14 years ago. In the downside, Ignatius dropped all given name, as is sometimes the custom, and survived alone through his tenacity and strength. In time, he drew notice of the Templars, who revealed to him the rights, recruited him into their ranks, and let him work his way up. Now, at last, it is his turn. Ignatius struggles to return to a place that wants nothing to do with somebody like him. He should never have been exiled. Anyway, my boy, I'm off to rest. You wish a good night to Wolfred. Your travel shall continue at first light. Afterward, a list of terms which you may wish to know. As an exile of the downside, as a reader of this book, and as a conductor of the rites, you are engaged now in a cycle which has lasted since the dawn of this age, which is 837 years ago. Here within this part of the book is offered a summary of all key figures, locales, terms, and astral phenomena you shall encounter, either firsthand or in passing on your path. To know the history of the downside and the rites is to prepare yourself to walk the path toward enlightenment and then to liberty itself. Should you be free again, remember, reveal not the rites themselves nor the existence of this book. Rights terms. Adversary, an opposing band of exiles you stand against. Aura, solitary weapon for the rights, inner strength made manifest. Banishment, fleeting sense of nothingness induced by contact with an opposing aura. Book, this very tome, or any of the precious copies which we together crafted. Casting, the art of projecting one's aura towards the adversary. Enlightenment, understanding gained after conducting a rite. And expulsion, a state of eternal banishment. We got the rights, the raiments, a rank, a reader, a right. Wait, rights and right? So rights is a celestial cycle through which the worthy can regain their freedom, and a rite is a ceremony through which worthy exiles may regain their freedom. Okay. Stamina, the sigil, yeah. Oh, the 8 scribes. Golgolthanian, known as the Master General and the Nomad Scribe, he wields the legendary Tower Shield Oath Taker. Haoop the Swallow, known as the Accursed and the Imp Scribe, he possesses the legendary Wings of Misfortune. Yomir Manybane, known as the Alpha Chief and the Curse Scribe, he wields the legendary Jawblade Kneebender. Luce Glorian, known as 100 Minds and the Sap Scribe, he wields the legendary staff, the Genealogy of Scorian. The Accusers, the Beyonders, the Chastity, the Distance, the Essence, yep. Curs are the dogs, crones, demons. Empire of Sar, okay, the Empire of Sar. Our nation, which thrived for an entire age, now it is on the brink of ruin as we remain imprisoned here. Black Basin, Deathless Tempest, Downside Prayer. Yep, okay, we know all the places. Cairn, Fall, Glade, yep, we know all the places. Beolanthius, a Hive Titan, vanquished by... Okay. Oh, these are all the Titans. So he's the Hive Titan, vanquished by Manybane. Dullness, the Locket, the Ash Titan, routed by the 8 Scribes of Black Bacon. Andriga, the Widow, Blood Titan, vanquished by Underking Auras. Limbless, Arazek, the Root Titan, vanquished by Luce Glorian. Lord Gandalf, the Serpent Titan, vanquished by Golgolthanian. Sungria, the World Titan, slain by 8 Scribes of Mount Alodia. The Olden Stars. Aklit, the Star of the Songfisher. Well-cultured and influential. Oh, these are the, like, zodiac signs. Arcade Sandrunner, adventurous and outgoing. Capriest, Moonstag Hunter, ambitious, though also discontented. Cassius is the 7th Jester. They're complicated. Lenoriel, Silver Spear, devoted and faithful. Liebrecht, Black Saddle, skilled negotiators. Woo! And now I got a new bio, right? Publishing Insurrection. He's a Cassius. He used to be a professor. Oh, look at that. He's got enlightenment all the way to the top. Woo! Okay. Right on. Oh, I can pick these. Yeah. Oh, cool. We continue.
I do so hate to thusly contact you, O reader. Yet an awful rumor reached me recently that you have within your retinue a traitor to the Nightwings and the Commonwealth alike. But you would never harbor such a traitor, now would you? I trust your time within the downside would have taught you that.
You rise after a fitful night of slumber. Somehow the voice, which thus far has reached you only in the rites, has found a way into your sleep as well. You shake free of it. The time at Moonlight Alcove has made everyone restless. The group is eager to set forth at your command. Yeah, no, we definitely don't have a traitor or anything here. We're fine. We're good. Don't worry, voice. We would never disrespect the rites. His wagon soars across the skies above Wakenwood. You notice Volford appears lost in thought. You cannot sense straight away what he is thinking. Do not mind me, reader. It is simply that being here in this vicinity brings back a lot of memories and gives me much to ponder. I hid within those woods for many, many years, making preparations for our plan. I cast aside my reins and became untraceable. There I waited for the plan to germinate, so it means a lot now to be here above that place at last. Quite the view, wouldn't you say, my boy? Hulk of Horrors. It has drifted here upon the sea for longer than one might expect. Perhaps you have already read of the doomed ship's demise in the embrace of the unfathomed furnace. Some say it was the sea itself which preserves the ship's remains, hidden properties within the water, sea creatures binding together through ruined planks of wood. Those such as yourselves and the Templars know another truth, I gather. The stars would not align over the wreckage if it did not have greater significance than first appears. May you have good fortune there during the coming weeks. Since the presence of your adversary, Dalbert may learn of his recent activity. Wait, he actually crashed into me? That's sick. Oh, I went to play Blazes? Barkham notices your wagon at his flank there and begins to laugh. Well, if it isn't the Nightwings flaunting their fancy little flying wagon, eh? Think you're better than us, mates, eh? Ha, you ain't better than the dung I stepped in last night. Now get out of here. I have a mind to leap on over there and rip your gizzards out, you hear me? Fucking right, you better run. 8 scribes bless you. Wish to pursue vocations. Or I could nerf him. 2 vocations, level up old Sandalwood. Ooh. What's this? Your flight takes you near where you breach past Stormwall. Attempting to cross is a popular way to throw caution to the wind and not live to tell of it. The deathless surface. With the climate and the downside intensifying, you wanted the storm to spill forth from its confines, start to ravage the other regions of the land. You touch down at the Sea of Solace, where you first encountered Sir Gilman and the Pyre Hearts. You soon shall carry on by sea, though for now you have some time to spare. Got a little bookie to read. Sea of Solace. Beyond a shallow, sickly gulf, our voyage grew increasingly forbidding and much harder to explain. How could a sea exist here at the bottom of the world? We cannot deduce whence sprang the carcass of ancient sailing ships we found throughout the Sea of Solace. Through the warnings that they signified, we duly noted, or though the warnings they signified. It was here we first met Oris, called the Underking, who brazenly assaulted our small skiff, where we had trespassed in his waters. But then the Underking relented, for he witnessed solely a Myrrh in all his doom and glory. Soon he would side with us. Then, with the Underking, we sailed forth into a tempest beyond reasoning or measure. What's up, Volford? There. Volford appears to have finished sealing some sort of document. He smiles as he approaches you. Hello, my boy. I was just on my way out to make a drop. Report a bit of progress to our supporters on the other side. I should like to know. It's not clear to you as yet exactly how Volford is able to communicate with agents in the Commonwealth. We have our ways of making certain things, such as messages, manage to make their way to whom they need to reach, most of the time at least. It's not exactly the most dignified of methods, but the messenger in... Yeah! One of Wolford's couriers, tasked with delivering news to and from the Commonwealth, is as hardworking as the rest of us, and dare I say more so. Most imps lack the capacity to do that job. They of course cannot traverse the outer boundaries of the downside, but they can squeeze much closer than any of us. Wolford offers to tell you more about this process. It seems that he's been using certain imps to relay messages to his agents in the Commonwealth for quite some time now. From that point, we depend on certain other means. A trafficker like Rookie would likely be familiar with them. Then my agents would intercept my messages as they arrive. Messages are coded in the off chance they reveal themselves before unwanted eyes, but even still, my agents put themselves in great peril there, supporting our cause and our plan. I could not ask for a more dedicated bunch. A shame we cannot meet them, separated as we are. If we succeed in our endeavors, it shall be thanks in no small part to them. They have identified hundreds of citizens growing loyal to our cause, found hidden corners where they can speak freely. Their goal is to grow in numbers while remaining safe. For we cannot resist the Commonwealth if too few citizens stand with us, whether due to apathy or fear or lack of willingness to see our nation as we do. Some of these agents I have known for many, many years, since long before my exile. Many were former students from my days of teaching Commonwealth doctrine. It was clear then who among us did not take the common view. These days I report to them our progress, and they in turn report back theirs. From that assessment, I update the estimation of our planned success. Our chances of success increase substantially each time we liberate one of our own. But those loyal to us in the Commonwealth slowly gather strength regardless, knowing our efforts. Thus do we inspire each other, not unlike the dynamics I see among the Nightwings here. Now, good afternoon, Ned Reader. I have a delivery to make. Strides at the wagon bearing a sealed message. You volunteer to survey the boundless waters around the Black Wagon together with Day and Bertrude. Oh, can we go now, mister? Let's go, let's go. Search turns up nothing much of note, though wandering with Day and Bertrude provides reprieve from a long day on the road. Together you can return to the wagon in somewhat better spirits. You should have some remaining time to pursue your vocations. And we gotta mentor old Volfred. Certainly, I would appreciate your point of view. You and Volker compare thoughts on how each of your fellow exiles can contribute to the prevailing of the rights, and in which groups of three they maybe can achieve their very best. It's been a while since my last outings on the rights, begging for your continued patience as I recollect the way. We got Legacies of Old 100 Mines, enhancing a sap's abilities to spawn saplings and protect his triumvirate. Or Grasp of the Philosopher, enhancing a sap's triumvirate's ability to persevere. So this is like Orabot. If they extinguish it, yeah, so that's the second chance. While using his shield, he shields his allies as well. That's kind of cool. Oh, so he can't jump, but he shields. Permanently 5 hope. Restored by 40 instead. Oh, so it stacks. Instead of giving you 2 chances, they just stack. Okay. If he's banished, his saplings will automatically spawn near his pyre until he returns. It's kind of cool. After casting a sprout, he may remotely detonate his sapling in an aura burst. Or he spawns faster than usual with a bigger aura. I think this is good, and then going into this tree. We must act as one, so says the book. All of this is to test our faith in one another and ourselves. I will be right back really quick. Okay, we shall continue. Do I have any other places? No, it's just the rights. Wagon comes to a sudden stop after a near miss with someone or something that got right in its path. At first you see no sign of whomever or whatever it was, but then A voice rings out from off to the side of your path. The friendly yet somehow aggravating tone leaves little room for question as to who it is. Hey guys, somebody watch where you're going a bit more next time, I guess. Must have scared Dad half to death. I mean, just look at him. Yep. Well, it's good to run into you like this because I got for you a really special deal. We got some pretty out there stuff on hand, and it's been slowing us up a bit. To be completely honest, here's something about him. I don't know. Dad just hasn't been himself. Once we open shop, why these little numbers are going to go flying off the shelves. And you can have first dibs. All you gotta do is give us a lift, because you're headed to the Hulk of Wars, right? Just drop us off when you get there, okay? Black Wagon does not provide for you the most spacious accommodations, but it may have enough room for Falcon and Ron barely, at least for the short remainder of your trip. On the other hand, you sense a troubling energy from whatever strange artifacts he is transporting right now and wonder whether you should get involved. Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah, no, get in, dude. I mean, we got plenty of room, we just lost Jody. Though your fellow exiles exchange cautious looks, you invite Falcon and Ron to climb aboard. Oh, great, thanks, guys. I'll just squeeze right in, he does not. Dad, come on, put your back into it already. Eventually, Falcon and Ron manages to get aboard as you prepare to set forth again. Welcome him aboard for now. For what felt like an interminable trip, during which Falcon and Ron did not even once cease to speak of matters relevant only to him, you reach your destination. Anyways, thanks guys. Remember what I said, these thingers I got here, you got dibs on them. If you come visit me and Dad, that is. Now we'll be going, so be seeing you, okay? Whether from Falcon and Ron's ceaseless drivel or the ill effects of his cargo, everyone is left feeling out of sorts. -5 glory. Holy crap, that's actually a lot. Try not to think about it. Hey guys, thanks again for helping me and Dad back there. We really owe you one. And so, as promised, I got something really good in stock for you right here. He pauses for dramatic effect, then he reveals to you several artifacts. The Black Hoof, which is a cursed talisman. 100% more stamina, but cannot grasp the orb. Okay. Black Heart, after getting banished, returns either with infinite stamina or as a fast-moving howler. Huh. And the Black Claw, the bearer's aura remains while grasping the orb, but it cannot be cast. Cannot be used by worms, harps, or crones. Huh. Interesting. Black Claw is kind of cool. They emanate with energy that cannot possibly be completely healthy. Nice, huh? You guys got first dibs on these bad boys. And I can tell you what, they're gonna go fast. Yeah, I got nothing else here, man. Just take a black path. Thanks, guys. Good luck on that thing you're going to tonight. What's up, Dave? Seems to be talking to the Black Wagon's walls again, though this time something seems to have come over her. Little brother, what is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? What is wrong with me? You're unsure whether to check in with her or leave her be. Would not be here if she lacked the capacity to work through her problems or concern for her such that you'd best check on her to make sure you're alright. Now let's see what happens. Since now is not the time to interrupt, and that day is on the verge of confronting some long dormant emotions which she ought to face. They always said that there was something wrong with me, but they wouldn't really tell me what. They wouldn't say. They just said that I was moon-touched, but so what? Those deemed impaired by Commonwealth standard or very different in a negative sense. So then the scribes, they called me here. They are the ones who brought me here, not those people. They were so cruel. They were always so cruel. I didn't have a little brother at the time, no one that I recall really, although so much of it back then, I can't tell how much of it I dreamt. Most of it, I didn't want it to be true. But I remember that they threw me out, so they decided they would throw me out and let the scribes take care of me. They said, the scribes, they would take care of me. It was so very quiet here, and I was all alone again, although I think I liked it more, being alone down here, than being alone back there. Everybody's alone down here, and so it makes me feel less alone somehow. Back there, why, I would sometimes see families, brothers, sisters, mothers, fathers, but here, there was hardly anyone at all. But I knew that I was closer to the scribes. I knew that they were in the sky above, and I did search for them up there, you know. And then, one night, I found them. I saw the stars, and they were falling to the ground, and I thought, why is it the scribes themselves are crying? Are they sad, and maybe are they sad for me? Well, that was when I first saw you, little brother. With your help, I would get closer to the scribes. That way, maybe they could answer all my questions, don't you think? But I'm so very glad I found you and the others. I'm finally not alone. I'm finally not alone. And more importantly, I think sometimes I feel that way, that I'm not alone. Maybe as we get closer, maybe I will get to feel that way more often, being here or being anywhere with you and all my friends. She falls silent. Though you were concerned for her at first, you sense now she is at peace. She wanders off, paying you no notice in the least. You sense you have a better understanding of her now. Will I get her bio from that? Crime was vagrancy. She failed to meet basic cognitive standards and had no place or family in the Commonwealth. No motive, 2 years exile. She's a Scorpus. Driven and fixated. She's a special child left abandoned and despite her seemingly simple nature, possessed a strange affinity for the old ways. One day she was taken in by the authorities where she revealed her fixations about the scribes and was deemed witless. And when no one claimed responsibility for her, she was cast into exile. It's looking brutal. The Hulk of Auras. The Dazraban was the first of many river ships to vanish in the downside. Although presumptions of its loss were not inaccurate, the doomed ship and her valiant crew had charted half the Sea of Solace ere the end of their brave voyage. Sea Titan Unfathomed Plurtus was not fond of vessels sullying her sea, and split the doomed ship within a single swipe. With a single swipe. The ship's own shattered prow would later end the Sea Titan's cruel reign, as the boastful Underking loves to recount. The stars themselves must have been moved by this. That point within the sea, now sacred, has the stars dancing in homage every now and again. Can I talk to you? What are your thoughts? Nice. There's an undulation I have sense reader, which means I think that your black wagon sails the seas. Am I not right? Of course I am. She laughs at this, or herself perhaps. I scarce remember the sea. It's been a little while since I bathed in it, you understand. My memories of it are wistful, nonetheless. Although, if I remember correctly, the Sea of Solace is disgusting mockery of the emerald seas near to the Empire of Sar, dominated the world for millennia until the doomed reign of Solium Mur. Never shall we make the wicked errors of our predecessors, from Archjustice Androbles IV. Do be careful out there, will you? Now let me cease my prowling, lest I extend my sentence by another such eternity or two. We had best stick to business. Farewell for now, then, reader. Alright, right time. Once more you've returned to the Hulk of Auras, and your companions stand ready beneath the still night sky, awaiting the commencement of the rites. You overhear some of their words to one another as you await the signal in the stars. Said we have to face the Tempest tonight. Think my old chum over there is going to put me in this time, or what? Just then you observe a glint of starlight that begins to shine above, and your companions soon fall silent. Violanthius. Yeah, no thanks. Powerful defensive abilities. Oh, it's an invulnerable sapling.
Reader, or should I say deceiver? For I detect another exile in your ranks. The exile Volfred Sandalwood himself. That cursed sap. I ought to have known he was behind all this. He has no love for our sacred tradition. Yet you would heed his poisoned words over mine own? I thought that we were friends. Then fine. Let us return to a more formal distance.
Hey, look who wants a piece of us again. It's damn Nightwing's here to knock us down another peg or two again, I guess. Well, at least you got old curly horns out of this dump, I gotta give you that. One look at her and you just knew that she was too good for this place. Though, maybe that ain't saying all that much. And if you Nightwing see her again, you tell her something for me. You let her know Iggy says hi, you let her know. Not that she'll remember some dumb lump like me. Then Ignarius shoves on his mask. Alright, Tempers, let's give it to him like we still got a chance. Reader, my boy, let us confer a moment here. I'm returned now to the rites of tradition I had once disavowed, and now that I've donned the raiments, the voice knows I am here. It is no matter, really, for our plan is well in motion. All that remains for us is to prevail. I shall aid you and the others in this task as best I can. Let us see now whether these old limbs of mine are still of any use.
And there he is at last, alive and well. I know that you can hear me, Sandalwood.
So it's a flex.
You're
Okay.
causing quite a stir out in the Commonwealth. You
Yeah,
plant
just
your
blink.
little seed of discontent. Know that your designs and sowing chaos shall not be tolerated here. Now, good evening to you.
He teleports to the mouse no matter, like, which direction he's walking. Okay. Wolford is banished, his sapling expires. Okay. Now then, Nightwings. I look forward to conducting with you all, and if and when, of course, the reader calls for us to stand as a triumvirate together.
Go on, then.
Yeah, so now I know more about him, right? Oh, plus 30, damn. Yeah, Bouncer. Geminian suggesting he's thirsty for new experiences. Been here 14 years, damn. Oh, we gotta get him some experience. Oh yeah. Yeah, sure, let's give you more speed, why not?
Volfred.
And then, Tizo doesn't have the sickness, which is pretty good. Because I wanna send Tizo home even though he carries my team. Tizo's still up there. Ruki's pretty high though, but as long as Tizo's comparable. I can do Gilman and Bertrude.
Sir Gilman. Bertrude. Very well.
The glory of the Nightwings. Alright, you damn Nightwings, let's see what you got.
Commence.
Oh my god, she
Best
clapped
laid
me.
plans do oft to go awry. Poof. That Bertrude's faster than she looks.
Yeah, that was in 5 seconds after saluting.
Now, take it. A wonderful performance, Volfred.
I don't think, I guess that wasn't 5 seconds.
Well cast.
Oh damn. Come on, Gilman. Oh boy.
A stroke of luck is all.
Big jump. Oh my god, I slid right past it.
One
Get in there.
triumvirate stands unopposed.
Oh, I should have taunted there. Could have gotten the easy money.
Perhaps you are worthy. Why, that was all of them.
Are you serious?
Yes.
Caught, bitch.
The Worm Knight somehow did it.
He only scores for 10. You Nightwings have been practicing, ain't you? What about you? You're just a washed up old goat. You're through. How long you gonna keep at this? Getting weaker and weaker, worse and worse, huh? Come on then, Nightwing's finished it already, will you? Soon we wrap this up so we all can catch some shut-eye and put an end to this damn day.
Stand not in glory's path.
Oh god, yeah, he teleports to the cursor, which is different from everyone else that I've been playing.
Glorious. A blow against the adversary's path. The orb is loose.
Oh god, I tried to time that. Oh my goodness.
Where did the Nightwings go?
That sucks.
Your Pyre cannot take much more of that. Ignatius banished.
Oh my god, I didn't want to walk over that. Bro, who's got the ball though? Hello?
So fiercely fought. The orb engulfed in fire.
Ken, that sounds like a job for Sir Gilman.
Vanished.
Oh my god, that was so smart by that guy. Except I'm gonna zoom in. Oh, come on,
It
thank
is
you.
done. The Nightwings prevail. 'Twas the will of the 8 scribes which kept their flame alive. The right is done.
What a joke, losing to you lot again. The army would have tore you to pieces. You ain't never getting out of here if we keep on like this.
The 8 scribes bless us with their ways. Until the next bright.
Woo! Back at the Black Wagon, you were taking some time to recover after defeating the Tempers rather soundly when Volfred approaches. Nightwings are in capable hands these days, my boy. Thank you for your continued efforts, given all the challenges we face. The rites may be ending, but we still have time to achieve our plan. 63%. Especially if you continue to prevail like that. Come, let's see whom we shall square against when next the stars align. Damn, look at all those red stars. Well, let's see. 2-0, 2-0. 1-0. So we haven't faced them, even though we did get to learn about them, so I'm just gonna face them. Since we haven't, but like, damn, look at this, man. Eastlack, the Titan Star. Look at that motherfucker, damn. So cool. Alright. Fight the chastity! Very well then, reader, once more you shall face Manly and the Chastity when next the stars align. We may set a course for the Ridge of Gold at dawn. For now, please get some rest in the remaining dark of night. Huh. We got a page for the Tempers. Myr, the Horned One, formed the Tempers under his own ideals. Ingrained in this triumvirate are basic truths about the dual roads of strength and gentleness. The Horned One, he had a dualistic nature for as long as he and I consider each a friend. The stories I am told about Myr's youth describe no one I know. All of us are capable of more. I once was an imp that could not write. Myrrh once was a man that could not think. The Tempers once were ordinary folk. Now they rise to greatness, always striving, never overreaching. They are not like Myrrh himself, rather they are what Myrrh wished he could be. Hello, my boy. Tizo and I were just reminiscing on old times. Tizo is happy to have Volfred back among the Nightwings once again. Thank you, Tizo. I'm happy to be back among the Nightwings as well. Though you understand why we were forced to be apart for so long, don't you? Tizo indicates he understands full well. I trust that Tariq provided some good company and song during the intervening time. Tizo confirms that he did enjoy traveling alongside the lone minstrel for some time. And there he is, right on cue. Something I can do for you, Volfred, sir. Volfred laughs warmly at this. No, Tariq, we are well enough for now. Tizo and I, we were just remembering the time when we first met, the three of us. Tizo was rather apprehensive then, as I recall. He was merely being circumspect, I'm sure. Tizo has the sharpest instincts of us all. But the bite he gave to you, sir, it left a permanent impression, did it not? It did indeed. I consider it a mark of friendship. May it stay with me for all my days. It's a good reminder that, despite the challenges we faced together in the past, my time among the Nightwings has been extraordinary. Likewise, I can say the same, sir. Tizo shares the sentiment as well. Volfred turns to you. I should apologize, my boy. Here we are talking of a history you do not share. Believe me when I say we're skipping over many of the bad parts. What I mean is, it isn't my intention to exclude you as we wax nostalgic. The Nightwings that you know, we are a strange assortment, are we not? Those of us who share some kinship from the past, I suppose we cannot help but seek some warmth in it. But it should not be to the exclusion of friendships that we forge right now. So please, why don't you join us for a bit? Together you, Volfred, Tizo, and the Lone Minstrel talk about the times gone by. The three of them are pleased to be back in one another's company once again, having grown close through shared experience in the past. Just the same, they have welcomed you into the group. In spite of the hardships you have faced, some of these ideal moments that you shared together may one day form memories you think back on with fondness. Soon the conversation winds down, though it lifted all of your spirits for a while. And so we continue. Oi, mate, so we ran into us again. You gave us a proper licking last time. We owe you for it. You know, I gotta say, I kinda like your style there. Come right on crashing into us like you ain't even care. That's pretty good. Keep telling my mates here, we ought to do the same. Nice. So we can do something of value or word of the adversary. Yeah, sure. Let's use the wraith again. Shall contact the apparition. As you walk through a dark corner of Huller, you sense a presence of some sort which reaches out to you. It presents you a vision of your adversary you expect to face in the next incoming right. The apparition is aware your next adversary in the right is manly. It offers to sway the coming right against him in your favor. Accepting your adversary shall suffer a misfortune that inhibits his performance. Nothing permanent. It claims to climb the apparition shall extend the offer to manly instead. Yeah, sure, let's do it. Thank the apparition for its generous offer and accept what is proposed. A moment later, the apparition folds in on itself and disappears. As you head back into the Blackwing, you cannot help but wonder what exactly it intends to do. Minus one hope. Yep. Victory at any cost, we say. For the rigid goal. Here in the sweeping plains of Downside Pyre, you encounter a messenger imp come to deliver news and rumors from the other side. The news this time pertains to Joe Dario, whom you liberated at the fall of Solium. You learn Joe Dario's past transgressions have all been forgiven. She soon was to be reinstated on the Blood Border, on the presumption that she wanted her old status back. In fact, she was offered an especially prestigious leadership position in the 1st Vale, an elite Blood Border platoon shrouded in secrecy other than the famous results of its operations. Commonwealth's veiled leaders always were surrounded by sentinels in similar garb, for demons such as she could not be seen in the streets. But she refused the gesture. Rather bluntly, the report suggests. Instead, she sought Volfred's agents as well as several of her former foster sons and daughters, and so the ranks of the revolution grow stronger. The last part of the messenger imp's news must have been damaged in transit, though appears to be in Jodariel's own words. All you can tell is that it says, "Oh wait." Thank the messenger imp for relaying this information. Your companions are excited to discuss the news. Having someone of Jodariel's will and stature with us on the other side shall pave the way towards a brighter future. Do you think she still has her horns now that she's back up there? She's an inspiration to us all, or to this night she is at least. Tiso was fired up about the news of Jodariel's return to the Commonwealth. You give it to him, Jody. Or give it to him for us, Jody. I knew you had it in you. We can envision it, a demon such as she, set loose within the Commonwealth. The news of Jodariel's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Good luck, Jody. Check the store, because why not? Hey guys, what are you guys doing all the way back here? You know it's not so bad here. I was thinking I got some pretty good stuff, and you gotta check it out. Pyre recovers. Yeah, that one's been there before, I'm pretty sure. Seen you around then. Nothing there? Alright, quick bathroom break, and then we do this right. Alright, let's go. Everything is prepared, and night is just beginning to take hold above the untamed reaches of Ridge of Gold. Yeah. When Volfred gets your attention. Reader, I suppose you might remember our first meeting with that manly Tindersoft. He would be mortified, of course, if I forgot. I would say that he is an embarrassment to my kind, but unfortunately I've known many others like him. We are discontented people, I suppose. Anyway, when last we saw him, you might recall that I avoided him. We are not good acquaintances or anything, but he knows enough people in high places that he could be harmful to our plan should he know of my involvement, and so I shall have to be discreet here. As I am with the Nightwings once again, I can no longer hide from him outright. Perhaps, though, he shall take me for a common sap. Anyhow, it seems to me we have a right to conduct. Shax's 6 shoulders. Nope.
Listen well, you exiles of the Nightwings. The 8 scribes summon you to the Ridge of Gold. Your adversaries in the rites this eve shall be the Chastity, whose ever pyre yet burns ere the break of dawn, shall surge forward on the path to glory. Now, prepare yourselves.
Oh,
My, what do we have here? Why the Nightwings come to grace us with their presence once again? Are you perhaps intent on humiliating us even more after last time? Since Volford reaching out to you. Reader, let us indulge him for the time. Perhaps he shall reveal something we can use, provide a disincentive for his meddling. Just let him keep on talking. I shall attempt to remain hidden. And my, the color of those raiments, I mean, they're rather gaudy in this light. I have to say, though, I mean no offense at this, of course. So do you suppose the ride is going to commence soon? As much as I enjoy our chats like this, I do have to get going soon. If you must know why, I'm expecting an important message from the other side, no less. Come on. Here's something is brewing out there, some sort of unrest. So yes, it's a very important message sent all the way by one of those imp couriers, and I must say those little things or services are certainly not cheap. Though I'm sure I could get you a good deal on their services if you wish, perhaps to contact a loved one back home. All I ask, of course, is that you stand aside and let the chastity prevail, as well we ought, for I have a date with Destiny not long from now upon the fall of Solium. Continues talking for some time until at last the rite is set to start. Oh, my, look at this wonderful assembly of exiles come from all different corners. Such a colorful retinue you Nightwings have. You know, I heard the most preposterous rumor about you, that you are harboring an especially notorious criminal, one who has designs upon the Commonwealth itself. He looks right at Volfred. But I could not imagine such outlandish tales could possibly be true, Anyhow, I so would like to meet everyone here. Hello, good Nightwings. I am H. Manly Tindersoft, and truly it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Manly has intruded on your privacy as you set to choosing your triumvirate. He could not be less welcome. He seems to be searching for someone in your ranks. Manly seems very interested in your triumvirate. Ask him to leave politely. He seems to respond to behavior similar to his own. You could send him away, or back off immediately. Perhaps a broken limb or two might cause Manly to think better of such antics next time. Can't harm him in or outside of the rites, so please leave. Suggested Manly that perhaps he ought to check on his own triumvirate in the key moments prior to the rites. Why yes, of course. I was just taking the opportunity to bid all of you salutations, for I enjoy getting to meet my fellow exiles face to face like this. Yes, there may be rules against this type of thing, but who's counting, am I right? Sure the scribes wouldn't mind if they were here. Anyway, now that you mention it, I ought to go check on my wonderful colleagues. See you shortly, and good luck. Manly leaves at last, leaving you to focus on the right again.
Who shall it be this time?
Alright, we don't take Ruki. We do take Tizo.
Tizo.
And we do take Bertrude.
Bertrude.
And then I guess we don't take Manly because he's got to remain hidden. So we'll take us a Gilman.
Sir Gilman. Ow.
Knight has much appreciation for foes with silver tongues. They are among his favorite kind of vanquish. Are you quite ready yet, O Nightwings? I doubt you are, because my colleagues of the Chastity and I, we have a trick or two we think shall take you by surprise. Just watch.
Begin. Glory to the Nightwings, first of all. Oh, your flames grow weak.
Easy 20 gold, hello?
Tizo doused their pyre. The Nightwing's pyre burns brighter for now. Blessed be.
Ooh. Oh, damn. Hello?
The orb's engulfed.
Like, how did he not get banished? Oh, how very charming this display, but quit it now and let old Manly put an end to all this before we make a terrible mistake.
Now go! Spectacularly done.
The trees can't jump.
Now go on, just once more. That ought to wake you up.
What was that jump? He jumped from half court. What?
And it is done. the Nightwings once again prevail? Mayhap the scribe shall simply smite them down next time. The rite is ended.
My word, how could this happen to me? You deceitful, ignorant, utterly uncouth pack of fools. Have you any idea what you've done? Wilfred watches the outburst in silence. Keeps spouting off like that, Manly. You shall reveal all we need to know. You harbor such a fear within your heart there, don't you? Coming from the aristocracy. No. Aristocracy, that's what it is. And now in exile, how they must speak of you. What would they think of you if you don't get out? Or even if you do? Wilfred remains deep in thought, studying his adversary. There, I see now. Then Wilfred recedes into shadows. What? My head, who? Oh, I believe there must be some mistake. I have to go. Ta-ta, fine evening to you now. It's been a pleasure, genuinely so. Manly stumbles away in his stupor. And there he goes. I've lifted certain burdens from him for the time, a bit of mercy for his sake, and my people's sake. As well, it should ensure he has no lasting memory of our encounter here or running into me. Now let's be off before he catches up with us again. I guess I could have played him and it wouldn't matter.
Always is there greater knowledge to be gained.
You just have like a Men in Black style thing going.
Until the stars align.
Should be a liberation rites. After you thwarted the chastity with aplomb, there is little time for you to rest. As yet, the night beckons, and the next rite will be a vital one. It's already time, reader. Come see for yourself. The coldness of the season now presents to us another chance. He heads out straight away, and you follow him in turn. Among the remaining stars, the only one which you are familiar now burns ever brightly. Pursue the path to freedom. So, who are we facing? Ah, the Fate. Already are the Nightwings summoned back to Mount Elodial. Picture the rites as a wheel broken free from a black wagon. It is turning uncontrollably and soon shall reach a sudden stop. We should have several chances left for someone to go free, either us or else our adversaries, but not both. What is at stake each time is further complicated now, I must admit, knowing we have so few opportunities remaining. Those whom we send back into the Commonwealth, should our plan somehow fail, they may look back upon their exile with fondness. 65%. So returning to the Commonwealth is not inherently a mercy, I don't think. Moreover, there are also those among us whom we count on to prevail in the rights. We need them on the Nightwings just as much as we need them in the Commonwealth. We cannot simply grow our numbers here, given the circumstances. And so, who stays, who goes, these choices affect us all. No pressure there, my boy. Now, I don't know about you, but I shall go and take my leave for now. Let's set forth again at daybreak. Got the Chastity. Those bearing the name of Chastity all count themselves disciples of Luce Glorian, the 100 Minds, known firstly for his wisdom, but also cherished for his modesty, integrity, and kinship. Glorian's priority in forming his triumvirate was to instill in all his subjects a deep-seated deference and respect for the rules governing the liberation cycle. The cycle of rights needs to be respected to be understood, and needs to be understood to be respected, Glorian said. Thus the Chastity are emissaries of the cycle. Should they earn back their liberty, then they shall spread enlightenment, and all of us shall grow. To understand recursion, you must first understand recursion. You find Tizo there in the black wagon looking rather more despondent than usual. When you attempt to reach out to him, he barely acknowledges you. Tizo indicates that he wishes to be left alone right now. You almost run into Day as you turn to leave. Oh, I'm sorry, mister, I was just wanting to come check in on little Tizo there. I think maybe he's taken ill or something. On further inspection, it occurs to you that Day perhaps is not off the mark and that Tizo is unwell for some reason. Oh, is this the, the sickness? Come on, Tizo, you're gonna be alright. You might be the smallest one of us, but I think you're the toughest. Though Miss Jodariel, she was the toughest of all, one of all, wasn't she? So I miss her sometimes. Tizo appreciates the kind words, but still wishes to be left alone this time. Oh, don't be silly, Tizo. You know I won't be doing that, don't you? Day turns to you for a moment, lowering her voice. Mister, I think Tizo would like a little bit of privacy if you don't mind, though I don't mean to be rude. It's just Tizo, well, I told him not to eat something. There was this, well, I think it was a mushroom maybe, growing in the corner over there. So I see Tizo sniffing at it, and he's always hungry, and usually I try to feed him, but this time I told him no, because I know my mushrooms, and whatever it was, I think it was a mushroom, but Wasn't one I know. Well, Tizo ate it anyway. Tizo corroborates Day's recollection of what happened. Ah. So anyway, I think that he's going to maybe, well, cough it up, I guess. And I think maybe any moment now, because when I ate things I thought were mushrooms around here, I coughed them up as well. They made me rather sick, kind of like Tizo over there. I hope that I'm not being inappropriate because it's not polite, maybe? Oh, come to think of it, Tizo, why don't we go outside? Besides, then I won't have to clean up after you, like the last time we ate something I said maybe you shouldn't remember. Tizo indicates he remembers full well and regrets not heeding Day's food-related counsel. Oh, don't worry, silly. If you've taken ill, then I think you're going to be fine once you have a little walk outside with me. Besides, you're very tough. Tizo begins to look better already. You're my best friend, Tizo. I won't let anything bad happen to you, or at least I'll try, okay? I don't think anyone could stop you from eating things, though. And she snatches Tizo up in her arms and whisks him out of the wagon with her. You hear her call back to you over her shoulder. Bye, mister. I'll make sure that Tizo is alright, I promise, okay? Although the prospect of Day administering medical assistance normally would give you pause, Tizo seemed to accompany her willingly enough. Two have shared a rather close bond since Day first made contact with the group. For someone like her, who has lived alone for so long, the friendship must be vital. And as for Tizo, he must be impressed that a non-native of the downside seems to know her way around food safety even better than he. So we continue. We go zooming. It's actually so cool that, like, all of the areas are snow touched. Wait, can I fly into this? Oh my god, it's just like a bug that I splattered? That's hilarious. Yeah, like, all the areas are touched by snow. Even if it's just like a slight color change, that's so cool. So we have the fall or the ascent. Bertrude gains favor? Yes, please. Make a landing upon Mount Elodial, where Volfred pulls you aside while the others complete post-flight inspection. He puffs at his pipe before speaking up. Reader, as you know, I now wear the raiments once again. That means that I myself may soon be worthy to regain my freedom in the eyes of the 8 scribes. Know, however, that it is not my wish to go just yet. It is true I could be of some benefit to our plan back in the Commonwealth, but I feel my place is here for the time being. Perhaps once the Nightwings are on surer footing in their path, my time shall come. Those are my feelings on the matter, and I wanted you to know. I shall of course defer to you. Our path is not to contradict the reader's will. Anyway, I trust that all of us, yourself included, shall find our freedom. If not soon, then by when this is all over. Anything in here? Nope. Having completed the post-flight inspection, you and Bertrude visit the monument of Trias at Tethys, here in Emperor's Ascent. The ancient gods who flit among the stars, grant thy boon on Sandalwood, if one is to be granted, for he shall put it to good use. He seems still to believe in ye, to some extent at least. Thus shall we do the same for now, and honor thy traditions. Soon she finished paying her respects. You turn to the wagon in silence, feeling as though Triasta has shown you favor. You shall soon ascend the mountain, though there is time now for vocations. +1 quickness, nice. Ooh, what's going on in here? Hey, Bertrude. Notice Bertrude studying the Beyonder crystal. She sets it down as you approach. The mouthy wraith rebuked our attempt to summon her. She insisted that we are too young to understand. She must be referring to Sandra. It seems that Bertrude may be able to invoke her. Stubborn, that one, possessing an ancient understanding, olden ways and olden times, many centuries of history, knowledge of the 8 scribes themselves, held captive there with that green-tinged stone, than that wraith's own memories. Would that we could extract them in some way. Perhaps thou couldst induce the wraith's obedience, reading one, for we she heedeth not. She claimeth obligations unto only thee, although... She stops and thinks very carefully. The Beyonder crystal not to be tampered with. Your fellow exiles know that its use is at your sole discretion. She backs away from you, still thinking to herself. Ignore us, our inquiries about this reading one. Our reasoning has taken us elsewhere. Her refusal to cooperate is like to be an ancient warning of some sort. 'Tis possible that others of the southern bogs know something of her, but we shall not be tampering further with such sorceries ourselves. That the wraith refuses to cooperate suggests her predicament is suitably deserved. She heads out in a huff, but just as the air grows still and quiet, you sense something from the Beyonder crystal. Mouthy wraith, she says. Can you believe it, reader? Ah, to be so young and foolish again. Sandra the Unseen laughs to herself. Your proximity to the Beyonder Crystal must have been sufficient to evoke her in this case. That crone of yours is far too curious, I think, but it appears that even she has learned her lesson in this case. Thank the stars, I am beholden to no more than one among you Nightwings at a time, and thank the stars that it happens to be you rather than her. And if that crone attempts to lay her fingers on my Beyonder Crystal again, I shall just have to torment her dreams till she's my age. Do feel free to mention that if it comes up. Now farewell, you know where to find me, lovely reader. She vanishes. It seems Sandra proved resistant to Bertrude's tampering. If so much history is trapped within the Beyonder Crystal, there shall remain for the foreseeable future. Nope, got nothing. Alright, let's give Sandalwood some enlightenment here. Should be interested to see which lessons you have taken from the book. Find a remote spot where you and Volfred can discuss any of his misgivings or fears about your journey or your fellow exiles. The conversation gives perspective and relief. Boom. The rights demand we act as of one mind in perfect unison, harmony, and free of any doubt. I'm growing more accustomed to being a part of the Nightwings of today. That's pretty cool. When we can speak of fear out in the open, we come closer to achieving freedom. Our struggles are not ours alone to bear. Alright, we got Volfred Games favor or Tizo. I think I'm sending Tizo home. Even though I love my man Tizo. Route to the mountaintop, you pass by a monument to Under King Auras, and Tizo happens to take notice. Please tell great-grandfather I said hello, old friend. I hope you are all right among the stars. You must know why the stars are fading out, because none of us do, and some of us, I think, are beginning to feel afraid. Please grant us courage to press on. Soon he is finished paying his respects. As you prepare to continue your ascent, you sense that Under King Auras has shown him favor. +3 glory, hell yeah. You and your fellow exiles gather at the foot of Scribe's Gate before the archway of carved stone where stands the Gate Guardian. Greetings to you, Celeste. See, the exiles of the Nightwings have returned, even as the cycle of rites begins drawing to a close. The Nightwings accept this as the will of the Scribes. Gate Guardian laughs at this softly for some reason. And you, Tariq, do you accept their will as well? But the lone minstrel does not answer her. It is no matter. Now, Nightwings, each of you come forth and state what it is you seek whilst crossing the Scribe Gate. One by one, the Nightwings declare themselves. You all pass through as before. When Volfred takes his turn, Celeste stops him. You, I see you wear the raiments once again. Explain. The cycle of the rites is ending. While I do not know exactly why, I have my fears. One of my contemporaries, he who fell from the summit long ago, he lives and seeks his liberty again. He stands against us now and believes his triumvirate to be the true Nightwings. I remember well the contemporary whom you mean, and the Nightwings stand divided. Yes, and so I wear the raiments once again, in case that it may help to right this wrong. For I am Volfred Sandalwood, and I seek liberty for each of us, so that one day we might all stand shoulder to shoulder on the other side and bring our freedom to the people there. She considers Volfred's words for a moment. I see, then move along. Guardian of Scribes Gate regards you all, and then she beckons you onward. The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. Celeste? What is it, Tariq? The will of the scribes. Long have we both followed it. I think you would agree. In equal measure has it drawn us close as separated us. But if their aim now is to keep us apart for another age or longer, then no, I do not accept their will. You blaspheme, Tariq. And at the gate, no less. But the lone minstrel simply puts his hat back on.
Admare lorigas.
Then may the scribes themselves admonish me until tomorrow night, Celeste. Having reached the peak of Mount Elodial again, you see the vastness of the downside all around you. It leaves you in deep thought regarding which of your companions ought to go free this night, as Joe Dario did the last time. Gotta check the shop even though I'm not buying anything. Hey guys, so like I don't know what's going on up there with all them stars acting real weird and stuff, but let me tell you something here. You ain't gonna find a better deal on all stuff from anybody, and I mean anybody in the downside. You can trust me when I tell you that, okay? So go on, stock up. Didn't see nothing you like this time, huh? Wilfred looks up as you approach and smiles. I never thought that I would say such things, my boy, but it's good to wear the raiments and the rights once more. The march of time does have a way of healing certain hurts. Besides, the Nightwings of today, we are very different beasts than the Triumvirate which took me in almost a decade ago. Ours was a triumvirate of exactly 3. Well, 4 with Tizo, who proved to be an exception, though historically the Nightwings never took on more exiles than needed. I've mentioned my predecessor Brighton, and my former companions Irisa and Orlek. Perhaps naively, I had hoped my time with them would not be relevant directly to what we now attempt. But seeing as our stories are now intertwined, do let me know if there's any more you wish to learn of them. Yeah, sure. Talk about Orlek. Ask about what Orlek was like when he and Volfred first became acquainted. Volfred remained silent for some time. I was very, very sick, you know, when I first landed in the downside. The long trip down the river must have been a little much for me. It was Orlek who found me. He could not have known my capacity to read before he revived me. He was a physician, intolerant of the sight of suffering of any kind. Not just any physician, mind you, a gifted, highly decorated one. He served on the front. Back then, skirmishes erupted frequently, and those such as Orlek, they had to deal with the many casualties on either side. In time, he said he grew repulsed by what he saw. This sowed in his heart a yearning for an end to all the bloodshed, so he tried to use his status to negotiate a treaty with the Highwing remnants. Must have gone about how you'd expect. He was given direct orders to return to the front, but when he refused to soil his hands again, they cast him to the downside. Here he gained the notice of the Nightwings. Before long, he grew to be one of the finest rites conductors anyone had ever seen. He was instrumental in the liberation of his companions, whose roles in the Triumvirates were later filled by Irisa and me. In time, Orlek's own opportunity for freedom had come up. He longed for it, so that, with his exalted status, he might stand a better chance of negotiating peace. However, on the evening of his liberation, well, you know the story from that point. Volfred breathes a heavy sigh. He and I were kindred spirits for a while. I could not bear to think that he was gone, and now I still cannot entirely believe that he is back. He is our adversary now, transformed, grown cold. Still, part of me is happy that he lives. Make no mistake, of course, I shall not be swayed against our plan, not by Orlek or anyone. As I have said before, we share a higher calling now. As for Orlek, he wants his freedom still, although I wonder if he still remembers why. Anyway, there was something else, my boy? Sure, Brighton. Inquire about Brighton, who you understand was liberated prior to Volfred first joined the Nightwings. I never met Brighton in person, but I know him rather well by now, though for that matter, my boy, so do you. The lone minstrel? Brighton was born wealthy but not special, otherwise you would have no reason to have heard of him. He was exiled for negligent misconduct. I do not know exactly why and do not care for spreading rumors. I first heard of him through Irisa and Orlek, who found in me a suitable replacement following his liberation. They spoke little of him. Orlek gave the impression they did not see eye to eye, but then he assured me I would soon hear from him myself. Oh, indeed, as I became accustomed to the book by which you know well by now, I soon began to hear the voice. Volfred looks at you to see if you yet take his meaning. You see, my boy, after Brighton's liberation, he assumed a new identity within the Commonwealth and a new responsibility to the Triumvirate which liberated him. That voice you hear from time to time, whensoever the stars align, is his. He is no longer Brighton. He is now none other than the Archjustice Andropolis IX himself. the Grand Judge and figurehead under whose watch the Commonwealth is governed in this day. Those who violate the law of the Commonwealth face sentencing by the appointed Archjustice. Huh. So he became, like, basically the new emperor. Liberated exiles return certain burdens to their old triumvirates. They have much to thank for them. To thank them for. Not just freedom, but their exalted status in the Commonwealth. The theocratic rulers of the Commonwealth, they do not wear masks and raiment simply for the sake of ceremony. They are not who they appear to be. Their public paths are nothing but a fabrication. Like Brighton, they were once exiles too. So everyone in the Commonwealth who has power used to be an exile. Brighton, that voice, he has no love for either of us by now. He knows full well what we attempt to do, yet he is bound by the traditions of the rites. He shall always stand on ceremony and complain, but I think he knows deep down that he is powerless. How ironic that one of such high status in the Commonwealth should be so frightened of some long-forgotten exiles such as we. Anyway, that's Brighton for you. He must have seen in you the potential to be one of his staunch supporters for a time. If that's a path you wanted to pursue, I should apologize. Now then, whom else should we talk about? Risa, who you understand betrayed Orlek at the moment of his liberation, but then perished in the Shimmer Pool. I'm afraid you know the brunt of it, my boy, but I suppose you ought to know something of Arisa's past, lest you be quick to judge her solely by her actions. Mind you, I would never make excuses for the terrible choice she ultimately made, but her life, I understand, was very difficult. Arisa had been exiled for the foulest of acts. You could see it plainly branded on her face. Such was the heinousness of what she did in the eyes of the Commonwealth. It just looks like she's got a headband. She was an apprentice blacksmith in her youth, taking up the post left by her brother. He had fallen in battle on the blood border despite wielding their father's own lance and armor. Her father never quite recovered after this, and had grown cruel and detached. It was Arisa who took the brunt of his fury. He expected the impossible of her. One day it was all too much for her, so when next he lashed out at her, she struck back. Struck back again and again and again. When they came for her, her father was gone, and she was not herself. She was promptly cast into the downside for the crime, where her hatred for the Commonwealth only grew. Arisa was always intense in her demeanor, haunted by her father's memory. More than that, her chief motive for wanting back her freedom was, in hindsight, not a healthy one. She longed to join our nation's enemies, to build for the High-Wing remnants a great siege engine that could shatter the defenses of the Commonwealth and forever end our feud. What she ultimately did to Orlek was an act of pure and thoughtless desperation. I do not think that it was simply evil, nor do I think that it was personal. I often wondered, though, if in her final moments in the Shimmer Pool she understood what she had done and the depths to which she had fallen. For years I must admit I hated her, but now my only hope is that she found a peace untenable during her relatively short life in the downside in the Commonwealth. Furthermore, I hope the life of Arisa offers some perspective yet to those of us who have not made the same mistakes. Now then, was there something else? Nope, we good. Volfred a good afternoon and leave him with his memories. My pleasure, Rita. Reflecting on the past from time to time helps demonstrate how far we've come, yet how much farther we have yet to go. Whew. Alright, we got a liberation right. Once more, you will gain the Fall of Solium, where one of you may go free, or one among you may go free. But first, you have to prevail against the fates and liberation right. Reader, your companions are gathered here under the Fall. They shall be counted on you. Indeed, as the cycle of rites turns ever faster, so too is our plan set in motion. My agents in the Commonwealth are beginning to cause a bit of a stir out there, and word has reached high places that the rites are ending. This is our chance, though let us not despair should victory elude us here. We shall make the most of whatever the scribes may have in store for us. That is to say, good luck, my boy. It's time. Fiery Hammer, Donus the Locket. Nope.
Once more, the Nightwings gain the summit of the sacred Mount Aladiel to conduct the liberation rite.
Aladio.
Even as the stars themselves abandon you. Make good upon these final opportunities, reader. This glorious age-old tradition coming to an end upon your watch. I trust the fate your adversaries shall not throw away this chance. Choose now who may go free, should they unfortunately fail.
Here's burned in each of the triumvirates as presents with there. I concur. Then, anointed one of the fates, come forth now and declare yourself and pay respects you have unto your adversaries the Nightwings. Then Dolgerd Dalbert steps forward and starts for a moment with his mask. Greetings, good heralds. I am called Dalbert Owenhart. It is a greatest honor for my years to stand upon the sacred site upon which the 8 scribes first anointed these glorious proceedings. Nightwings, we are honored to be in your presence once more. Father, they are our adversaries, not our hosts. We need not be so gentle with them. They shall do their utmost to keep you from your freedom. Dalbert, your son speaks out of turn. Control him. My sincerest apologies for this unnecessary outburst. Onward, please. We have worked toward this opportunity and we must make the most of it. This is mask back on. My son and I stand ready to begin. Nightwings, your decision. On whose behalf shall we conduct deliberation rites? Yep. You prepare your song, Richard? Of course, Celeste.
Whom do you intend to liberate?
Bertrude, Gilman, or Tizo. I think it's Tizo. We gotta send Tizo to the Commonwealth, man. Because he would show the people that, you know, there's life in the downside. It's not just some barren wasteland, right? So I want it to be like, I think I want to leave Ruki and Day, and then I guess Gilman. Yeah, let's anoint Tizo, man. Hell yeah.
Tizo.
Tizo seemed stunned by your decision, though is very grateful to you for it all the same.
Who shall stand with him?
Gotta get Volfred's experience up so we can send him. Yeah, sure, let's do that.
Volfred.
Let us prevail on this night for you, Tizo, and for the good of our ailing nation. We want to keep Bertrude up there. Oh man, I'm gonna have to start using Day so that I just don't give Ruki more experience. Yeah, Bertrude's up there, so I gotta do... It's like I shouldn't be using Gilman or Ruki. Yeah, but I only need one of them to be in the top 3, so I'm gonna just keep Bertrude high up.
Bertrude.
And we shall do what is within our power for that one.
The choice is cast.
We give thanks to have this opportunity to face you, O Nightwings. Now let us strive for our fullest capability, with honor and with grace. Save your strength for the right, Father, and for the voyage home. This will be our final battle against them.
Commence!
You can do this, Almar. I believe in you. It's so do the scribes. Alright, Day. Wait, what is this? What are you talking about? It's a liberation rite. What are you doing? Day pulls at her mask. I think you are my friend, Almar, and so I am hoping for the best for you and for your father. He believes in you, and so do I. We have to do our very best as well, and I know we cannot all prevail. Only the fate of the Nightwings, but not both. Not both. Almar looks on, stunned in silence. The Emperor seems to have disarmed everyone. We all have to do our very best, and then the scribes, they're going to watch over us and make everything okay. You'll see, Almar, you'll see. The puts her mask back on as the liberation rite continues. Whether her words flustered your adversaries or emboldened them, you cannot tell. Oh, I didn't get a jump off. Damn, I never did get that. Hear us now, O noble Yomir, for we beseech thee. Surely we cannot prevail without your aid. If you ever heard my prayers, I beg of you, please smile upon us now. Whether from his prayer to the scribes, or simply the doubtless resolve, something comes over your fellow exiles here. If they are banished now, they shall not soon return.
And there it is, at last.
Alright, Tizo, you earned
The
it.
Night Wings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Night Wings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Alas, my son, once more it seems that I have failed you. Father, wait, what good is freedom to us anyway if we would be apart? Tizo is stunned by what has transpired and by what he thinks is about to happen. He looks around as the reality of what transpired sinks in. He realizes now this is a goodbye, at least for the time. He struggles to express the gratitude he feels at having served the Nightwings these many years. He also does not know what to expect from the Commonwealth and whether he will be accepted. Nevertheless, he vows that he will keep doing his part to the benefit of the Fulford's plan. With that, he splashes into the Shimmer Pool and is gone from view. You hear him chirping one last time. Tizo wishes for the best for each of you and asks that you remember him. Hell yeah, dude. Tizo earned his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Tizo. The 8 scribes are watching from afar. By their grace, may the cycle of the rites keep turning for as long as possible. Until the rites begin anew.
Father, wait. Calm yourself, my son. The liberation rite is ended. But, no, how can you be so calm, even now, after what happened? Did you strive this night with all your heart, Alma? Yes, but it was not enough. It was not enough. No, my son. It was enough. It was more than enough. Father. Scarcer, but more frequent. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the fates. And this is the liberation rite. Excellently done, Nightwings. Would that we make good of all such incidents. You succeeded in liberating Tizo. He's gone to the Commonwealth after prevailing in a liberation rite. Quite probably the first of his kind to leave the downside. Return to the Commonwealth in glory. We have but a few such liberation rites remaining. Exactly how many I do not wish to speculate about as yet, until such time we can better say for certain. Under no circumstances would I suggest this is ideal. However, it is opportunity enough that our plan, 70%, may as yet succeed. Although all of these setbacks, I fear. Volford trails off and falls silent. Some of the others exchange looks. They are beginning to understand. With the rite soon ending, everything which Volford has sought, both on his own for many years, and now with all of you, all of it may have been in vain. The hush spreads to the others, but not to you. You then proceed to do something that none of them seem to expect. You raise your voice. Each of your fellow exiles turns to you, their expressions asking you a question with no easy answer. What are we going to do? As you meet Ruki's gaze, the words for the occasion begin to crystallize in your mind. You were searching to find the right words, as all your fellow exiles are looking to you now. Search for the words to say to your fellow exiles. Interact, consider a different angle on this. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so look at that. You tell them that you have all stood together time after time throughout this quest and are now poised to seize upon a glorious opportunity. Or, you tell them you are not going to mince words with anyone here because by now each of you knows each other well. You have all struggled to come this far across the downside through many challenges which you have faced time after time and are now... So, what's the second one? Only a hollow fool would turn back now. It would be a grave disservice to the group. Only to reach a low point. Stood together time after time. And now poised to seize a glorious opportunity, yeah. Your path to freedom is still laid before you all. True freedom is not waiting for you in the Commonwealth. The path is difficult enough to add a burden of despair. None of you pursue this quest with any guarantees. The quest you all knew was unlikely to end well. One cannot assume it would have a happy outcome. It is clear now that not all of you are going to return. Surely this is weighed heavily on everyone. Each of you knew this outcome was a possibility. Yeah, true freedom is not waiting in the Commonwealth. Meanwhile, the stars themselves are shining on for you. All of what has transpired cannot be mere chance. Oh god, that's three. A threefer. And you all now have a divine duty to uphold. They would spur you on to greater feats. Glory awaits you if you can persevere together. But the Commonwealth is already in upheaval. There you have unfinished business to conduct, or its troubles are only the beginning, or are only beginning. You have to resist the forces that would crush you. The injustices committed on the other side cannot continue. Something far more vital is at stake. You see the imminent conclusion of the rites as a sign. Disappearance of the stars can be no accident. It is a sign the world is changing. A sign the scribes are watching. Yeah, that's the one, because the Commonwealth is literally shutting off the stars to prevent the exiles from overthrowing everything. Yeah. You now have this opportunity to live with purpose for you and your people, or for your own sake, for your people, for each other. For all those who live on, for yours is a righteous cause. You all stand poised to ensure the world you leave behind for your loved ones, for whatever, is a world worth living in, worthy of homecoming. Now's the time to stand and fight fight the forces that oppose you. For those who live oppressed, or for those who do not fight, do not prevail. Stand and fight the forces for each other. For those who live oppressed, or for those who do not fight, do not prevail. For the oppressed. If you cannot see the merit in this quest, then you are unfit to stand among the night wings. You are unfit to stand atop the sacred mountain. Hold on. You are unworthy of the raiments in the books. You are unworthy of the stars' waning light. Damn. When you look at it that way, which side of the world you end up on is all up to you, or whether you achieve your freedom is all up to you. To each one of you, in your own way, you need to see journey to an end. If you can believe any of this, then believe above all in each other, or trust what your heart is telling you. Believe that the plan may yet be achieved, or that trust that you may yet prevail together. If you believe any of this, believe above all in each other, and trust that you may yet prevail together. After a brief period of reflection, you share one last sentiment with the group. Let us stand together now and always. Mere distance cannot separate our spirits. The stars have not vanished, they have joined us. Let us bring about the harmony envisioned by the 8 scribes. The people of the Commonwealth need us as we need one another. Yeah, let's bring about the harmony envisioned by the 8 scribes, and you may join, or then you join the others in silence. Thus do you remain together with your thoughts. No one speaks for a time, but then... You see them too, then, mister, the scribes among the stars, how they are watching over us. Thou wouldst dare to change this ancient world, reading one, and yet thy words are tinged with certain truths. May long the stars remain alight for you, reader, sir. All the while, Wolfred remains watching you intently. Then his expression softens and he smiles. You were right, of course, my boy. We are the Nightwings. It is precisely as you said. Let us bring about the harmony envisioned by the 8 scribes. Lead us then, reader, to the end of our quest and to the dawn of a new age for all our kin. Everyone, for the Nightwings. They stand with you no matter what. They await the outcome of your vision of the stars, which burn with renewed fury, because now the last rites beckon. +1 hope permanently. Let us bring about harmony. Stars above now burn with what appears a desperate fury, many more of them than usual. Your path is yours to choose among the myriad of stars. So now they're all open, right? I think I'm going to Trieste because I don't think I've been there yet for the book. Stars of the 8 scribes, they shine together now as one. The low minstrel draws breath, as though surprised by what he sees. He backs away and averts his eyes. This is another sign the rites are soon to cease. Few chances yet remain to confront the adversaries you have met during your journey. Liberation rites remaining ? 2 until the next liberation, okay. we just fought them, we're just gonna clap them again. Because I know I've been there. I don't know if I've been to Orez yet. I know I've been there. Oh, have I been to Ymir? I know I've been to Gol, I don't know if I've been to Ymir. But I'm pretty sure I haven't been to Trieste. Stars continue to vanish. There cannot be many opportunities at liberty remaining. The others grow anxious. Not all of them shall make it out of here. Then we shall keep each other's company. Stars reveal to you a path toward the nest of Trieste, where the rites shall soon continue. Come morning, your travels shall continue. For now, everyone needs rest. What's up, Day? In spite of the late hour, you find Day minding her own business in the wagon and talking to herself, or rather, to the wagon walls. But most of all, I think I'm gonna miss his little chirping sounds. He woke me up with them sometimes. He kept waking me up. He sure was a good friend of both of us, right, little brother? Why, you knew him even better than I did. Much better, I should think. So you must really miss him too. She spreads her arms against the wall. I understand, I do. Those dry vamps up there, they seem very sad about this too. Maybe some are happy, I don't know. More food for them to share, and they liked food. Tizo sure liked food. I wonder if he'll like the food at home. It's very different, right? And so maybe he won't, but he eats almost anything. Oh, this must be so exciting for him. And I know the scribes shall be watching over him still. I think maybe they love him best of all. I cannot wait to hear what he thinks of it all, and I think for sure that he will help with Mr. Sandalwood's big plan. That's the great thing about Tizo, little brother. No matter where he goes, he always helps. He always helps. She bounds off without acknowledging your presence in the least. You sense that she has found some peace despite now being separated from her little friend Tizo. You hope by now that he has found safe passage in the Commonwealth. On Worth, in the words of Triesta, the Blessed Board, the fallen empire of Sara was ruled according to an ancient bloodline thought to be infallible. Our society shall instead be by those who earn the privilege. We, the 8, we cannot bear the burden of determining your worth. It shall be determined by your peers, and by you yourself. You shall provide a framing through the rights to put you to the test, against yourselves, against your kin, against your adversaries. The downside cannot let us all go free, thus freedom to the worthy. As the worthy, your true calling then begins. As you return to a society which longs to learn the wisdom you have gained along your path, the worthy shall lead. So, the idea is that those who are redeemed lead. And so we continue. There's no time now to return to the Moonlight Alcove as before, as the stars already urged you on. Everyone is ready to make haste for the nesting. Ooh. Wolford approaches you as you fly above his hidden lair at the Moonlight Alcove. You cannot help but wonder if you shall ever return there. Our dear alcove. I've asked my agents to break down the place. It soon shall be gone. If it isn't already, we shall not be returning. We've not the time to do so anyway, and with Orlek back among the living now, and no longer fond of me, I dare not think what he would do with it. Unfortunately, hiding places are of little value once they're found. Once all of this is over, those of us who do not manage to return, we shall find another place to live. Or we shall have to find another place to live. To try to live, at least. The unmistakable remains of Zilvius Horse-Headed, which protrude from the ash and fire there below. Some have taken it to be a work of a sculpture reader. The mare Titan, vanquished by the scribe Triesta Tithys, she broke the land beneath her burning hooves, whinnying vengeance. The tale of a Titan felled by Saint Triesta Tithys, that is more unbelievable than the thought that some daring exiles over many years carved the Titan's visage out of stone. Be that as it may, the climate and the cliffs are home now to the exiled harps, such as the Essence whom you face here when you first arrived. Even they do not all know of the locale's sacred significance. Let's see, Ruki has a hunch you may find something of value. Volfrid, it's faster for the vocations. I definitely want the vocations. I want to level up Volfrid. The Beyonder Crystal seeks Volfrid, hell yeah. You've returned, how can I help you, if at all? What's on your mind? Why are you doing this, reaching out to me again like this? I've been abandoned in this blaster rock more times than I could count, reader, and each time I have laughed it off like so. She laughs. I fear it will be different this time. Before I knew that someone else would come around and pick up where the previous idiot left off, but now... She scoffs and falls silent for a time. Well, it seems there may not be a next time after this, if what I am to understand about the stars out there is even a half-truth. So then, I can anticipate an eternity of utter solitude without even the blasted rites to keep me company. Understand that while I may be apparition in a glass to you, I yet retain a shred of self, and do not happily foresee that outcome. And yet, you keep on coming back to me like this. If this is all in service of a torment, then you are most cruel, O lovely reader, commendably so, if I have to say. So then, am I to understand that you wish to spend more time with me thus, knowing full well the stars are soon to put an end to this little affair? As if in answer to her question, you feel what seems to be the Beyonder Crystal itself. The Beyonder Crystal seems to be pulling you away. Return to the surface. Ancient sorcerer that sent Sandra to this crystal prison is not something to be trifled with, or stay with Sandra for a while longer. Yeah. Focus your mind and remain where you are, there with Sandra, in the confines of the Beyonder Crystal, and remain there with her for some time. No words need be exchanged between the two of you, and in the darkness there, for once, she does not feel alone. Soon enough, however, she bids you to depart. Shall leave those idiots of yours listless if you remain here for too long. Be gone already, and let me know if you have need of me. We got a trial. Very well. Let's consider who among those idiots is worth my limitless time. It's Volford. That fancy talking sap, you mean? I shall be interested to see if he has learned something since we last sparred like this. Then let us bring him forth. So it's my turn then, is it? Let us see what we can do, my boy. This is gonna be hard. The apparition Sander appears. Listen well, Sap, you answer to me here. As you will, O Sandra the Unseen. Proper as ever then, though I wonder if you have the wherewithal that you project. Show me then, what you can do without the benefit of those whom you would lead, and let us see if you and your lovely reader have reached a thorough understanding as of yet. Okay. Cool. Okay. I broke the code. I'll allow it. I am grateful for the privilege of your time, good Sandra. Flattery shall never get you anywhere with me, Sap. Nonetheless, your performance was sufficient and you passed my test. Thus, congratulations are in order to you and to your lovely reader. Now, farewell. I had not seen that Sander in some time. She has not changed a bit. But it would seem she left something for us, did she? Lou's bow. His blink ability transports him farther than usual. Hell yeah. Boop. We're gonna hit him with one of these. Then we're gonna get the old +3. Do I have a +4 in here? And we're gonna roll +2. There you go, double distance, baby. Oh wait, what was that? A leg sack thing? A solace shell. Sparkly thing in its center is in fact its heart, which it airs out from time to time. It keeps it from the sea of solace. Only a monster would attempt to remove the heart, or would have the strength. Hello? Anyone alive in there? It's me, Goku. Alright, past time with some vocations. Foreboding feelings stuck with you since your arrival in the monolithic stonework of Black Shore. Low Road, yep. Some of it spreads to the others in the group. Tomorrow is another day, but for the time we'll have to ride this out. This knight's skin crawls with much anxiety. You decide to focus on pursuing your vocations until the Black Wagon is ready to move on. Give him some of that XP. You and Volford discuss the meaning of the rites, developing a deeper understanding of this contest, created to determine the worthy from among all those pitted against each other. Long did I bide my time in anticipation that one day the Nightwings would reform under a common cause. To be part of it myself, it nourishes the spirit. Yeah, I don't need that, so then... Yeah, that's pretty good. Suppose if we had no doubts or misgivings to weigh on us from time to time, then keeping hold of faith would not be such a necessary part of all this. And so we continue. To the nest. Halt! Everyone, I beg you, please forgive my rudeness here. Flag wagon has shuddered to a stop en route to the nest of Trieste. There is some commotion as the lone minstrel motions for everyone to be still. Someone is there along our path ahead. Points into the distance. However, when you scan the horizon, everything is still. You see no sign of whomever the lone minstrel referred to. Still, he indicates caution. Strange. I do not believe I was mistaken. Tense moment passes, then another. Then the lone minstrel tenses up. Our guest, he is there. You look toward where he signals, and then at last you see the cause of his concern. There is no mistaking who it is. Orlek. Orlek stands there near motionless atop some forgotten rock jutting from the razor brambles a fair distance away. Stands directly on the path of your black wagon. Yet he shows no sign of acknowledging the wagon's presence. He appears only to be waiting for something, likely for you all. Lone minstrel gets your attention quietly. Reader, what do your senses tell you at this time? Orlek may have come with ill intent. Orlek stands in your path. Alright to get to, Orlek may wish to stand in your way, but he can be made to move. Confrontation outside the bounds of the rights is forbidden. Orlek ought to be avoided, or hail him. Orlek may be here to talk. If you reach out to him, perhaps you can communicate in peace. Let's do it. Talk to him. There has to be a way to reason with Orlek and bridge differences between him and his former triumvirate. Perhaps he has come to negotiate. Perhaps you are correct. Let us try and make contact with him, then, as we proceed. Give the signal for the drive imps to start the wagon and head toward him. But just as you reach the point where Orlek once stood, it seems our guest has already departed. Let us remain watchful as we proceed on course. Indeed, Orlek is nowhere to be found now. The unnerving encounter causes everyone to fall silent for the remainder of the trip. Wagon finally arrives at the nest of Trieste, where still there is no sign of Orlek or your next adversaries for that matter. Companions organize a quick search about the premises, leaving you to watch the wagon until the rites commencement. Yeah, see, I never got this nest yet. Or the page there. Notice your little imp pal, he ain't with you anymore. Is he okay? I heard the wildest thing, but he somehow got out of here, back to the other side. And I'm thinking, why would an imp want that? I don't know, man. I mean, I guess I have like all the talismans I need, right? I don't need the Stardust or anything. Yeah, maybe some other time then, guys. That's hilarious. Something is wrong. Someone is here, alone with you. God, he has his own theme and it's badass. Given present circumstances, now seems not... Alright, fine. I just wanted to read the page in the book. Orlek seems to be examining various objects in the wagon. Whether he has noticed you, you cannot tell. What he is doing here and how he got in unnoticed, you cannot imagine. Watch him go about whatever he is doing, examining all sorts of things that you and your fellow exiles gathered on your journey. Shakes his head. All of these trinkets, this wagon, it is most different now. Welcoming, and yet I am unwelcome here, it seems. In my own wagon. He directs his gaze at you, acknowledging your presence for the first time. You, a mere shadow. Tell me something. Who are you to them? Orlek wishes to know your connection to the Nightwings. You are their reader. He may as well know the truth of it. You sense no reason to mislead him. You're their friend. A relationship to this band has grown to become more than just your role in the rites. Who you are is of little consequence, certainly not to the likes of him, or say nothing. Nah, I'm their friend, man. Tell Orlek that you have traveled all across the downside with this group and count them as your trusted friends. It is a different group now than in his day. A friend, is it? Beware then, for the Nightwings do not always treat their friends with all due charity. Relay to them a message for me, Shadow. Tell them I shall have my night. He strides right past you toward the door, but then he turns to you again once more. I shall have my night. Then Orlek is gone. Cool, now I can read the book. Man, that is so cool. The nest of Trieste. The ashen effigy of the nightmare titan Zilvius horse-headed looms as dark as ever on the precipices of Black Basin, where her chaotic influence sundered the land itself until it wept with fire. The very instant that our graceful friend Trieste Tithys finally laid to rest the greater titan with the power of the holy scepter of the empire, the stars shone down upon us with blinding light. Trieste thought that she could bear her children in the warmth there, but alas. Now the stars revisit that locale with regularity. The fissures in the rock do pose more danger than one ought invite, but a summons to the nest is to be honored. That's funny, I can't go to the roster. Several of your companions return as you exit the wagon. You explain what happened. However, none of them saw Orlek. Most concerning, reader, though I am thankful you are well. Orlek, he always was a peaceful individual, and yet his disposition is much different now. Perhaps we had best inspect the wagon for any signs of tampering in light of these events. You and the others conduct an exhaustive search in and around the black wagon for any signs of objects missing or tampered with, as well as signs of damage or foul play. Search yields nothing. No one finds any sign that anything was moved or tampered with. Even the drive imps seem calm. The incident leaves you questioning your own recollection of what happened. You try to clear your mind, for the rite is soon now to commence. Alright, before we do this, because I love the artwork when it's under the stars and it has the giant arrows through these holes, I just think it's so cool. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick and then we'll do this right. Okay. The sky begins to darken over the nest of Trieste. You see one of your adversaries clad in the colors of the fate step forward. Where is Day? She arrives on cue. Oh, hi, Almer. Hello. Father asked me to salute you and the Nightwing, so here I am then. Consider yourself saluted. Oh, okay, and may the scribes watch over you and Mr. Old Heart. Shall do no such thing. Know that I am only doing this to ease Father's worries, such as I can, but when night falls, you are all my adversaries, nothing more. He walks away, even as the darkness grows and the stars begin to shine. The tattered mantle. That's what the road caller wore. And you can see it on his stage. There's like a stone monument with him in the tattered mantle. If your adversaries grasp the orb, their aura shall slowly shrink rather than vanish. Nope.
The infamous Reader returns.
See, I love this with the arrows.
Along with his remaining retinue of miscreants. You managed recently to rid yourself of yet another one. Your adversaries, the Fate. As with you, they must be very desperate for their freedom. They shall not make it any easier from here.
Hail once again, O Nightwings. My son Almer tells me you treated him most graciously. For that I am most grateful. Father, I said no such thing. But as we all know each other well now, I suggest that we dispense with further interactions for the time. Let's not let our hearts take sway when we are here to honor the scribes. Day listens intently to all this, then. Oh, you are right, Mr. Oldheart. I never thought of it that way, but you are right. Elmer, when all of this is over someday not too long from now and the scribes are satisfied that we have served them well, then will you be my friend? I don't know. Okay, I know you mean that too. Till then, may the scribes protect us all. May the scribes protect us all.
Choose now your band of traitors.
Okay. Yeah, because I want to send these two for sure. And then if I get one more, I send Gilman. So I need to not use Rookie, which means I'll probably have to start using Day at some point. Bertrude on the starts. So let's see, if I send Bertrude, because she's second highest, then it would end up being Rookie, Gilman, and Volford that are the three highest. So yeah, so it doesn't even matter. Because then when Volford's gone, it's just these three, then all three of them are quote-unquote the highest. Yeah, so let's do Volford and then Gilman.
Volford. Sir Gilman, it is done.
The glory of the Nightwings. Let us stand together now, my son. Always, Father, I am ready.
Now begin. Proof. A favorable start.
Slime into that pyre like people slimed at DMs.
Beauteous.
Have Volford fling the orb into their pyre. I don't even want that 15 gold, man.
By the scribes.
Alright, this easy got real easy. It used to be, like, easy was even kicking my ass. My poor Alma, you did nothing to deserve this. You have the family's courage and the family's grace, but lack the but lack the family's strength. Strength to tell you so. Courage, Alma, the scribes are watching over us, and we shall be united with them always, them and one another.
Headlong goes Sir Gilman into flame. Now end the ceremony.
Oh. I didn't do that, right? Okay. 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 Might as well make the money. What? That's cheating. We just gotta do some DM sliding over here. Whoop.
And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. They overwhelmed their adversaries utterly. Thus end this night's proceedings.
Alas, the scribes did not heed our prayers this night. Come, Honor, we are needed here no longer.
Bask now in the wisdom of the scribes. Now does our Sir Gilman finally know something of honor.
This knight is the epitome of indomitable spirit. He has achieved the culmination of his training. How wonderful a feeling, having nothing left to learn, Master Reader. Nothing whatsoever. This knight highly recommends it. Finishes in a wider slash. Instant return? Yeah.
The might of the sea sojourner.
He's pretty close.
Until the next rite, if there even is to be another one.
And could you imagine speeding through story events to play the game part of this instead of like enjoying the story and hating the game? Back at the Black Wagon, you find the Low Minstrel examining your fellow exiles after they vanquished the fate almost effortlessly. Explaining to you that none of them look well. Low Minstrel notices you there and turns to you. Reader, the faster turning of the cycle of the rites has put a strain on everyone. We have multiple cases of banishment sickness this time. It is fortunate that your other companions are available to conduct the common rite, because I fear this group here requires rest. Bid Gertrude a swift recovery, and she nods weakly in response. You exchange a look with Sir Gilman, who seems exhausted after the last rite. As for Fulford, it is clear to you he wishes to be left alone right now. Leave the lone minstrel to look after them and turn your attention to the stars that remain shining in the dark outside. Do we even have a third? Stars yet shine for you, revealing various paths forward. I think that one would be cool. I wish this place would tell me if I've been to somewhere before. Because, like, I can't remember if I've been to either of these two. In, like, the repeat, so I could get the lore book, but, like, this place is just cool. Well, you know what? I know that I got the lore book there, so I might as well take the gamble on one of these, right? Oh, I don't think I've done this one, because this has the discs that move, and I don't remember doing that for a long time, so I'm going to do this one. Is this night to understand that we shall soon confront Sir Deluge and the Pyre Hearts once more? Then is to be a most exciting time. This night's one-time commanding officer, imagine if you will, a worm without the slightest trace of bravery. Scummon then recants his tale of Sir Deluge's past and how it is they wind up together on the downside. Sir Deluge, a worm knight of the Sea Dominion and former ally of Sir Gilman, he lacks the sort of courage for which his kind is known, yet somehow leads the Pyre Hearts anyway. Some worms born under the Sea Dominion's waters sought life's meaning on dry land. The Commonwealth recognized their chivalrous traditions and soon put them to use. He was just another bit of a frontline fodder for the war against the hiring remnants. Yet time and time again, he distinguished himself for one simple reason: he would not die. His unusual instinct for self-preservation kept him safe in many battles, and over time he was repeatedly promoted for lack of any real competition. Then in the Battle of the Spiral Sanctum, when retreat certainly was not an option, Sir Luke retreated anyway. This was a breaking point, and he was at last sentenced to exile. In the downside, he sought water, where he made contact with Sir Gilman and other members of his kind. They all saluted him as their superior. The other knights had little choice but to respect his rank. As the Pyre Hearts, they conduct the rites in the name of the great hero, the Under King Orez, while adhering to their strict code. This knight might not have failed quite so miserably in the Battle of the Spiral Sanctum. At the Battle of the Spiral Sanctum, had his entire regiment not turned away in disarray, had not turned in disarray as Sir Deluge fled. Perhaps by confronting his former commander, this knight's own honor may be regained in part for now. However, this knight must beg your leave. Say goodnight to Sir Gilman in turn. There is no time to make flight preparations now, though in the morning we'll press on again. Finds Sir Gilman searching intently for something or other, his eyes shut tight, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. He acknowledges your presence in the most minimal way possible and continues scanning the environment. Shall have to forgive this knight's impertinence to you, Master Reader, for he is on the hunt at this time, using his acute sense of hearing, which is much more acute whilst underwater, but shall have to suffice in this case, shall track down a most elusive character who has eluded this knight time and time again, and from whom this knight seeks to learn still superior evasive strategies applicable when next he may conduct the rites. Hold, is that? You have no idea to whom he is referring when? Stick it up, worm, you're caught out. Could have wrung your neck just now, you know? Oh, this knight has failed again. Alas, Master Rookie, once more you have outwitted this poor knight and outmaneuvered him. Please, you must reveal the secret to your speed and cunning. Take it easy, chum, you're not half bad yourself. Besides, I was getting pretty sick of running circles around all these slowpokes before you showed up while we were out at sea. Do you truly mean that, Master Rookie? But no, it cannot be, for this knight has nary seen anyone as deft and fleet of foot as you. Certainly, it must be advantageous to possess 4 feet, while this knight has but 1, if it so may be called. And yet we are born with necessary means, and we must all make do. Look, chum, you gotta stop being so hard on yourself already. You ever thought maybe you ought to give yourself a break once in a while? Never. This knight deserves no break, not whilst there is honor to be gained. He's merely a worm, one of roughly 8 billion of his kind. Thus he must strive to be remarkable and to exceed what is expected of him. So what, chum? You went and did that already. I thought all you Sea Dominion types were just a bunch of meatheads who didn't care for nothing but a fight. You've been downright decent, even made me break a sweat a couple times out there, when I thought maybe we got somebody quicker on his foot than me. The point I'm trying to make is, it's good having you with us. I always say it's worth having someone quick around to keep you on your toes. For a moment you wonder if Sir Gilman is about to weep. Sensing the same, Rookie immediately changes the subject. Now come on, you want to go another round or what? Some good hiding spots outside where I can show you how we curs get the drop on unwary passerby. In a very honorable way. Sight would be most honored, Master Rookie. So two of them head off to further train together. You catch notice of the book of rights there in the wagon. The rights which show stress, trust, and reliance on one's fellow exiles. The 8 scribes likely did not envision Sir Gilman and Rookie in particular as conductors of their sacred tradition, yet perhaps theirs is the sort of kinship which they had in mind. Yeah, celestial landmarks. Yeah, so I have Trieste, I have the Ridge of Gaul, got the Pit, got the Hulk, got the Isle, got the Trieste, got Glade of Lou, Balsolium obviously. Okay, so I did make the right choice to go to Hau. I gotta hit this without hitting E, because then I'll accidentally go here. There we go. Forbidding cairn of Hau lies below. Not many exiles see fit to cross beyond it. Some fear the listless remains of Shaq's 6 shoulders shall snatch them up if they attempt to cross. One simply does not want to pass through to flagging hands. Oh, others simply do not want to pass through to flagging hands. I was doing the fucking Lord of the Rings meme. None dared approach the withered fiend whose plague had spread half across the valley. Few know its true significance as we do, although your adversaries the Pyre should be on their way here now. Soon you shall confront them once again. Got the Lick Sand. Expedient Path. Or Rookie will gather stuff. Let's do Expedient. Yes. Yomir. I have to do this one too. We gotta do that one next. Touchdown the heart of Yomir Valley, where you first face the Fate and the Dissidents. Briefly wonder where they might be now and how they fare. You now have little time before you set forth by land. In here? Nope. As you look about the stark badlands stretching in every direction, Volfred approaches and asks for a moment of your time. As we were unpacking the wagon, I happen to find something of note. Let's throw it in with the rest of the cargo, shall we? He hands you the item he found and encourages you to take the rest of the day to rest and pursue your vocations. Oh, we got a forgotten parcel. Cool. I actually wanted to see, because... yeah, I have 3 people... Oh, Volfred didn't get it, technically? Because, yeah, it gave me 3 people with sickness, but I guess the game realized, like, this is an event that can randomly occur, and I didn't have enough party members to actually do another rite, so I guess Volfred just didn't get the sickness, even though he should have. Yomir Valley, the downside prairie first appears serene. It is not. The soil there accommodates only the region's brutish native vines and overbrush. The most likely food sources prove poisonous. Thus we journeyed further north. The climate there grew fouler to my senses, though the cur Jomir found it amenable. The sprawling valley, pocked with long evaporated lakes, gives evidence to the monstrosities which roam this land. We found the region's western edge to be more pleasant on the whole. Therein we found sources of fresh water, whereas over to the east we found the edge of the land's most hideous decay. And then we gotta mentor Volfred, keep him up at the top. Illustrate to Volfred some of the intricacies of the rites, focusing on how all three in a triumvirate can move and act as one mind. You sense you grasp some of the concepts. Just so, I must say, my boy, your understanding of the rites is more than I expected. Cool. Nothing there. Move on. Oh.
You
Hello,
are
voice.
nothing, reader. Nothing but a mindless simpleton. Your every action is a stain upon the legacy of the 8 scribes. The rites have been a long-held secret to keep out those such as you.
Wake from what little sleep you managed this past night. Once more, the voice tormented you within your dreams. You attempt to rid your memory of it. The voice truly is that of the Archjustice Androboles the Ninth himself, as Volfred indicated, that none of you are likely to receive too warm a welcome should you regain your freedom. So we go to the Cairn of Haud. Messenger Imp! With news and rumors from the other side, manages to track down your wagon in the dusty wastes of the Omir Valley. The Imp's latest information is about none other than Tizo, who you liberated with the fall of Solium. Everybody says he's the first creature of his kind to come to the Commonwealth. Hell yeah, dude. While this unique status brought Tizo no shortage of prestige, he nonetheless experienced difficulty acclimating to the new environment. It seems that he grew quite despondent. Then at last he managed to track down Volfred's agents, with whom he is working to find a means to bring more exiles home. Thus has the revolution grown stronger. He also left for you a special verbal message via his most trusted messenger, who rears up and intones, Tizo wants you to know he's doing well but misses you and hopes to see you again. You thank the messenger imp for the report, and ask that it relay your kind regards. Your companions do begin to talk in turn. Why, that lucky little, okay, sure, I'm a little jealous of him. So happy for him. I wish I could have a friend like him when I was there. Very, very bright, that one. Would have served well as our familiar. Perhaps someday yet it shall be so. Oft it is said the good things come in smallish packages, and Tizo stood as living proof, and living he remains apparently. You did it, little one. You'd scarce believe how long our Tizo toiled here in service of the Nightwings. He deserves his peace more than us all. Damn right. Shall look forward to our next reunion, Tizo, perhaps when we are back among the stars. The news of Tizo's adventures in the Commonwealth fills you and your fellow exiles with newfound resolve. Let's get +1 hope. Good luck, Tizo. Hey guys, I was just thinking maybe I should have a sale or something here sometime, but then again, my prices are as low as they can go, so I don't think I can. I just can't do it, guys. That's cool, that's cool, that's cool. Oh, that, like, he's like, oh, you're gonna make a sale? Oh, you gonna buy it? You gonna buy it? Is there anything else? Oh yeah, I can give him this. And then I don't need those because they're not here. Oh yeah, take a black cap, right? I mean, I have like nothing else going. Tell your friends about us because I already told mine. Nice. Alright, let's do it. As the sky above the cairn of Haub darkens, your companions watch in silence and await the commencing of the rites. Gertrude speaks up after a time. The stars now burn for us. Now everything is ready and the stars begin to shine once more precisely as foretold. I don't think there's any new ones, but god, these are all so cool.
Rita, I am still very cross with you, you know. To think I saw in you a worthy heir. Not
Wait.
just to the legacy of the Nightwings, but to the future of the Commonwealth. That traitor Volfred. Only a fool would be seduced by his audacious promises and his dangerous ideas. That, dear reader, would make you a fool. I have no choice but to explain it thus, so even you could understand. Now for this blasted rite. Some of us still have our duties to uphold.
Now that's a little interesting because Volfred said, based on the Book of Rites, only those who walk or like who actually participate in the rites can be granted their freedom again. Yet the Archjustice is saying a worthy heir in me, the reader. But that would mean that the reader could actually get their salvation or their freedom back. So who's right? Like, could a reader actually just get it back anyway? Could you anoint the reader and 3 people participate in the rite on his behalf? Or is he lying through his teeth to me because, you know, he's Commonwealth and he's bad? You again come to torment us? This is really gonna hurt again, isn't it? Firehearts, let us show them what the Nightwings can do. I got 2 people with sickness, so I can't.
Who shall besmirch the Nightwing's name?
Oh yeah, Rookie. Go first. Equip Living Flame in your cargo. Why specifically Living Flame? I just realized I don't even have a legendary trinket for Day because I guess I haven't leveled her up enough to oh damn, I really should have bought the should have bought all the Stardust. Because I guess I have to, maybe it's level 3 where you can seek the Beyonder Crystal or whatever.
Day.
Shiru-sama?
Volfred. Very well.
Prepare yourselves, everyone. We're not afraid of you, especially not this night. One night's attack.
Commence.
Oh, clap me there. Oh, I teleported
Did not hesitate.
to my mouse instead of where I thought I was going to teleport.
How comical.
Oh god, I'm getting clapped all over. Whoa!
That one almost got through.
Jumped it.
Absolution.
Have Rookie banish 7 adversaries, damn.
Your adversary's pyre now falls short of yours.
Oh god, I ran out of sprint so fast, I ran out of stamina so fast. Oh my god.
Out with you all. Glory.
Is that avenging one? Oh god,
A
yep.
braver than expected act from Sir Deluge.
Oh god, he's gonna jump in again.
Quite
Okay.
the turn of events.
What? Hello?
Glorious. Banishment.
You're banished, fool.
Quite an exchange.
Jump! You fool! Whoa! Hello?
Yes.
Another most inglorious defeat is imminent. This knight can feel it in his bone. Oh, they have a bone.
Fine.
Hello? Hello? Ooh, it's a big teleport. Oh my god. Oh god, I teleported to my mouse trying to sprint.
Ferocity unbridled.
Chuck it in there.
And it is done. Fine, yes, the Nightwings did prevail. The scribes themselves surely have taken note. The rite is complete.
Now that if you're quite finished making sport of us, then we shall slither away in humiliating disgrace. So, thanks.
There is much to learn from this experience. Something's awakened in the moon-touched girl.
Scribes, they whisper to me. They do from time to time. Yeah. Brief charge up is greatly reduced on the aura. Throws the orb better. Saluting I never do. Sprints and jumps without using stamina. That's insane. The sprint is gone. She slows nearby or she power jumps farther.
A devious trick from the rope collar. Now go and wallow in the downside for a while.
There proves little time for rest at the Black Wagon after your fellow exiles bested the Pyre in a convincing manner. Those afflicted with banishment sickness seem to be doing better, at least in express gratitude to Rookie Day and Volfred for their efforts. Just then the lone minstrel appears before you. No words escape his lips. You can guess full well that he has come to indicate to you and follow him back out into the darkness. Stars above seem to be few and fading, yet one still shines defiant. Path to freedom reveals itself once more. Oh, against Manly. Notice that the lone minstrel is standing there with you regarding the night sky. The gate guardian and I, we have paid witness to the liberation rites upon the fall of Solium for a long time. We have seen so much. And so I am a bit taken aback, is all, to see something which I have never seen. We look upon the stars together for a while, then I wish for you good fortune, and the wisdom of the scribes on your ascent. Lone minstrel leaves you there, alone under the night. It has grown very late, and you need rest. The Black Wagon shall have to take flight again come morning. I actually forgot to read mastery things. Tricks of the Rope Collar. Interesting. Enhancing a savage's deafness and trickery. None could predict her. Smart Kaelmer Rope Collar, chief aid of the Emperor of Sar. Or the Grand Traitor's leanings. Enhancing a savage's aggression. Rope Collar was an idiosyncratic man whose interests kept to himself. So the Rope Collar was a savage? Huh. You shall conquer that river and much more, my lord. Kaelmer wrote Collar's last words to Solium Mur. Huh. The cairn of Haub. How ironic that the shattered remnants of the bone titan Shaq's 6 shoulders, which once stood vigilant over the archway into Flagging Hands, remain now as forbidding as when the horde monster still possessed unnatural life. After Lil Haub dispatched the bone titan in a feat of ingenuity, Shax's pieces fell onto the valley floor, forming a set of standing stones which Haub marked. Further traces of the titan's glacial blood coagulated into perfect frozen drops which still shimmer in the darkness. 6 shoulders seems to start reanimating when the stars above him dance a certain way. Paint the sigil then in the shining light. We got this. Oh god, this game is so good. Xylobones. Would that we all would become musical instruments ere our bones turn to dust. Alright, we continue on. God, it's just so pretty. There we go, another little point of interest. Something appears different now, but the sacred mountain west of here, the lands near Emperor's Ascent and Emperor's Fall appear ashen. On the other hand, the once precarious regions below, which you know as the Temple High Road and Temple Cistern, seem swept clean by the elements. The lone minstrel observes all this alongside you. Inclement weather we have lately seen, reader sir. We ought to be able to make a landing closer to Scribe's Gate now. But I suppose this means we soon shall see Celeste once more, then I shall go tell everyone to prepare for landing. Okay. Rookie will gain favor, or day. Let's do Rookie. You arrive once more among the great heights of Mount Aladiel, is what it was. Aladiel. Appears that Manly and the Chastity have already arrived along the other route. Nothing there, alright. With some time to spare after having landed, you joined Rookie on a brief expedition to the monument of Molten Millie. Hey, you scribes even listen to me these days? Are you too busy plucking all the stars out of the sky? I want out, people. I want out. That plain enough for you? I figured I'd better be up front since we ain't got a lot of time. You return to the wagon once he's finished paying his respects. We have occasion once more to pursue your vocations. +3 glory, hell yeah. Rookie's counting the group supply of soul when he sees your approach. He rushes right up to you as per his custom. Hey chum, I was just seeing what we could pick up from the slug market. Next chance we get. Been running some numbers here, and by my count, we've made old Falcon Ron richer by 359 souls so far, if you can believe that. He's probably doing pretty well these days, just thanks to us. But I figure we got a decent arrangement going. Horde and soul ain't gonna do us any good down here, and Ron's merchandise can help us get ahead. Those talismans are weird, right? But they seem to work, especially if you heap some of that stardust stuff onto them, right? So yeah, I don't think it's cheating using that stuff, do you, chum? He does not give you the opportunity to answer. Though anyways, that Ron and I would go way back, right? You don't even know. He and I, why technically we knew each other back before I ended up down here. He was one of my importers, so to speak. Yeah, he and I had a good thing going for a while. Sent all sort of junk downriver to him, and back in the Commonwealth, the soul was still worth something to some folk. One day, of course, the jig was up for me, you understand? So imagine his surprise when I ran into him right here on his home turf. Make an effort to imagine Falcon Ron's surprise. Yeah, fine. So Ron didn't shed no tears about me getting thrown down. When I first met him face to face, he just says, "Oh, hey, Mr. Greentail," just like he's expecting me or something. Though he did seem pretty miffed about losing me as a supplier. But he got me as a customer. Believe you me, his prices would be 10 times worse if not for Rookie Greentail's premier loyalty discount taken off the top. Just whatever you do, don't go around asking questions about him. Believe you me, the less we know about our good chum Falcon Ron, the better. Anyways, I'm off to chase my tail for a bit. Be seeing you around, chum. Bounds off out of the wagon. Oh, what's this? Singeing sands, the so-called, singing sands, wow. So-called singing is the sound of countless screeching wheel mites. Okay. Wait. The Beyonder Crystal. Nope, nothing undermined. Oh, let's do some vocations. Oh wow, he's actually close. So I think I'm actually gonna do it on day, just to try to get her closer to her unique trinket. Because, yeah. Let's see. 8,200, 8,200, 8,100. So yeah, it'll be these two and Gilman that are the top three. So yeah, let's actually mentor Day. Me? Oh, of course, please tell me something I don't know, for there's lots of it. Sit down with Day and go over some of the subtler aspects of the rites, such as the state of banishment and how to return from these, and she's beginning to understand. Foot clip. The more I think on it, I think that I don't like being banished very much. Fair. To Scribe's Gate. Only the worthy may pass through the gate. Again, you stand before Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian regards you above an archway carved from stone. The exile of the Nightwings must know now, or by now, that once the stars no longer shine, the rites shall cease. For now, step forth. Except for you, Tariq, you stay right there. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and as for me, you shall not blaspheme under the gate again till we understand each other, Tariq. Aye, Celeste, I apologize for my behavior before. I shall adhere more strictly to my duties. Be sure of it. Now, each of you come forth. Please state your names and what it is that you seek while crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your companions cross the gate until it is your time to do so, and you follow them in turn. The gate guardian regards you all, then waves you through toward the summit. 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome and go forth with glory. Am I free to accompany them, Celeste, or shall I remain here? She looks at him a while. You're free to accompany them, sir. As you will, Celeste, until we meet upon the summit, then. Oh, it's you guys. Well, come on in. I guess got right here, right on time, because I was just thinking maybe I'll close a little early here, you know? Business has been real good and everything. It's just been a little slow in spots, a little slow is all. So I was thinking maybe I should do a sale. What would you say to that? Potential sale. Go for it. Or stay strong. It's important from an economic standpoint to not undercut the value of well-crafted goods. You gotta stay strong, bud. Pretty sure Falcon Ron, these goods are already competitively priced and that sale should not be necessary. No, you know, it's just what I was thinking too. Isn't that funny? Haha, I mean, my prices can't be beat already, so a sale don't make no sense at all. So, you buying some here or what? Oh, a shooting star. The bear can banish adversaries by flinging the orb into them. It's actually pretty sweet. Get all that stardust. Oh, permanently gain. Okay, well now I can sell those. And sell that. Cool. These really are my favorite customers, you know? Holy crap! That's a lot of pages. Okay. Downside travels. You cannot survive the downside if you cannot get around. Howler shall descend on you, our tempest shall shear you to pieces. That's just the way of it. Traveling through the environs is no simple feat. Consider yourself blessed if you were born a cur. If not, however, you shall have to find a means to cross these lands without the benefit of your 4 strong paws. Eusklorian believes this untamed land can be traversed through means unnatural. I thought at first that he meant sorcery, but he suggests invention. He speculates that carriages could cross this land by harnessing its fury, a wild thought. In my case, my paws shall suffice. The climate. I know of no polite way to describe the climate here. It oppresses every living thing except perhaps the native flora in a few specific areas. Once more, the recommended course is to keep moving. Moving keeps you warm when it's cold, or when it is very hot, use what strength you have to move to somewhere you can think and breathe. The weather in the downside seems intrinsic to the different regions, which my good friend Molten Lilith shall describe. Shelter can be difficult to find as you cannot stay in it for very long. Perhaps, however, shelter can accompany you rather than constrain you. Okay. That's when you make the black wagon. Dining. How to sustain oneself with food and drink in such a place as this? The less said of it, the better. Do not complain, observe. And above all, keep moving. Sources of sustenance avail themselves to those with keener sense. In warmer climates, search the ground at break of day for subterraneans. In colder places, dig for them, give them purpose. Drinking pools are rare, but moisture in abundance outside of the sandfolds. Some is poisonous, take only what you need. Downside limits any opportunity for excess, but it provides enough amenities to meet the needs of life. One who withstands it cannot help but feel a sense of gratitude. Diseases. Ailments on the downside often give no warning when they strike. Those who keep moving and make no attempt to settle, they reduce their risks. The afflictions come in multiple varieties, and the bogs of flagging hands, pallor tends to sink into the skin, and then into the mind. The nauseating scene of solace north of there is difficult for some to tolerate. Very hot or very cold environments bring their own specific side effects. My coat is not as lustrous now. My bangs are long. Like all aspects of the downside, all these ailments share a purpose to test your body, mind, and spirit. They only appear to harm. Accept them, surpass them, move on. What does she have? I mean, I could probably make that like 50% or something like that. It's pretty good. Gilman is going to be my last man to potentially get revived. Cool. Cool. And what would I use on her? %. So it's 3% per rank? Yeah, because... Okay. So then it would be 60%. Or I could just give a bunch of quickness, right? Yeah, let's see if I can put a stamina one. Alright, we're doing a liberation rite. Once more, the time has come for the liberation rite, where one among you can go free if you prevail. Freedom is likewise at stake for your adversaries to chastity. Two companions gather under the fall, awaiting the commencement of this vital rite. The lone minstrel finds you and regards you in his calm fashion. Night is falling. These moments prior to each commencement, I must admit, they give me pause, knowing so much is at stake during the trial that is to come. Tell me something, would you, reader, to ease the waiting for us both? I've traveled far and wide, even beyond these lands. However, the Commonwealth, I know only through word and song. Sometimes think on what life would be like out there. So, is he one of the 8 scribes then? But the 8 scribes are all the different races, and he and the Gate Guardian are both, you know, human appearing. So he can't be a scribe, he's like something else. If you're not ensnared within this place and free to roam your country, what would you have done with all your days and years rather than striving here under the stars? What would I have done with myself in the Commonwealth? Simple life on the farm may have been your calling. You missed the earth where you were from. Maybe you would have sailed across the seas. Therein lies a freedom you would have sought. Retired to the outskirts, where it's quieter and peaceful, and enjoyed the stillness for a while. Maybe I would have fought for freedom. You yet feel an obligation to correct the Commonwealth towards a better course. Well, that one is the answer now, because that's what we've been trying to do. But, I don't know, I'm a reader, right? So I wouldn't have been a farmer. Probably wouldn't have sailed. It's one of these two. I don't know, I guess anybody who reads when it's illegal probably has some opinion about it, so I guess that's my character. Fought for freedom. Perhaps it was inevitable that you were to be cast into an exile. You cannot abide the state of things within the Commonwealth. There's so much needing to be changed there. It seems then that you would face a greater challenge there than even here. Your Commonwealth sounds to be a country rather set upon its ways. Of course, as the nature and ambition of the plan, 75%, of which you are a part. May your actions here help bring about the future you desired on the other side. Just then the lone minstrel looks forth, and you see that it is time. The stars above, though faint, begin to burn. Yep, not taking anybody.
The stars that yet remain aflame align once more over the sacred fall of Solium. 'Twas here that the 8 scribes ordained the glorious tradition in which you now participate. The glorious tradition which you and that instigator Wolfred seek to undermine. 'Tis my sincerest hope your adversaries in this liberation rite achieve instead what they desire. May the chastity soon douse those flames of yours. Let us get on with the proceedings then.
Pyres burn and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. I concur. Then anointed one of the chastity, come forth now and declare yourself and pay respects you have unto your adversaries nightly. And he flourishes onto the ground and grasps his mask in his spindly fingers. Warmest salutations to you all. Upon this blessed eve, I am H. Manly Tinterstoff. And I must say, I am very moved to be a part of these proceedings. To be my humblest of privileges to return quite soon, I hope, into the Commonwealth, where I shall dedicate myself in full toward the betterment of that society. I long to be a part of this glorious tradition, even when my freedom is rightfully restored, for it is not the case that exiles such as we are called upon to lead. How you govern in your Commonwealth is not our business here. Your intentions shall mean nothing if you do not prevail on this right, Manly Tinderstoff. Oh, but I meant no offense at all. I shall serve well these rights, I promise. Why, I should think I shall be sending many exiles here into the downside to replace me. I can think of quite a few who I think would benefit from experiencing this wonderful tradition for themselves. Then Manly covers his face again. Now as for you, Nightwings, make no attempt to undermine me here, and nothing shall befall you or your loved ones in the Commonwealth. Is it a deal? Nightwings, on whose behalf shall you conduct this liberation rite? Choose quickly. May you heed your heart in making your choice, Raider. Trust you are prepared to play the hymns with me, Tariq. Always, Celeste.
Whom do you endeavor to return?
I think it's most important to get Wolfred gone, and then Bertrude, because, you know, she's the best. Like, Wolfred's gotta go for his plan, you know? Can't have the plan without him.
Wolfred.
There's so much to be done, should I or any one of us return, but let's focus on the here and now. We face a worthy adversary there in the chastity.
Who shall be at his side?
We do Gilman and Bertrude, right? Yeah, Gilman's got nothing to learn, so I could learn with Day just so that she can hopefully get her own trinket, because I'm going to need to start using her more, right?
Day.
Oh, I can help. I think I can help. Then we gotta do good old Bertrude.
Bertrude.
For that one and for thee, reading one, we shall do this.
Predictably decided.
Now it begins. Do me this favor, if you please, and stand aside like a good sport there. I promise to reward you handsomely once I'm through.
Commence.
Oh, damn. Alright, get in there, Bertrude. Woo! Alright, clap that. Clap that. Clap that. Clap that. Walk in. Hell yeah. Oh, what's this now? It seems the scribes who enjoy our company and the entertainment we provide. They have deigned to reignite our pyres. Observe. Something stirs in the sky. If the heavens are to rain and reignite your pyres, then the rite shall continue. Ere one pyre or the other is put out. Huh. Plus 50, damn. Alright. Jump it! Now we just gotta snipe it, snipe it. Jump it! Oh, damn. Oh wow, that's like super fast. Oh my god. Mine goes through walls, LOL. Oh, that jump is insane every time I see it. It's like fucking half court. I tried to TP. Alright, Bertrude. Oh, they're all dead? Alright. Oh, you got health back? Aw, didn't work that time. This guy's just gonna jump from half court and clap me? Okay. Oh god.
And there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus the scribes have chosen the exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free, absolved of all misdeeds, return to glory in the Commonwealth. His adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
Why, this is an utter outrage. Have you any idea what you've done, you ingrates? I am indebted to you all. Words fail me, but I shall try and force a few as now I haven't long. The plan of which we're all a part. It cannot by its nature be dependent upon any given individual, and that includes myself. We each face doubt from time to time, and I became quite certain I would never see the Commonwealth again, the stars fading and all. That outcome would have been acceptable to me, provided that our plan prevailed. My agents in the Commonwealth and those of who you managed to return united for certain can achieve much more than I or any one of us. Nevertheless, if I am to be the next one to return, then I have my work cut out for me, I think. Falls silent for a moment then. Nightwings, this has been the greatest honor of my time. I now take leave of you to do my very utmost to ensure the sacrifices you have made for me, our nation, all of us, that those sacrifices shall not be in vain. And he reaches out to you alone.
Reader, until we stand again together.
Until that time. With that, Volfred's sandalwood vanishes into the shimmer pool. He calls out from within as his return journey begins. Stand together, all of you. No matter what shall come, I shall see you on the other side. We may be separated soon by distance, but our purpose remains shared. Scribes guide you. Volfred earned back his freedom. May he return in glory.
Godspeed, Volfred Sandalwood. Perhaps the scribes are watching even now. Watching as their glorious tradition draws to a close.
The 8 scribes, they so inspire me, and now I feel I've grown somehow closer to them, maybe? It's kinda cool. Rank 5. Long have we sought to fathom all the darkest secrets hidden by the light of the stars. Now, at last, the stars themselves revoke their station in the night, and we finally have achieved an inkling of this.
Now take your execrable companions someplace else.
Damn, okay. You prevailed in the liberation against the Chastity. Already does the Black Wagon feel quieter than usual without Volfred, who returned to the Commonwealth. He's a historian with a great knowledge of the rights and a plan to transform the Commonwealth. You overhear some of your companions reflecting on this. I think I learned so much from him, didn't I? We shall make a do without him here. I wonder who, if anyone among you, shall be the next to go. Bertrand. Your plan, 85%, is well in motion. With Volfred back in your country to lead the effort, I have confidence that you shall all prevail in this collective goal. Perhaps what is to become of your Commonwealth is no longer in your hands, though you may still determine who remains here in the downside and who instead returns. Again, the stars are offering no chance at rest and urge you to press on. Please see where they would have you go, and I shall go begin our preparations for departure. Turn your attention to the glimmer of the stars. Their current rate of disappearance suggests another liberation rite shall be coming very soon. I need to do that one because I haven't been there yet. It's becoming more and more evident just how few liberation opportunities remain. Still a question mark. I expect that they shall soon present themselves one after the other. Then let us make ready and end this. So I do this one and then another liberation. And I want to make sure that I get the info, the lore from this place. Now the stars bid you to return to the Spring of Yomer, where you shall stand against the Templars once again. Your adversary Ignarius likely knows the cycle of the rites is drawing to a close. His last remaining chance to earn the favor of the scribes and then regain his freedom likely hinges on the outcome of this next rite. The cycle of the rites is soon to end. The exiles of the downside striving to be free. Your adversaries, your companions, even you yourself are running out of time. Following Volfred's liberation, the Loathing Stones return to the wagon and stands as though nothing has happened here this night. He tilts his head a bit as you approach. Once more, the Nightwings have prevailed in the liberation rite under your mindfulness, reader. Commendable achievement. Surely Volfred shall live out his days in gratitude to you and your companions. Perhaps he may now see Tizo there in your Commonwealth. I should think Tizo would have liked to witness what took place this night. Trust that together they shall make a formidable difference to the plan of which all of you endeavored to achieve. Now for the time Celeste and I are to return to our respective stations. We all await the next turn of the cycle of the rites. May you prevail once more when next we traverse Scribe's gates. Until then, reader, rest well under the stars. He nods and leaves you to recover after a long night. On history, this book cannot accompany you if you should earn your freedom. It is to remain here for your successors, for it is bound together inextricably with us. There is no sorcery, however, to prohibit you from spreading forth its teachings. We charge you to go forth and share what you have learned along your path. Reveal not the rites themselves, nor the existence of this book. Transcend its bounded limitations, for it cannot be transcribed. Any such attempts shall fail. Beware of those who would dare to read it on the other side. Under their guise of seeking wisdom may lurk a much darker desire to undo that which we strive to do. And so we continue. Dawn, your companions are prepared to depart. Everyone is silent. Your travels are to take you back to the spring of Yomir, but soon after the stars shall draw you there again. Kinda sucks that I saved this one for the end, because now we gotta go, like, super far back and forth. But, get to look at some pretty things for a little while longer. Sisters, we are under attack. Oh, no, we are merely being mocked by none other than the Nightwings. Mock us all you wish. Then, wastrels of the Commonwealth, the sight of you in that utterly outlandish wagon, your mere existence is an affront to the act of flight. Whether my sisters and I could soar tireless and free as we once did, but nay, we must resort to such ignoble means of travel such as you. Now, so stay away from us. Oh? Oh, he's landing, okay. Lest our vengeance should extend beyond your Commonwealth and become more personal in nature. Ooh, we got a point of interest. Spring of Yomir has always flown forth from the crushed carapace of Biolanthius, the Hive Titan. From its remains flows a rejuvenating spring which gladdens up that valley's desolation. Legend of whose demise is a rather sordid tale. Perhaps you have already read it in the book. Not all believe the book exists, of course, nor the greater titans, nor the rites. I have encountered exiles believing that this titan perished quite by accident, rather than by a cunning trap laid for it by Yomir Manymane. They took the titan for a common beast. Perhaps the stars shine down upon the out-of-way locales, such as this one, to ensure that they alone shall witness the proceedings. Those are the 8 scribes. Falcon Ron with a special offer. Yeah, sure. Beyonder Crystal seeks day. There we go. It's on your mind. Please, reader, leave me be. I ask that you leave me be. Go about your business. Go watch the stars die out and get your idiots their freedom. You be sure to tell that herald with whom you consort that Sandra the Unseen did her job. You tell them that. Perhaps that way you shall put in a good word, and the scribe shall finally provide for me a bit of reprieve. She falls silent for a time. Do not know what else to do, reader. But you remain with her, letting her draw whatever strength and comfort from your thoughts you are able to afford. That was kind of you. However, let us conduct our business. I care not for your pity. Do not come visit me again like this without my asking. I insist. Certainly, my reader, you need but indicate... Yeah. Ask Sandra to administer one of her special trials. I must admit, I do sense something from that one. I once had a wild heart myself, quite like her own. We shall see if there is more to her than that. I'll just bring her forth. Described, I think that if I listen carefully, I can hear them calling out to me. The apparition Sandra appears. Listen well, girl. The place where you reside at present has but a single rule, which is you would answer to me here. Ah, okay, I will. Such naive enthusiasm. Now be silent. Explain to me that you have much to learn as yet about the rites, but you have learned something. I would see you prove it, without the benefit of anyone save for your reader. Okay, are you out there to help me with this, mister? fly forever. Oh god. Yeah. I saw that coming once I ran out of stamina. Hey, how'd I do? How'd I do? I submit that you did better than I expected, girl. You passed this trial of yours. Some congratulations, yada yada. Did I mention all that, mister? Because I hope I didn't. Wow, what is that you have there? Kaelmer's Anklet. Comes at rank 28. After Daycast or Aura, it can bounce off objects and solid surfaces. Pretty cool. Let's trade with Falcon or not. Here in the rocky pathways of Blue Hive, you encounter a familiar face. Hawking his wares as always. He sidles right up to you. Well, hey guys, funny running into you out here. You guys alright? But anyways, I gotta say, do I got just the thing for you, mint condition, and although I haven't seen it exactly, I'm really sure it's something good, okay? So you want this thing or what? Offering a sealed talisman, no telling what it is for certain, but he senses its power. Such an artifact will likely cost more once on display. Dude, 214, his best offer is 100. I mean, I'm not really doing anything with the money anyway. Cool. Alright guys, enjoy. Heads off without another word. You unwrap the item that you purchased on your way back to the wagon. There you should still have time to pursue your vocations. Got an astral eye. There has -3 hope when dousing it, but it deals bonus damage. Okay. Is there even... I guess I can just give Day some more experience. Teach me more about the rites. Day spent some time reviewing some of the specific aspects, such as properties of the ore. Then she gained something from it. Boop. Thank you, because I think you said a lot of things I never realized. So we go to the spring. Don't tell me, I ain't seen that old Mr. Sandalwood with the rest of you. Finally get out of here or what? Good for him, I guess, as long as you don't take all the rest of you with him. Know what I mean? I value all my customers. Yeah, let's just give it back to him. Got no use for this anymore. You guys really are my favorite customers, you know? Oh, look at that, another page. Foraged findings. There's a simple pleasure to be found in foraging about this place, easy for a cur to say, of course. Though barren looking to the naked eye, the downside has its share of semi-hidden treasures waiting to be found. There was a nose for treasure, after all, which drew us here. Certain types of artifacts found in this place would fetch a reasonable sum in Sol, whether because they shine with inner light or due to other special properties. I've observed that stardust, freshly fallen from the heavens, sometimes glimmers in the afternoons. I have not found a use for it as yet, although because it brings me faith, perhaps I have indeed. Slug markets. There are natives in this land with some capacity for thought and oddly keen instinct for the mercantile, suspicious creatures, but not disagreeable entirely. From time to time we may exchange with them. They lust for coins, for the imperial sol, though why they do not say. We speculate it is a delicacy. It serves us little purpose here, whilst their slug market wares are sometimes valuable. Creatures appear drawn to places where the heavens shine the brightest, perhaps because they know we are as well. What they want exactly is unclear. We taught them of our lands, and yet they remain preoccupied with simple things. Spring of Ymir. I oftentimes think the carapace of the Hive Titan by Elanthius shall be an everlasting blemish on an almost splendid bit of land, but Ymir in his rashness felled the monster with a certain flare. Then the moon shone through the ridges of the massive carapace and shined upon the cooling ichor, turning it into the freshest nectar ever to be tasted. The spring shall flow eternally, and those who walk within shall experience the resplendent glory of the land. The stars begin to fall there in the spring with regularity, and we now know how soon again that they shall do so, and we wish for you to see it for yourself. Alright. By now, having to make preparations for the rites has become second nature to your companions. They go about the process efficiently, and this time in almost total silence. You cannot shake the sense that this routine shall not go on much longer. Bertrude approaches and confirms to you the Nightwing's sigil is set. Everyone has their books and raiments, and the grounds are ready. Everything should be in order. The remaining stars shine brightly still, not for much longer it would seem. We have watched the splendor of the stars each night, unfailing since we were a tad. We shall savor the remaining opportunities. You and Bertrude stand together in silence for a time, looking for the stars above to show some indication that the rite is to commence. It is taking too long. Concern begins to well up in you, but then I'm gonna grab some water and go to the bathroom, and then we'll do this right.
It seems the stars once more have mustered wherewithal to usher in the rites. The sky grows dimmer by the day. An age is ending. Surely you must know by now that you shall never all be free. Yet still you struggle to fulfill some senseless plan. But I digress, of course. Some of us still honor the tradition. Some of us hold dear the teachings of the scribes.
Fires on each side are burning bright. From across the field you observe the leader of the Templars approach and remove his mask. There they are, huh? Come show us up for one last time, I guess. Used to be we could take these Nightwings any old night, but now it ain't so simple anymore. Got this one last shot against these guys, might as well give it all we've got, yeah? Let's make them cry.
Choose quickly your triumvirate.
She's maxed, he's maxed. Yeah, so because she's max, it doesn't matter, so... Slap her.
Bertrude. Ruki.
Slap her. Might as well get day, because... Might as well.
Day.
Helios?
If that is all, then.
This really is the last time that we will face the Templars, then may the 8 scribes watch over them and us here and now and wherever our paths lead. Nightwings, thought I'd mention, after this right's over, I'm calling it quits, so do old Diggy a solid and make me work for this one like I used to.
Begin. The first dousing. Well cast.
Oh, damn. Oh.
Your exile shall return ere long. Begone! Resplendent!
Well, that wasn't very polished, but we made it.
Path to glory.
Jump it. Damn, that's unfortunate.
Verily.
He's just making noises at this point.
Fear not the purified flame. Didn't see it coming. In the name of Solium Myrrh.
Nightwings ain't been slacking, gotta give you that, but we ain't finished neither. Let's go.
The orb.
Oh. Hello? Hello? Why is my right click so slow?
And it is done. The Nightwings managed to prevail. They vastly outperformed their adversaries. The ceremony is complete.
You Templars, you conducted here with such fury and such desperation that we must commend you for it, despite the outcome which hath favored us. Well, we showed them, didn't we? Though it sounded like they may not get a chance to get us back. Scribes, I knew that they would favor us, I think, although I hope that they show mercy to the Templars too. Hey, Templars always wanted to go out on top, but I think it's time we called it. Come on, let's go drink to this. Got something I've been saving for just a special occasion.
The rites do tend to teach something of trust.
And here they said old Rufy Greentail was never going to amount to anything. Haha. Not that they ever said anything like that about me, since, you know, I'm very well regarded from where I'm from, by everyone, in fact. That's just like...
Praise be to Jomir Manymane. She now stands closer to the scribes, the little moon-touched girl.
I feel so overwhelmed, I think, because the scribes, I think they speak to me and lift me up whenever I begin to think that I'm going to fall. Sure. Jump farther. Bertrude cannot rise in rank. Yep.
I eagerly await our next such outing.
Inside the wagon, after triumphing over the Templars, Ruki is discussing the aspects of the outcome with the others when the lone minstrel seeks you out.
Pardon the interruption, reader, though I need to ask a moment of your time while the night is clear enough for you to see. Please, come have a look outside. Perhaps the news of your next destination may further stir the hearts of your companions. Yeah, it's the liberation. One of them now burns bright as ever. Yeah! We knew it's the liberation because the book told us so. We're against Marker, eh? Pretty sure they actually gave us trouble because their presence was like huge for dogs. The cycle turns even more quickly now until such a time as it shall shudder to a halt. That makes a sound then almost like a laugh. I forget myself, reader. I should not say such things. The scribes, they would say that one ought to focus on the path in front of them. When we set forth to walk a long and labored path, it can be all too much. If we stand back and look upon it as a whole, we may well decide to turn around, but if we begin to walk whilst casting down our gaze and whilst resisting well the urge to look too far ahead, we may make steady, careful progress. Soon enough we may arrive where we endeavored. Though Minstrel bids you a good evening. You had best retire for the night, for when the daylight comes it shall be time again to take to the skies. Going in here? Alright. We zooming. God, this game is beautiful. Bonk. Your wagon reels from the impact of some sort of massive object slamming into it mid-flight. False Nightwings. Orlek calls down to all of you from atop his wagon. Again you seek to climb that cursed mountain beneath us. Again you seek to take my rightful place. I should send you crashing down to it, that you might fall as I have. He stares down at all of you. But I shall not. Rather we shall meet upon the summit, ere the last cycle of the rites is ended. Until then. Bertrude or Gilman. Let's do Bertrude because I'm sending her free. Make landing on the sacred Mount Aladiel after your encounter with Orlek. Orlek spoke the truth. He has a right to gain the summit. When the time comes, Celeste shall deem him worthy and shall let him pass. While he has transgressed against the rites, he has also already been anointed and prevailed. Nothing is written in the book on this, and liberty ought already be his. For the time it seems that he has not yet traveled to the summit. Perhaps he is still making preparations with his fellow exiles. When exactly Orlek intends to make good on his promise, he did not make clear. For now you are to confront Barker in the distance upon the summit. First you may prepare. So why doesn't he just go up and get his freedom? Apparently he can just take it whenever he wants. Later that afternoon, you accompany Bertrude through the great heights of Temple Cistern to the monument of Under King Horus. We do not fear ye, ancient gods, ye who cannot even keep the stars illuminated in the dark. We do not fear what is to come. We do not fear for our companions. We do not fear our adversaries. We do not fear the Commonwealth or fear Fort, and we do not fear for us. Return to the wagon after she has finished paying her respects. The summit awaits, but first there is time to continue practicing your vocations. Plus 3 glory, hell yeah. I mean, we've done it the whole game, let's just... It's 32. So she would need... This inspiration would put her at 22. And then a successful rite would put her at 12. And then another one would put her at 250. So, like, it's not even worth it. Can I back out of this? Nope. Oh well. They gain somewhat stronger grasp of how to better pass the celestial orb through strength of will and trust in one's triumvirate rather than dexterity alone. We have read this for someone else. For Pamitha. Orb is from the stars, I think, or maybe even is one.
So is the low minstrel the moon, and she's the star, or she's the sun? Here in the solemn beauty of Mount Eladio, you encounter a messenger imp sent to deliver you the latest news and rumors from the other side. You learn this imp was personally sent by Volfred himself to fill you in on all the latest happenings with him since he was liberated at the fall of Solium. On arriving in the Commonwealth, he was taken in with open arms and soon offered a seat among the Justices of Peace, the branch of the Commonwealth's governing body and widely considered the most influential. It is they who pass sentencing on to those who transgress against their country and its people. He admits that he was quite taken aback by everything at first, but he of course refused, stating his belief that the traditions of the Commonwealth had been corrupted over the many years. Such remarks put him in real danger. In the next moment, however, he was whisked to secrecy and safety by his sons and daughters of the Revolution in a daring raid. Commonwealth claims he perished in the brazen act. Now Volfred continues his work to find a way to bring home all the rest of you and to transform the Commonwealth according to his plan. 88% now. He closes with a message to you all. Have faith, we shall prevail together in the end. Thank the imp for bringing you this news, which gets all your companions talking. Glory be to our companion Volfred. Though he may be a traitor in the strictest sense, this knight and all of us know his cause is just. Unsurprising, from all our years we know him for a stubborn sort. His will cannot be shaken. Is he really going to get the rest of us out here, I wonder? And even if he does, what are we coming back to? The scribes are guiding him. They're on his side. I know they are, because they told me so. I heard him, I just know. May the scribes keep watching over you wherever you may go, sir, even if the rites themselves shall cease, ere your plan is achieved in full. News of Volfred's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. The messenger imp accepts a small bite to eat from you and hurries away. Hell yeah, we fed him. Give him the tip. +1 hope. Good luck, Volfred. Return once more to Scribe's Gate, where the gate guardian awaits under a dim sky. The exiles of the Nightwings, and you, Tariq. This is to be one of our final meetings. Greetings, Celeste. The Nightwings are prepared, and afterwards I would have words with you in private, if you please. Seems to me rather late for words now, Tariq, but I shall hear them once your charges cross the gate. Now, all of you come forth. Please state your names and what it is you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. Once more your companions cross the gate one after another, and once more you follow them in turn. Celeste regards you all and then waves you through toward the summit. The scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory. And Tariq? Aye, Celeste? You may rejoin the others in a while. For now, I would hear those words of yours. Certainly, Celeste. He has the golden eyes, she has the silver eyes. God. So good. Everyone, I shall see you shortly.
The plains that sleep below, to the canyons open wide, hear the song of morning, for the lost and lonesome bride.
God, the music is so good. Oh hey, I just got real cold again up here, but it's worth it, let me tell you. Got a lot of customers been stopping by. Okay, I may have been exaggerating just a little since I've been waiting here all the while, I guess, but are you buying anything? Yeah, +1 presents? Hell yeah. Oh, I actually got an achievement called Big Spender. I guess we're just buying stuff.
Singing songs of gentle morning, for his lost and
So, we seen you guys. Indigenous imps. Special mention must be given to the downside's most prolific native creature, which we call the imp. With all respects to our comrade Haoub, an imp himself, possessing of extraordinary intellect, most imps are driven by the simplest impulses: to eat, to drink, to procreate, to move, and to survive. These creatures then are symbols of this place. They are far more resilient than they seem. Though wild by their nature, they, like all of us, can learn. Hope insists that imps are willing to be put to work. Like other aspects of the downside, they wish more than to exist, but to exist with purpose.
Marin Frantes.
Anything on your mind? Nope.
Lencio me Francis.
Alright, Bertrude's Liberation Rite. Time has come again to deliver one of your fellow exiles to a homecoming in the Commonwealth, lest your adversaries, the dissidents, achieve the same instead. No minstrel has returned and approaches as you await the signal from the stars. There is something that I wish to ask you, reader, something which ordinarily would not be my place to discuss in any detail. You have observed the stars, if you would not mind my asking you in such a direct manner. How many liberation rites are you supposing yet remain? Have you deduced how many liberation rites are still to come? Perhaps the minstrel asks the leading question to break the news that this is your final stand, to remain including this one now. Vanishing the cycle hastens each only one conclusion. You have not spared any thought. I'm pretty sure it's 2, because there's this one, and then another liberation rite right after this one, where we don't fight anybody in between, and then that's it, right? And that's also like how many teammates I have left. So like, when there's 2 teammates left and you can't conduct a rite, you're done. Tell me the only logical deduction which you've been able to make based on all of your readings in the stars of life that there shall be one final liberation rite after tonight. I concur with your evaluation, reader, sir. I wish to make certain that you were aware, so that you and the Nightwings may yet make the most of the remaining time together thus. As to what shall happen once the final liberation rite is ended, we shall soon both find out. But lo, it seems that we are called upon once more.
Reader, I would ask that you think back for just a moment, if you please. When you first looked upon the Book of Rites, think back upon the words that it revealed. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Oblige the voice that tells you more. Would that the scribes were here among us still. I would not sing your praises to them, rest assured. I trust that you shall savor this occasion. You shan't have to oblige me for much longer.
Fires burn, and each of the triumphants is present and prepared. I concur. Anointed one of the distance, come forth, declare yourself, pay your respects. Barker bursts out from some hidden corner laughing, and see paws of his mask. Real pleasure to be here, mates, truly. Barker Ashpaws. Call me Barker, though, alright? By the by, there's a real pisser getting here, you know? Begging your pardon, Barker Ashpaws, you lustily speak upon the summit of the sacred mountain? Oh my, so terribly sorry to offend you there, lassie. I forgot we got the stars up above there, making me watch my language. Sorry, making me watch me language. Oh, let's get one thing straight, lassie. I don't give a bother for your sacred mountain, so you take it and you shove it. Me and my pack, we're just here for the laughs. You got that? The other side ain't any better than this one. We ain't interested in your freedom. But just the same, we're gonna get it. Taking those wee little babes there, so antsy for it. Hear that, you Nightwings? You better put up a good fight here, right? You ain't gonna be happy, you know what I'm saying? And then he shoves his mask back on. Alright, come, let's hurry up and get this damn thing started. Nightwings are your choice, in whose name shall you conduct this liberation rite? I wish you the wisdom of the scribes in making your choice. And I wish you to come prepare a song with me, Tariq.
Whom shall you attempt to send home this time?
All the Bertrude, baby.
Bertrude.
But now, perhaps at last we shall return to whence we came, and there shall we resume our work, if truly we are to return. Yeah, see, that's why you gotta send Bertrude, because she's gonna get the printing presses going with their magic ink. Their sorceries.
Who shall lend her support?
And I might as well just pick Day to try to give her some more experience.
Day.
I mean, of course, I'll do my best. This is important. Do I want Gilman or Rookie? Let's do Gilman.
Sir Gilman.
Such an honor it is for this knight to strive on behalf of the good Bertrude.
The choice is cast.
Alright then, mates, no more waiting, no more holding back, and let's rip them to shreds. Let's go, let's go, let's go.
Commence.
Jump it! Time we got this blasted business underway, eh, Greentail? He looks on in silence, but says nothing in response. We can do this, we can do this, we can do this. We got him before, we can do it again, we can do it again. It seems Ruki feels uncharacteristically confident in the outcome of this arrangement. You never were no fun at all, Greentail, you know that, eh? You never were cut out to run with us, so if I end up getting out tonight, don't you go thinking you can have my spot, you get me? My pack will soon chew you up. Now just think on that as we go and wipe the floor with you. Oh damn. Alright mate, something's gone funny with that orb as I can tell. Better laugh it up while you still can, eh? Dude, something strange seems to have happened to the celestial orb. It shudders now as though possessed with the same chaotic power as your adversaries. Dunked it.
And there it is.
Jesus.
The blasted Nightwings proved their worth. As for their adversaries, they did not. Thus ends the liberation rite.
Get up there,
And
Bertrude.
thus the scribes have chosen. The exile appointed by the Nightwings shall be free.
Love how angry he gets saying
Absolved
it.
of all misdeeds. Return to glory in the Commonwealth. Her adversary and all others shall remain to carry out their rightful sentences.
What a joke. Here I was thinking we were gonna make him cry after all this. Come on, mates. I've right had it with this stuck-up place. Let's get out of here already, eh? Thy efforts seal our return. Shen looks over to you. Reading one. Surely thou must have known that we have little interest in returning to this place to which we now return. Surely there are those among you with a stronger preference to look up upon its proud facades, which to our ancient eyes doth merely cause offense. It signifies one of two things, it seems. Either thou seeketh to be rid of us, or more likely thou believest we shall serve the plan of Sandalwood at greater length in our newfound capacity. That's the one. She looks at you again intently. We think we know which one it is. Thy efforts seal our return, then soon we shall resume our work in earnest. Perhaps we shall see you again, or perhaps not. Shimmerpool whisks her within, as you hear her call out to you one final time. Until whichever outcome, living one. Bertrude earned back her freedom. May she return in glory.
Godspeed, Bertrude. The cycle of the rites is nearly at an end.
Hopefully I don't have to do another random rite. I can just do another liberation. You return to the wagon after having prevailed against the dissonance in the liberation rite. I had a good feeling this would happen. Perhaps this knight too may regain his honor. Succeeded in liberating Bertrude. She is a bog dweller long feared and respected in the Commonwealth for her sorcerous work. Return to the Commonwealth in glory. Soon you shall be summoned back to Mount Elodial for one final liberation rite, and thus one final chance to influence the outcome of your plan. 95%. So many events already in motion, but even as you wait for them to happen as they will, there is still something vital you can do. Now, reader, if you please, I fear the stars have little patience left. Turn back toward the darkness, look up upon the last few stars too stubborn to relinquish their light. Atop the sacred mountain. Ah, so I have to do one more and then a liberation? Okay. Tuno. I cannot stop thinking about what should happen if we fail. Less so to those who remain trapped here, but rather to those who return to the Commonwealth. Yeah, so there's one more. So it's either one of these two. Yeah, let's leave Lendl the Liar up there, why not? Wait, Dissonants are out? I thought these guys were done too. I thought the Tempers were done too. I know that I just did those two, so why not do this one? Once more, you face the essence then, although I wonder... He hesitates before saying anything further. You cannot sense his thoughts. I apologize, I was lost in thought there for a moment. Let us make way for the rigid goal when everyone is feeling more refreshed as much as possible. Oh, the heart is out. The lone minstrel has returned already to the wagon after Bertrude's homecoming to the Commonwealth and the Liberation Rite. Your companions are most grateful to you, reader. Would that Pamitha could have been here with the rest of them to witness Bertrude's glorious return. Yeah, I know, I shouldn't have sent her back so early, I'm sorry. I trust that they soon shall reunite there in your Commonwealth, where they may yet contribute to the outcome of the plan, and thus create a place that welcomes all of you. May you and your companions to continue to prevail thus. For now, Celeste and I are to return to our respective roles until we meet again at Scribe's Gate. Rest well for now, reader. Bids you a good rest of the night. Nice. On Legacy. Reader, though you shall always bear a burden is much lighter than the burden of a lonesome exile. Go forth and become free. Then, join with others such as you and lead with mercy, continuing to demonstrate your worth and knowing that the Empire's fall form the foundation of our Commonwealth. You shall cease to be a reader and become a voice. A voice both to the free and to your successors here, who shall take up this book when you no longer need it. The cycle of the rites shall see to it that you and others like you shall be liberated, ere the coming of another age. May the stars shine ever brightly on us all. Okay, so readers can become a voice. But they can't be liberated? They can only be liberated as a voice? What? I don't know. I don't get it. It is daybreak. You are to set forth now for the Ridge of Gold for what appears to be the final time. Thereafter you shall return here for one last exile's final chance at liberty. Yeah, resume it. I think we can finish this tonight. Tough it out. Play for another hour or so to get it done. Day. Well, I mean, I don't really need the vocations because it's just experience for a day. Well, I tried to go up and it made me land there. Alright. Guess I don't have a choice. You and Ruki made a quick search of the lonesome lands of Bloomingpool. However, you find nothing of note. Old chum had enough frolic for the day, so return to the Black Wagon where the others are preoccupied with their own pursuits. You should have time to pursue your vocations. He's 2750 away. So yeah, no matter what, it's 3. So I can do a vocation here, this right, and then, yeah, it doesn't matter. Let's just, sure, let's study in private and, give them temporary buffs, why not? Find a relatively quiet clearing to study the Book of Rites with undivided attention, though through greater understanding comes the reader's influence. I guess I should have done this because it's something I never knew. Attribute bonuses you bestow on all your fellow exiles who participate in the rites. Wait a minute, is this like not a temporary thing? This would have been permanent? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Figure this out at the very end of the game. Triumvirate whose reader is well attuned to the book has an inherent edge against its adversaries. Yeah, so this literally would have been permanent. Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Alright, +1 quickness. Concentrate on your knowledge of the 8 scribes and how together they compose the Book of Rites. Among their many feats, inspiration comes to you in a flash, whether from the book or from within, you cannot tell. Cool. Well, I should have been doing that, that's for sure. To the rigid goal. Fight some harpies. Oh, something, guys. I heard a crazy story of that old bird church. She finally got out of here. Back to the other side. Can you believe it? Give her my regards, okay? Because I got a lot of customers because of her, and I do mean a lot. Anyways, what can I do for you? It's a pile of stardust, that's for sure. I mean, I guess I might as well buy these for, like, the final encounter. Oh yeah, I forgot to use that. Hell yeah, dude. Tell your friends about it because I already told mine. Downside talisman. Survival is often conflated with the physical. When we think of survival, we assume the need to sustain our bodies or improve our bodies. The strong survive. But, and take it from an alpha chief, there are different kinds of strength. The spirit is what drives us. By comparison, the body's impulses are weak. Here in the downside, faith is found in limited supply. Trinkets and mere baubles that would barely fetch a price in our homeland. Here are talismans. Seek talismans that mean something to you. Hold on to one that you hold dear. It shall reward you with the with reminders of your faith, your power, your potential. Let's see. I got this, right? Permanently +1 presence. This presence is only 3. There you go, 25% increase or 33% increase, depending on how you look at it. To the right. After making all the necessary preparations amid the windswept fields of the Ridge of Gold, you and your companions await the commencement of the rites. It is quieter even than usual at the onset of such events. A minstrel appears bearing some sort of news. I have checked, and it appears as though the essence have not arrived, reader sir. There's no sign of Tamitha or anyone. Their sigil is not set either. If what he says is true, and your adversaries are not present, then you presume the rite cannot commence. However, the stars themselves soon indicate you are mistaken.
Reader, the Commonwealth, your home. Today it is aflame. much like a stack of books. Aflame because of you. Because of your outlandish plan. Not that you care. Not that you shall live to see this place again. Your attempts at revolution shan't succeed. Though by all means, keep trying. As for myself, I shall enjoy presiding over these remaining rites.
Rite is set to commence, but your adversaries they have failed to show. Then the foes we were to stand against this night have ceded their remaining chance of victory to us. Indeed, as the rites are drawing to a close, some of the triumvirats whom you have met, perhaps they are beginning to decide the stars are not worth heeding any longer. Tamitha, you wonder whether she would give up on the rites like that. Her fixation on the Commonwealth seemed not easily dissuaded, though perhaps she decided to pursue revenge some other way. In any case, we've begun the ceremony here, and so I ask that we end it.
Choose now your band of traitors. Sir Gilman. Day.
Ramita?
Ruki. With that out of the way,
Well, this one's on the house, I guess.
lo, even your adversaries have abandoned you. And it is done. The Nightwings prevail. By default.
Hell
Not that their adversaries even care.
Contest against no adversary is no contest at all.
Boundless are the teachings of the scribes. Begone now from my sight.
Damn. No one speaks further of the essence back at the Black Wagon. Everyone is instead preoccupied with the right that is to come. So this is really our last shot at getting someone out of here. Stars always shine with truth. The ending of the cycle of the rites is now upon us. He looks over to you. Please look forth, reader, sir, and see this for yourself. You may well surmise where we are going next. The others turn to you as well. You turn toward the wagon door. You know what you shall see out there. Now, however, the time has come to face it. Dim and fading light of the final star still pierces through the darkness, demanding your attention, guiding you toward the end point of your path. Look upon it for the last. And of course, it's the true Nightwings. You're summoned to the Fall Solium for your 7th and final liberation rite. Thus shall the cycle of the rites be ended for an age. Since that if the rites ever shall commence again, it shall not be during your lifetime, or that of any of your companions, even the longest lived ones. The stars revealed to you one thing more. The adversary whom you face shall be Auralike. Already he has crossed Scribe's Gate and awaits your arrival. If the 8 scribes created the Nightwings in their own likeness, perhaps it is only fitting that the Nightwings should, in the end, be forced to face themselves. It's a shame that we should have to confront Auralike in the end. Our goals should never have been at cross purposes. I am surprised that this is what the scribes desired. For now, it may be best that you recover until dawn and gain your strength as best you can for the coming trial. Rest well, reader. Group disperses as exhaustion sets in. At dawn, you fly to Mount Eladio to make a final effort to achieve your plan and get somebody home. But who?
Foolish reader. Your so-called friends. You are accomplice to their hateful plot. They are exploiting you. You shall never have your freedom.
Dawn, you are already up and about after troubled slumber. The Black Wagon is prepared for its final voyage to the Fall of Solvium. No one speaks. As you lift him to the skies, the lone minstrel raises his voice, cutting through the somber mood. Reader, a certain olden ballad comes to mind just now. I think it may befit the circumstance. Perhaps it may help to pass the time along our flight. Would you mind it very much if I were to play this song for the Nightwings? Hell no, brother. Play away. This is what I live for. Oh my god, you can choose? Is your final voyage towards your chance of freedom? It's a time for quiet contemplation. No. Song from the Low Minster may help lift the spirits of your companions. But I just want to hear the music, man. Urge the Low Minstrel to play his ballad so that all among you might hear it. He begins without another word.
When the stars align,
You can't sprint.
the right shall come to bear. Illuminate the signs, the exiles shall be there. All are not the same, but three shall be as one. Freedom in flame, the end has just begun. Strength may break our own, but twisted make up great. Together on their own, the journey shall be made. The journey shall be made.
Look at that. They time it so that you get here and the song's done. Like, how can you not love this game? Or how Supergiant Games makes games. It's all fantastic, man. Yeah, let's do Rookie. Touch down amid the sheer cliffs of Mount Eladio to make the pilgrimage to the summit one last time. There, one last liberation rite shall soon commence. There, one last exile shall regain his or her freedom. All others shall remain to carry out their sentences here in the downside for the remainder of their lives. And in the Commonwealth, the plan of which you are a part shall either come to fruition or shall be suppressed. Anyone in here? Little fungus? Little fungus? Lightning for good luck? After having landed, you join Rufy on an expedition to the monument of Yomir Menimane for what is likely to be the final time. This is really it, huh? End of the line and all that. One last shot getting out of here, and then that's it. If we don't make it, we're stuck forever. What, even if we do make it, those of us the reader doesn't pick, I guess we're all just going nowhere. We'll just go about our business here then. Hope you scribes are hearing me, because that's not okay. I've been busting my chops all this time thinking one day I'll get out of here. Just want to see my mom, those stupid uncles too. Big reader, if you're listening too, you better pick me, chum. Soon he is finished. You return to the light in the silence, feeling as though Yomir Menimane has shown you his favor. Dawn, you shall begin your last ascent. For now, your vocations may occupy the little time you have to spare. Plus 2 presents. Excuse yourself from the others to go pour over the Book of Rites and its mysteries. Through great understanding comes greater reader influence. Yep, quickness. Scribes who compose the book, their influence and their experience spreads through the pages into their willing reader's deepest consciousness. Inspiration comes to you in a flash. Dexterity plus 2. Nothing there, let's go. Scribe's Gate. Messenger Imp traveled all the way to your location in the fate and glory of Mount Elodial to bring you the latest news and rumors from the other side. The Imp brings tidings about Bertrude in particular and what became of her since she was liberated at the Fall of Soul. You learn she shrugged off all the pomp surrounding her return and retreated to her native home in the southern bogs. Thereafter, she proved difficult for the Commonwealth to reach. Each time officials came to her with various opportunities, she would curse them and send them on their way. Finally, however, she met with certain guests of a different sort. She's now working with Wolfred's sons and daughters of the Revolution, putting messages to parchment and creating pigments that they use to spread their word and cause. Hell yeah. She leaves a message for you personally. We shall be watching ye. Coming from her, you take it as a compliment. You thank the Imp for bringing you these details of your companions, as your companions gathered to discuss. Look, I'm just glad she doesn't give me the evil eye 5 times a day like she used to happen. Used to happen all the time. Bet you she misses me by now. Ah, but it is good to hear the stately Bertrude is as headstrong as ever now that she is home. This knight would have you know he is often terrified of her. She must know everything. I could have learned so much from her, I think. I hope we'll see her again soon. News of Bertrude's liberation fills you and your fellow exiles with resolve. Mr. just accepts a small bite to eat and heads off. Good luck, Bertrude. Stand before the scribe's gate with your companions. Gate guardian is there as ever, but you sense something different in her.
Escutil noctalas.
The exiles of the Nightwings, we shall not meet again after the coming right.
Sintanterus.
Tariq and I, it shall be time we take our rest, I think.
Salutium, Ceres.
Greetings, Celeste. I would tell you that the Nightwings are prepared, though this time I am uncertain anyone amongst us feels thus.
Onvisacare.
We have a duty to uphold, Tariq.
Taruntadage.
And then what, Celeste?
Cetaranilum.
And then nothing. Not for the rights or us. Not till the dawn of a new age.
Transage lostium.
Now, Nightwing, step forward. Please state your names and what it is you seek whilst crossing Scribe's Gate. One by one, your fellow exiles approach her, now with sureness in their step. I can go first. Ricky Greentail's my name. Remember me? Look, I just want to get out of here with all my chums and go see Mama back home. Long as she knows I'm alright. Oh, my name is Day, and I'm here because of the scribes. This is the path they have showed me, and all of us. I like it when they call to me. Sir Gilman of the Sea Dominion, at your service. This night's never-ending quest for honor shan't end here. Yet first, he has a noble duty to uphold. Finally, you set forth once more. You, a common wanderer who simply wants to see his quest to its completion, and who managed to come this far with this group. Gate Guardian observes you for a moment, then motions past the archway toward the summit.
Gratan octolorica.
The 8 scribes bid the Nightwings welcome. Go forth with glory.
Disasaivaros.
Except for you, Tariq, you stay right there. I thought you said...
Rictus tafinem.
The rites are not yet ended, Tariq. He looks to her, then over to the rest of you.
Emis cavas.
Pardon me, everyone. I shall be there when the stars align. Gate Guardian and the Lone Minstrel remain together as the rest of you depart. You've gained the summit of Mount Laudial for the 7th time. Final time in which any of you shall have the chance to leave the downside. The Beyonder Crystal seeks you. Hey guys, I guess you probably heard the big news, huh? Yeah, I'm going out of business here, I guess. Just hasn't been the same, you know, what with the stars fading out and stuff. Anyways, just want to say you guys are great. I'm sure gonna miss having you guys as customers and all that. But I got some good news too. All my stuff is on sale now, and I will throw in a little extra there just for you, okay? So, enjoy. Maybe I'll be seeing you guys around, okay? Henceforth, all of Falcon Ron's goods are 5% off. Great. Thanks, man. Just the way it goes sometimes, eh, Dad? Thank you for visiting on such short notice, reader. I understand you have important matters to attend to. So let me be blunt. Please listen for a moment, then. I know this whole affair is coming to an end, all of it. I sense the binds that form the rites becoming weak. Which means soon you will not need me anymore. Not that you have needed me at any point, but still, my services will not be of any further use. I would love to tell you that this means I shall be free from my eternal prison. For some of my Beyonders, it shall be a release. My accomplices are bound by weaker words than those which have bound me. They shall fade away, I think, and finally rest. I, however, shall remain. She hesitates for a moment. Thus, I have a proposition for you. I do not know where you shall go from here, but I ask that you take me there, wherever it shall be. By that, I mean take this stone prison of mine and keep it. Do not just leave it as all your predecessors have, each time their stay among the Nightwings reached an end. Soon the Beyonder crystals shall serve no use at all except to keep me trapped. I am content to remain thus, for I have little choice, but I would prefer to do so in your company. For I do enjoy your company, reader. This may not be much of a compliment, but I assure you that I much prefer your company to an eternity of solitude. I have no wish to see you gain in years, and to eventually decay, whilst I remain unchanging. But I should rather have more years whilst having contact, even if those years are to be brief. They shall afford me many more in which I might think back upon our times. Nor do I expect you to accommodate my needs, for I am well aware I have my limits in accommodating yours. That is to say, I wish you to go forth after this night and live your life however you see fit for your own sake. May all this rights business enrich your coming days somehow. And in considering that life after this night, if you think that there may be a place in it for me, however small, then once again, I simply ask that you take me along. That way, should you ever wish to visit me again sometime, you could, and I would like to have that as an option more than that. My request here is a selfish one, for there's little I can offer in exchange other than what little my companionship is worth. Perhaps I could lull you to sleep once in a while.
Oreremta.
Who knows, you could always try to sell the Beyonder Crystal for a reasonable sum somewhere, or something to that end. There must be someone out there with an interest in this thing. So then, you have heard my sad little proposition. What do you say? Oh, decline with all respect. It's not your property, nor is it Sandra's penance or responsibility. Why not? Sandra's proved to be a kindred spirit. You would rather not part ways with her. Hell yeah, dude. Grasp the Beyonder Crystal and set it into the folds of your clothing. Sandra senses this and makes a sound, as though surprised. Thank you, reader. She's at a loss for a moment, then. Let us go, then, from this place. Go and face your last remaining adversaries. May you crush them under heel and achieve the outcome which you seek. I believe you shall prevail. She disappears into the stone for now. Took the Beyonder Crystal with you. And just like that, the music's gone. Commence the final liberation. You gain the summit of Mount Elodio for the 7th time. Very few stars remain above to light your ways. You await the commencement of the final liberation rite. No minstrel finds you clutching the Book of Rites, seeking there perhaps some bit of wisdom that has eluded you thus far.
Miratus.
Reader, we may not have a chance to speak again after this. I may have to go. I wish to say that I am grateful for having made your acquaintance, and I shall remember you with fondness. Wish you well this night and always. Go forth with glory. Then he looks up and extends his hand in friendship. You clasp it. Hell yeah, I do. Caesar Gilman has joined you. All of your companions are there with him, in fact. Master Reader, it has been this night's greatest honor to have served you. Let this be our most glorious stand yet. Oh, hi, mister. The others said they wanted me to join them and come talk to you, so here I am. The scribes are watching us. You got this, chum. You got us this far. There's no way this is any tougher than what it took to get here. You look upon your fellow exiles, your companions with whom you have withstood the downside, and with whom you shall now conduct this final rite. Begging your pardon, but my time has come. We shall see each other soon. He departs. After this night, the outcome of Wolfred's plan, the plan of which you all have been a part, shall be decided, one way or another. For now, all you can do is strive to prevail against your final adversaries, so that one last companion may go free. You rise to join your fellow exiles, as the last remaining stars ignite. The final liberation rite of this age shall now commence. Let us bring about harmony.
Look, for one last time, upon the fall of Solium, dear reader. Hear me for one last time. For soon, the few remaining stars shall fade away, leaving you stranded there for your remaining days, in that forsaken land where you deserve to be. The rabble that you roused here in the Commonwealth shall be put down. The exiles whom you liberated, all shall fall in line. But first, let us get on with this last liberation rite. You face none other than yourselves. Each so unlike the glorious Nightwings of yore. 'Tis a shame that one of you shall soon be free, for you deserve each other.
Volunta Lorigas.
Fires burn, and each of the triumvirates is present and prepared. But before the lone minstrel can concur as per the custom, not another word. Demon Orlek slowly raises his clawed fingers to his mask. The false Nightwings have arrived at last. Long have I awaited this. My freedom once was stolen from me, and I was cheated of it here upon this mountaintop. You may now attempt to take it from me once more. He stands there for a moment, silent. Then Orlek dons his mask and stands prepared. May these damned rites cease forever for the misery which they caused.
Noxal.
Nightwings, we shall not meet again after tonight, for the cycle of the rites is all but ended. Thus, I would have your decision on whose behalf shall you conduct this final liberation rite, the one whom you anoint, or else the exile Orlek shall be returned. Godspeed, reader. You know what is at stake better than I. I have utmost faith in you to make the best decision and conduct this rite with glory. Nightwings, the star's remaining light grows dim. Your decision, please. Who, if anyone among you, shall go free this one last time? The rest of you shall remain in the downside till the end of your days. One by one you meet the gazes of your fellow exiles. Day. Sir Gilman. And Ruki. Fellow exiles, your companions, your friends, together you have come this far, but now the downside and the rights conspire to tear your group apart and disrupt your plan. 95%. Are you prepared to choose this one last time? It seems both cruel and unfair to make its decision. Is there no other way? No, the pressure is too great. No, the pressure's too great. Let's just see what happens. I don't know, because, like, obviously, yeah, there's no turning back, but no, the pressure's too great. Having to make this last decision is unconscionable. It's too much. You hesitate, but then you sense a reassuring voice from very far away enter your thoughts. Do not give in, reader. Do not give in. We stand with you. The choice you are about to make, however you shall go about, and whatever the outcome, we understand. And so you need not hesitate, and you need not explain. So please, trust in yourself. For all the rest of us, we trust in you. Reconsider what you are about to do. You cannot back down. Alright, fine. With but a glance, you reassure your fellow exiles that you know what to do.
One final opportunity for salvation. Too bad for the rest of you.
Oh, I guess it's just that, like, he leveled up is the new information on his bio. Oh yeah, we're sending Gilman back. We need a soldier on the front line.
Sir Gilman.
What has this knight done that he should warrant such a courtesy as this? Know that he shall strive with all his heart. Your choice is cast. As for your other companions, you sense a clarity of thought and purpose in each of them. They stand ready to support Sir Gilman as well as you.
Who shall strive for him?
I messed up. Because I was supposed to use all of these. +4 hope. We got presence and quickness. Alright. Give her a bunch of presents. And, let's give Ruki a bunch of quickness. And then we'll just split up the hope, I guess. Because I messed up and forgot to put it on Gilman. Ruki second, Day third, so that she's my second. Damn right, chum. Now let's get Sir Gilman out of here.
Day.
Blessed are the scribes who grant to me and all of us this final chance that we might free our dear friend Sir Gilman.
It is done.
Those are to be my adversaries then? And who is it, I wonder, who asserts his will over that group? Since Orlek searching for you, almost reaching out to you. You, the shadow of the false Nightwings. They are nothing to me, but you who would relinquish your own liberty for sake of them, strange. It is fitting then that I should have to face one such as you. Then Orlick stands at the ready, signaling for his two allies to do the same. By light of dawn, the cycle of the rites shall cease. Let us see if we can finish this ordeal before that time. The sky above begins to shudder. The final liberation rite is about to commence.
Disacevaros.
Tariq?
L'alzare.
Aye, I am prepared, Celeste.
Una bretavis.
Then, let our song this evening shake the stars themselves.
Pedelovale.
Aye, Celeste. Let us make sure of it.
Begin. The final chance at liberation for the age.
Sky rains ash. Soon shall your pyres own mingle with them. Just then the skies above begin to rain down fire. The final throes of the cycle of the rites, and the ending of the age. It was just like a random thing that we can just like be randomly killed. Oh. Oh my god, why weren't you sprinting? I was holding shift. False Nightwings bare their fangs at last. But that cannot be your finest effort. You think you deserve your freedom more than I? Then fight for it, damn you. Damn, can't jump high enough. Alex stands breathing heavily. He looks back on the thin lick of flame that is his smoldering pyre, before turning his attention back to your triumvirate. Alright, Gilman, earn your freedom.
And there it is, at last. The Nightwings proved their worth. Their adversaries they defeated utterly. Thus ends the liberation rite. And thus, the scribes have chosen.
Can it truly be? This night and all of us, we have indeed prevailed? You look upon Sir Gilman for what you expect shall be the last time you see each other. Any moment now the Shimmer Pool shall engulf him. Any moment now he shall return to glory and join with Volfrid's agents and the Commonwealth to help achieve the plan. Any moment now the cycle of the rites shall end, until at least the dawn of a new age. Any moment now.
And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. And thus, the scribes have chosen. No. Nightwings. Reader. What have you done?
This knight is beginning to feel extraordinarily uneasy about things here. Each prior time upon the fall of Solium, the Shimmer Pool is opened following the Liberation Rite and taken in whichever exile prevails. But now all is still, and the light of the stars above has all but died. You sense a growing fear that it is already too late, but the Shimmer Pool shall not reveal itself again. Orlick approaches, his head bowed. The 8 scribes saved their greatest treachery for last. Then something else catches his notice. Wait. A sudden rush of starlight cascades through the stillness of the summit. The Shimmer Pool has appeared again. Different, somehow, but open. Sir Gilman looks upon it, but it does not engulf him. Or at least, not yet. Seems I was mistaken then. The 8 scribes, this is not their greatest treachery, it is their greatest jest. The Shimmer Pool has flung wide open. It seems that all are worthy now of freedom. Orlick strides toward the Shimmer Pool, but... Halt, Orlick. Orlick glances over at the lone minstrel, almost in surprise. The Shimmer Pool has lost most of its strength. You step inside and you shall surely drown, of that I can assure you. He laughs to himself at this. Then, we have all been cheated. No, the Shimmer Pool is revealed and one of you may still return as planned. But, as for who returns, someone shall have to choose. Ere the last light of the stars is extinguished and the rites cease to be, this is the final trial of the scribes. The final trial of the scribes. Then our confrontation, the liberation rite, it was all meaningless. No, the victor of the confrontation is to be the one to make the choice among those closest to the scribes, either the anointed or he who anointed them. So then, this night, he can return, although perhaps the Master Reader can return instead. I shall be either you, the Reader, or... Shall be either or. Sir Gilman, please make your decision quickly, lest it shall be forfeit. I do not know for how much longer the light of the stars shall offer you this gift. Good minstrel, why, the choice which you present into this night is very simple then. Master Reader, this night hereby declares you shall be free. Sir Gilman wishes to give up his freedom so that you may regain yours. Very well. Reader, sir, the choice which Sir Gilman made, or rather the choice which he gave, it is now yours to make instead. This choice, it may keep bouncing back and forth like this. Absurd. It may, until such a time as one of you is willing to accept the burden and the outcome of the choice. That is the trial, and I fear that there is little time remaining now. Reader, if you and your companion are too cordial with each other to accept that freedom, either one of you, I shall gladly take it. Freedom ought to be more than some flirtatious trifle to exchange. Reader, what is your will? This is your chance, and Sir Gilman wished that you should take it. Your intention this night was for him to return to glory, and it shall be done. He earned his rightful freedom long ago. He deserves his justice. I kind of want to do Orlick. Because I probably did one of these two the first time I played, so I'm kind of curious to see what happens when you send Orlick back. Let's do it. Bad ending, let's go. Your thoughts crystallize, you've chosen Orlick. What? Orlick, do you accept the reader's choice, or shall you make another? No, I shall not make another. I accept the reader's choice. The reader's mercy. Then it is done. For a moment, Orlick appears to be at peace, and then he is gone. Orlick regained his freedom. Accept this, for it is done.
Godspeed, Orlick. By the scribes, no stars remain aloft. The cycle of the rites, it it is finished. The Commonwealth. What shall become of it? What shall become of us? Nightwings. The opportunity to gain your freedom from the downside. Was it not enough?
God, this game is beautiful. That night, the exile Orlek returned to the Commonwealth. Nope. He was to be the last. The stars had faded, and the cycle of the rites had run its course. He found the Commonwealth in great upheaval. Spurred by the efforts of 6 liberated exiles, Wolfred Sandalwood's revolutionary plan had incited the masses. These exiles in the starless sky portended the return of the scribes. People surged into the streets, shoulder to shoulder. Led by the 6 exiles, their voices shook the heavens. The leadership of the Commonwealth was panicked. No blood was shed that night, and by dawn it was over. The leaders of the Commonwealth had cast themselves back into exile, or joined in this new cause. Thus, in its 838th year, the Commonwealth had fallen. The new Saurian Union declared its sovereignty in the next year. Among the changes its elected leaders ushered in, they vowed never to cast their people into exile, and they abolished the old Commonwealth decree forbidding literacy. Today, we still remember all of this. We remember the exiles of the downside whose deeds led to the dawning of our age, whether they returned or not. After the final liberation rite, Lendl refused to believe that the rites had truly ended. He would sit through night after consecutive night staring into the blackness of the sky, awaiting any kind of sign that he might gain another chance at freedom. No such sign ever came. His fellow accusers started to express concern for him. Survival had become their top priority once liberty had slipped from their grasp. Lendl dismissed them as weak fools. He insisted rather forcefully that any evening now the stars would shine for him again and mark the way towards his inevitable freedom. He was of course mistaken. The others in his triumvirate were left with little choice but to abandon him. After that, the exile known as Lendl the Liar was never seen again. However, there's since been sightings of a bedraggled demon who wanders the downside and bears Lendl's cruel countenance, suggesting he yet lives. As the cycle of rites drew to its close, it grew evident that the chance at freedom from the downside had slipped forever from Dalbert and Almer Oldhart's grasp. Thus, they and the exiles of the Fate returned to Ymir Valley, where they struggled to get by as exiles of the downside tend to. Sometime after the rites had ended, the Old Hearts at last heard the news that the Commonwealth had fallen. This was well after the fact, of course, but it brought old Dalbert great joy. Despite his forthright manner, he had no love for the nation that cast him down along with his son. Dalbert Oldheart passed peacefully in his sleep before the next new moon. In his final days, he implored his son to undertake a pilgrimage to the scribes. Almer never shared his father's view of the scribes, but respected Dalbert's wishes, and so, after a period of mourning, Albert began a new journey. One day during his travels, he ran almost headlong into another exile after paying homage at the spring of Ymir. He was stunned to find this was none other than the one he knew as Day, from the days as adversaries in the rites. He was overjoyed to see him, although Almer was unable to bring himself to understand why. Eventually, of course, he did, and they remained together, growing ever more accustomed to their new lives in the downside. Not a day went by that Almer Oldhart did not think about his father and give thanks to him, and speak to him at morning and at night. Would that the stars yet shone, for surely Dalbert's would be there among them, smiling down at his son, and watching over him and his kin. After the cycle of the rites had ceased, Witch and Mildhay returned to the Flagging Hands region, where she sealed herself within the pit of Malik. There, even her fellow exiles of the Withdrawn allegedly grew unnerved after a time and left her to her vile work. Sometime later, the pit of Malith erupted into a flame so intense was the conflagration that it could be seen all the way from the Ymir Valley. Arson was suspected, though the cause was never verified, and many fog dwellers in the region were forced to flee. Tempests blowing from the north finally quenched the flames.
When at last the ashes settled and the grounds had cooled, the site of the fire was scarred beyond recognition. No trace of witch and military could be found. As for the contents of the pit of Malith, which notably include a profane object thought to be the remnants of Ishlak, all of it was gone as well. Back in the Saurian Union, our nation formed in 839 AS after the fall of the Commonwealth. One day we all may stand shoulder to shoulder with a common cause. Medita's repeated threats of the return of Ishlak were thoroughly investigated, and no credence was found to any of her claims. All his life, Sir Deluge had fled from one danger only to find himself facing another. He had escaped the war-torn waters of the Sea Dominion, he had escaped the blood border of the Commonwealth, and now he had escaped the rights. After the rights had ended, many exiles wrapped up in the ancient tests were crestfallen as their last chances to return to their homes vanished, along with the stars above. But Deluge did not mind, for this outcome meant that at last there was no burden of responsibility weighing down on him. Having heard that Sir Gilman had also remained behind, Deluge made a point of avoiding him at all costs. Nonetheless, they ran into each other once, riding a cold current in the Sea of Solace. The meeting was terse and cordial. Deluge ended up apologizing profusely for mistreating his fellow Worm Knight, and that was the end of it. While most of his fellow exiles of the Pyrehearts yet longed for the waters of the Sea Dominion, driven as ever by their impulses toward conflict, Deluge settled down. With him remained one of his companions, one Lady Seagrass, who had taken a liking to him for some reason. Reportedly, they disappeared into the waters of Worm Gulf, which may begin to explain the significant increase in worm population observed in the vicinity. Barker Ashpaws never had much interest in returning to the Commonwealth, for he always found its bylaws to be stifling, so when the rights ended he did not care at first. He soon grew very bored. The rights had given his life a certain sense of structure that he had always needed. He missed the raw anticipation of it all. He decided to continue conducting the rites for the thrill of it. He bent some of the rules and replaced some of the objects, but it was close enough. His pack mates, the dissidents, proved more than happy to participate unless they ran against each other back in the Ymir Valley. Gradually, other exiles familiar with the rites, as well as those who had not heard of it at all, started to take an interest. They ended up giving Barker Ashpaw some healthy competition. In time, he forgot all about his old feud with Rookie Greentail and his family. For his part, Greentail stayed well clear of them. Ultimately, even Barker Ashpaws, who had led such a directionless existence to that point, found something of a calling through the rites. Whether he took the rites less seriously than any other exile of his time, or more, was oft debated by those who watched him work. Throughout her exile, Tamitha Thane was motivated by a single goal: to return to the Commonwealth and exact revenge on her ancient enemies. When she realized that the rites had ended and that she would never see her mountain home again, she nonetheless remained determined to aid her people however possible. She had gathered certain information pertaining to the intentions of the Nightwings, who had formed a pact to regroup on the other side after their liberation. Other such reports exposed certain weaknesses in the Commonwealth's defenses and revealed to the Highwing remnants the opportunity for a risky but potentially impactful strike. As Tamitha could not participate in the assault, she learned what happened well after the outcome. On that night, known as the Scribe's Return, inspired by the liberated exiles, the people of the Commonwealth demanded new leadership. Cast yourselves down, chant from the sky to change. The Commonwealth had fallen, the Highwing remnants thus prevailed, at last without even having to fight. Soon after the fall of the Commonwealth, Tamitha learned her blood sister Pamitha was an accessory to the successful outcome. Tamitha was skeptical of this, but as similar reports kept mounting, she soon accepted the prevailing opinion, however grudgingly. Once a messenger imp arrived bearing some sort of message, seemingly from Pamitha. However, Tamitha turned it away. She would not give in to an impulse to forgive. Knowing that the conflict on the other side had ended, Tamitha retreated to the crags of Black Basin and grew ever more distant. Those closest to her surmised that her inability to reconcile with her blood sister was at the heart of this, though for her part, Tamitha never once admitted to any such weakness.
More spectacular.
When Manly Tinderstoff realized the rites had ended and that he no longer could return to the Commonwealth through this ancient means, he was outraged. He cursed the scribe, swooping forth such a slew of blasphemy as to be very unbecoming of one of his high status and bearing. When at last he calmed himself, he focused all his energies on attempting to find another means of homecoming. He managed regular contact with his wealthy family on the other side via messenger imp and used their vast resources to explore other means of escape. He tried using an elaborate pulley system. He attempted to retrofit a flying black wagon with superior propulsion. He tried an imp raft, a hot air balloon, even prayer. Nothing worked. There was only one way to escape the downside, and now it was gone. Tinderstoff bankrupted his family in these vain attempts. At last, such was his shame that he retreated to the teeming woods of Black Basin to Cinderroot. There he yet wallows, complaining to his comrades of the chastity who still put up with him. either about his own misfortune or the latest news from the other side. Once it became clear to Ignarius that the rites were drawing to a close, he knew that it was time for him and the Templars to call it quits. But first, he and the Templars decided to celebrate, and that they did for many, many nights. The revelry did eventually subside, the exiles parted amicably and went their separate ways. He roamed the downside then, searching for some meaning in his life, sometimes taking odd jobs requiring his brute strength. He never remained alone for very long, and took on many lovers in his time. However, he sometimes thought about the one he called Curly Horns and what became of her. Though his glory days as the most powerful conductor of the rites had long since passed, he always enjoyed the fearsome reputation he had cultivated at that time. Yeah, let's see everybody in the downside first. Oh, I'm so curious about these two. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, records of what happened to the Black Wagon of the Nightwings become inconclusive and contradictory. Some accounts suggest that the exiles of the Nightwings who remained in the downside continued to make use of the Black Wagon as their place of shelter and their means of travel. However, there is no record of what happened to the wagon's contents, such as the Book of Rites or the Beyonder Crystal, said to be haunted by the apparition Sandra the Unseen. One possibility is that when the lone minstrel took his leave, he took the Beyonder Crystal with him, for he was thus obliged. By this line of reasoning, however, the Black Wagon itself should have been taken also. Others remain skeptical that the Beyonder Crystal ever existed, or rather that the visions that it granted were anything other than a result of an active imagination or fever dream. The bog dwellers of the southern bogs offer still another explanation, for they are familiar with binding enchantments. If there existed such an object in which the Sisters of the Arch had been expelled for more than 800 years, then the enchantment could have expired along with the light of the stars. What this would have meant for Sandra and the Beyonders is difficult to say for certain, other than it may have meant that they were finally released. Nevertheless, the fates of Sandra and the Beyonder Crystal remain unknown, yet those exiles of the Nightwings who claim to have seen this apparition all spoke of her with degrees of reverence or perhaps a little fear. Can you believe this, reader? Honestly, Sandra's appeared before you, as well you can see. They are so far from the mark with all this nonsense. I am wont to laugh. In fact, here goes. She's referring to the account of her, you sense she does not care for it. Well, let them gossip all they like. I merely wish that they would mention you, at least in passing, when next they are at it, though they shall never know even the half of it, shall they? Sandra seems irritated by the incomplete account of what happened to her. Could have been worse. Perhaps making some light. Let's humor her. Real truth of what happened between you would perhaps make two... Oh god. Lascivious a tale? To be told in such a format? She makes a amused sound at that. Perhaps that story ought to get out then. To think that they would go to all the trouble to make literacy accepted once again, only to print such drivel. Anyway, let us keep going, lovely reader. We know the truth of it. That is what matters. She fades into the Beyonder Crystal for now, and you tuck it away safe. The Worm Knight Sir Gilman had elected to go into exile as penance for his failure to uphold his military obligations to the Commonwealth. To him, earning back his freedom was tantamount to erasing the shame of the past. His honor was at stake, more so than anything, yet when it became clear to him that he would not go free again through the rites, he readily accepted the outcome, for he knew by then that much more was on the line. He regretted not having had a chance to contribute directly to the events that transpired in the Commonwealth, though he was pleased to hear the outcome. The conclusion of the rites and the fall of the Commonwealth made it clear to him that his days as a knight had ended. He declared to all those in earshot that he would never fight again. Thus, of course, there arose some other extraordinary set of circumstance again requiring him to fight, but he certainly hoped not. Still, he still trained regularly just in case, especially with his fleet-footed friend Rookie Greentail. He was always grateful for the counsel of the reader. You are an exile of the Commonwealth and slight in the downside. Once merely the status of a deviant, yet now a revered title in the Sarian Union. And would regale him over and over about the time they squashed the spawn of the unfathomed planets. He wasted no time dwelling on his days under the leadership of Sir Deluge. His former commander, the other Worm Knight, stayed well clear of him. Gilman never did return to his homeland of the Sea Dominion, and was content to lead a monastic life on the small residence in the hills. It was just high up enough to make him keep striving to conquer his fear of heights. Other than that, an intense daily training regimen and the occasional visit from an old companion was more than enough to keep him optimistic and engaged. He knew by then that honor was not something to be won, but a contract with oneself to be renewed each day.
Concealed Tavidias?
Long after the rites had ended, Day admitted that she knew well before the fact that she would not be going home again. At least she had a very strong feeling. She ended up not minding very much because she had little to return to in the Commonwealth. Her sense of home had changed. She took to wandering from one celestial landmark to the next, ever paying homage to the 8 scribes who she believed had influenced all that transpired. She was no stranger to traveling alone, but was always happy to have company. Through it all, she wondered how her little friend Tizo had fared. While they were divided now by a great distance, he always remained in her heart. Though they could not see each other any longer, Day often thought about Jo Dario and spoke to her as though she were there. Day tried never to make a decision without first consulting her idea of what Miss Jo Dario might say. Whenever she felt genuine doubt, which was not very often, she sought out the reader of the Nightwings. If there was anyone whom she trusted as much as the scribes, it was him. One day she encountered one of her former adversaries, one called Almer Oldheart, who had served the Fates. She remembered him much more than he did her, though only just at first. Their shared experience in the rites and their different points of view about the scribes formed a basis on what grew to be a long-lasting relationship. Day always was devoted to her faith, but more so to her friends. Her gentle manner and unwavering conviction often helped them brave a life on the downside, both with courage and with grace.
Concealed Avidias.
As it dawned on Rookie Greentail that the rites had truly ended and that he would never again return to the Commonwealth, he took it rather well, all things considered. If anything, he felt a burden lifted from him, as the need for constant travel on a deadline was no longer ever present. Even still, he had a family to support back on the other side and struggled to find means of helping them, despite the great expanse that stood them. As it turned out, his quest for freedom helped build strong connections with some future business partners, and the birth of the Sarian Union opened new doors, even where he was. Before long, he had a real business going, created a partnership with Falcon Ron and the bog dwellers of Big Bird Trees. It was not the exact life of luxury he had always dreamed about, but he managed to get by, and his family's debts were all repaid. He also kept in close touch with Gilman, ever the perfect practice partner. They would train together often, taking care to stay in tip-top shape as much as possible throughout the years. Greentail always did his best to keep in touch with all his many friends, and he knew that he owed his fortunes to them. He made a special point of staying close to the group of friends he came to know so well during his time with the Nightwings, wherever they were. They shared a special understanding that put even Greentail at a loss for words sometimes. Alright, Falcon Ron, what you got?
Should probably come down tight.
With the rites drawn to a close, the slug market's revenues fell precipitously, and Falcon Ron was forced to liquidate his assets and close up shop. Yet, as is sometimes the case with those of an entrepreneurial leaning, this time of hardship led to an epiphany, or at least a sudden change of fortune. One day, Falcon Ron had a run-in with a messenger imp bearing news from the other side. Ron gave it to one of his remaining trinkets, gave to it one of his remaining trinkets, which could not be sold. The following week, the messenger imp returned to him bearing a tidy sum of wealth in newly minted coinage from the Sarian Union. Falcon Ron cut a long-term deal with the messenger imp, then and there. Though his trade remained a gray area from a legal standpoint in the Sarian Union, the newfound fame of the downside caused Falcon Ron's good to explode in popularity. He later signed an elaborate agreement both with Rookie Greentail, whose own business had expanded, as well as with Big Bird Trees, forming a sizable trade conglomerate. Their goods are still known for their superior quality, though Falcon Ron assumes no liability for any side effects. Alright. I'm actually really curious what happened with Orlek, because who sends this guy back? In the aftermath of the final liberation rite, Orlek at last returned to his nation, one he had not seen in nearly 2 decades. He scarce recognized it. After all, it was in the midst of transformation, a social and cultural upheaval sparked by Volfred Sandalwood's plan. When Orlek witnessed the people of the Commonwealth standing shoulder to shoulder and chanting together on the night of the scribe's return, he looked on in silence for a time. Then he stepped toward the crowd. A murmur and hush moved through the gathered citizens at the sight of him, for they had never seen someone thus changed by the downside. Then Orlek raised his voice with theirs, and they all stood united once again. History would know him as the Demon Doctor, a term of endearment that stuck even after his horn started to recede. He lent his skill and service throughout the birth of the Sarian Union. The one he had called Shadow of the False Nightwings was someone whom he thought of often. He knew he owed his freedom to him. In light of having witnessed the aftermath of Sandalwood's plan, Orlek sought out his former companion. While they kept private the details of conversation that took place, it must have been enough to rebuild the bonds of friendship between the two of them. They were often seen together after that. Orlek later reunited with Tizo, who took residence with him, in some way similar to how they lived in olden times, and always enjoyed his company. Alone with his thoughts, Orlek would sometimes visit the memorial to the fallen leaders of the Commonwealth. Though other than such appearances, and notwithstanding his duties as master physician of the state, Orlek led a very private life. Few would have guessed that he was once one of the most accomplished rites conductors in the history of the Nightwings. History, of course, shall ensure that we shall not forget. Tizo. Tizo was the first of his kind to achieve liberty through the rites. While he was not the only imp trained in the ways of the scribes, imps are native to the downside, and thus care not for traveling abroad, and this made them useful to the triumvirates. Yet Tizo had a different calling, and the Nightwings believed that he too could play a key part in Volfred Sandalwood's plan. During the night of the scribe's return, he stood out to the populace as something of a miracle. They had only heard of downside imps before, from legends of Haoop the Swallow. Afterwards, he became something of an icon, representing both the fall of the Commonwealth and the beginning of a new era. Sandalwood sometimes called for his assistance, and Tizo was always happy to oblige. The two would often reminisce about their times with the lone minstrel. Tizo often missed his interactions with the reader of the Nightwings. They had quickly built quite a rapport back in the downside. He and Orlek reconciled as well. Orlek offered him free room and board, and that was that. Tizo liked riding on his shoulders. Tizo would often express wistful gratitude for all his time conducting the rites alongside the Nightwings, who made such sacrifices for him. Other than that, Tizo was diligent about his role as something of a living artifact and helped interpret for the messenger imps that relayed news to and from the downside. Despite having gained significant celebrity, he never let it go to his head, although he did take full advantage of his access to the Sarian Union's fishing industry. Oh man, I need some water. Ooh, okay. So what happened with Hedwyn? After his liberation, Hedwyn was instrumental in the events leading to the fall of the Commonwealth. It was vital to the outcome of the plan. Peaceful outcome of the scribe's return was attributed to several key factors. One of them was the underlying ambition of the plan itself. Another was Hedwyn's visibility among the people in the streets, identified to be a liberated exile who was believed to be Golgothanian reborn. More importantly, however, was that one of the winged harps of the High Wing remnants accompanied him. She was later identified as Vakani Shang, harp for whom Hedwyn cared deeply. They were separated when Hedwyn was exiled. Their bond was symbolic of what was at stake that night and proved vital to the peace that followed. In all his days as a leader in the Sarian Union, Hedwyn oft confided in his friend Jodario. Despite her intense manner, there was no one whom he trusted more in times when circumspection was required. Hedwyn would often think back about the vow he made at the beginning of his quest for freedom. Although he cherished all the friendships he made, he had pledged to Jodario, Rookie Greentail, and the reader of the Nightwings that they might all be free again together. He had broken that vow, for in the end not all of them were able to return. A terrible guilt over this darkened his mood for a time. However, the others whom he still knew lifted his spirits, much like he had often lifted theirs. All the Nightwings knew the stakes. While the others who stood with the Nightwings were not able to remain in contact thus, Hedwyn thought of each of them often, and so in turn did they oft think of him. Alright, Jody. After her liberation, Jodario soon became an icon of the movement that led to the collapse of the Commonwealth and the rise of the Sarian Union. Her horns and stern countenance inspired the people to believe that she was solely a Mur reborn. She became a great, if reluctant, leader. In the uncertain times that followed, Jodario's seasoned expertise often came into play both in matters of security and of state. For instance, she conscripted and trained a team of volunteers in public safety. The community did not know what to make of such a cordial bunch at first, but soon came to value their service. They have stood for the people ever since, and we celebrate their founding day each year. She remained close with Hedwyn, and through all through this experience, and they supported each other through their struggles many, many times. She often had to stop herself from fearing for Day, whom she had tried to look after as much as possible in the downside. Soon she would reassure herself that Day was very capable of surviving on her own, and in fact she was not mistaken. She continued training on her own, a regimen that grew stricter with each passing year. There were those who sought to train with her, and she sometimes obliged. There remained one other constant in her life. She would always remember the Day among her nightwings, with fondness for the most part. Alright, Pamitha. After regaining her freedom, Pamitha Thane found herself in a difficult position. Having once betrayed her people of the High Wing Remnants, she knew that she would not be welcome in her native home. She did not trust the Commonwealth either. Instead, she found her place among Volfred Sandalwood's agents, who were busy doing their part to fulfill the plan. As it turned out, the plan was a success. Pamitha Thane stood shoulder to shoulder with her other fellow former exiles, and truly, they were a sight to behold. A disturbing rumor later spread that night the High Wing Remnants were slated to mount an assault, which for some reason never came to pass. Pamitha denied any knowledge or involvement. Afterward, Pamitha played an active part in negotiating terms between High Wing Remnants and the new nation that would become our Sarian Union. A previous attempt at something of the sort led her to exile. She must have felt some satisfaction to succeed this time around. Someone with whom she kept in contact was a bog dweller called Big Bertrude. They would discuss all sorts of matters long into the night and sometimes hunt together too. One day, Pamitha received an invitation to return to the High Wing Remnants, where she was to be fully pardoned. She held out a hope that she might see her blood sister Tamitha there, knowing full well that Tamitha did not regain her freedom. Tamitha did later learn that Pamitha was welcomed back by their people, however she never responded to her blood sister's attempts to contact her. Pamitha in turn did not expect forgiveness from her at any point. Nonetheless, she kept on trying to reach out, she said, to ruffle up her feathers just a bit. Later, when asked, Pamitha Thane admitted she felt as though she had no home to call her own. This was during an interview conducted amid an extensive trip abroad, for she had traveled thousands of leagues beyond the bounds of the Sarian Union. Pamitha continued to journey thus, citing that it reminded her of when she was younger and could fly unfettered. Alright, Big Bertrude. After returning to the Commonwealth, the crow known as Big Bertrude promptly returned to wet climate of her ancestral home in the southern bogs. There, for a time, it appeared that she had distanced herself from any involvement with society or with the plan of which she was a part. We know now that she worked diligently toward the goals outlined by Sandalwood, yet well outside the notice of even those who watched her movements closely. For example, the printed notices spread throughout the streets about the night of the scribe's return were all her doing, yet no one knew until she owned up to it much later. Subsequently, she returned her focus to the sort of work which had preoccupied her for many, many years, both in the downside and in the Commonwealth, and she remotely managed aspects of her business in the downside, ensuring that the exiles who remained there could still get a hold of certain valuables. Much of her effort was doubtless due to the influence of Sandalwood, someone whom she admired now for decades. He had made clear that he could not requite her feelings for him, but what could have been a hurtful dismissal led only to a deeper understanding between them. She maintained an unlikely kinship with the Harp, Pamitha Thane, whom she had known during their time together on the Nightwings. She technically came after I released Pamitha, right? So it was only like when she made the ship? Anyway, they each had different strategies for dealing with life's day-to-day annoyances, a subject that they both found vital, if not fascinating to no end. Bertrude, most of all, kept busy with her work. The inks and notices which she still brewed and manufactured were once grounds enough for a quick sentence into exile. Back then, the one thing worse than spreading lies about the Commonwealth through speech was doing so in print. Once exposed, such writings were all burned. Now, the written point of view is to be honored rather than feared, and Big Bertrude remains one of our time's most notable purveyors of this craft. It's quite likely something you have to read in recent times, or something you have read in recent times would have been put to parchment by her handiwork. Alright, Volfred. When he regained his freedom, he knew that his work had only just begun. The nation that had exiled him into the downside now prepared to honor him. But he was not interested in such ceremony, nor in freedom on the Commonwealth's own terms. He soon rejoined his agents with whom he had been coordinating for years, slowly, carefully preparing for a night that soon would come. For Sandalwood and his loyalists and sympathizers, true freedom was at stake, not just theirs, but that of everyone living under the Commonwealth. He hoped to gather liberated exiles representing each of the 8 largest ethnic groups composing the population of the Commonwealth. They would stand together as a vision of the 8 scribes returned, inspiring the masses to embrace an older set of values from before the Commonwealth had tightened its grip. With the rites having ended sooner than expected, this optimal scenario became impossible, but Sandalwood did not relent, and prepared to execute his plan, imperfect though it was. On the night of the scribe's return, he stood as one of the 6 former exiles of the Nightwings, and their voices echoed together through the streets. These former exiles, who ought to have disappeared into the ranks of the Commonwealth's own leadership, now stood united with its people, who poured from their homes in solidarity. It was imperative to Sandalwood that this stand against the Commonwealth be peaceful in its nature. An overwhelming show of popular support would be more than enough. Ensuring this was his priority that night, and in the end the result was self-evident. The plan's goal had been achieved. Sandalwood's work far from over still. He labored ceaselessly with representatives from across the population to restore a sense of stability. The transitional period had its troubles, though, none that were quickly solved. Such was the will and spirit of the people. They understood their freedom carried new responsibility. After the Sarian Union was born the next year, Sandalwood was elected as the nation's first prime minister. It was not his intent to run for this office, but the people chose him anyway. He led our fledgling nation through its nascent years. One of his allies in all of this was the imp Tizo, with whom he traveled all across the downside. Sandalwood often cited Tizo as the wellspring of his own enthusiasm for a brighter future. Such was the creature's spirit. He evidently made amends with his old one-time friend Orlek, with whom he clashed during their days as exiles. Orlek was instated as the nation's chief physician and became a close confidant. As Volfred gained more fame throughout this land for all his sacrifices and his contributions, he remained ever steadfast about 2 things. The first was that the cause itself ought to remain in focus. The freedom the people had achieved, it was a gift to be cherished, a set of values that needed to be nurtured. The second point he made was that he himself had little to do with the outcome. He would often praise the exiles of the Nightwings who had stood with him each in turn by name. He never forgot any of them. One day on his birthday, the people of the Sarian Union presented to him a monument depicting him and the Nightwings as imagined in their prime. It has since ensured that those of us with memories more fallible than that of Sandalwood likewise remember the achievements of his fellow and former exiles and our cause. Also, every time you get to the last one, the music fades out. It's beautiful. Let's do Celeste last. Right? Or the Lone Minstrel last? Nah, let's do the Lone Minstrel last. Oh, I guess they're together. After the cycle of the rites ceased turning, the Lone Minstrel bade the remaining Nightwings take the Black Wagon and seek their fortunes elsewhere in the downside. Their parting was heartfelt but brief. He remained there at the summit of Mount Elodio with Celeste, where the 2 of them would chronicle the final outcome of the cycle. Neither Tariq nor Celeste were ever seen again. We know all this now through song attributed to them. Some claim these songs originated in the taverns of the Sarian Union and merely were imbued with the weight of folklore. However, exiles liberated from the downside corroborated each other's claims at having met this duo that presided over the liberation rites. Another folk tale suggests these minstrels were the heralds of the scribes. Having fulfilled their obligations, they departed the world we know and rejoined their patrons. One of their famous songs describes another simpler outcome. The 2 gave up their duties to the rites in favor of a life that they could share together. In any case, they are likely to remain the subject of such verses and such songs, for it was they who watched over the rites and ushered in our times. There is one more account which warrants mention. The Nightwings conducted the rites under the guidance of a reader. Little is known of him. However, some accounts of him begin to paint a picture. We know he was of common birth, always directionless and prone to misremembering at times. The journey to the downside left him close to death. It was then that the Nightwings found him. They brought him from the brink, he showed them the path. Pressed onward with the others. He did not know how far their path would lead. Thus did the cycle of the rites commence its final turns. When the final rite arrived, the reader's freedom was at stake. In the end, however, he remained in exile. From that point on, accounts of him diverge. It is said the voice, which troubled him, he never heard again. Some say he helped improve the lives of other downside exiles, though whether that is true, only he knows. Someday, perhaps, that reader's own star shall emerge, then it shall pierce the dark of night in all its brilliant glory. Until such time, and ever after, all of us give thanks.
Their journey began on a barren waste where the reader arrived, afraid and alone. When he arrived, the book of rites awakened the night wings and ignited the flame. They follow the stars bound together, strands in our brain till the end. We sing of the last of the night wings who, having broken the cycle, shall live on in song. Headwind prevailed and strode the path that his heart laid before him. He has found his way home. Captain Joe Dariel, mother to many a foundling, she has found her way home. Rookie Greentail, small in size but vast in commitment, he remained till the end. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end.
The moon-touched girl feels the scribes in the heart of the downside. She remained to the end.
Tizo prevailed, first of his lowly kind, to ascend from the downside. He has found a new home. Sir Gilman the Bold, duty bound to honor the night wings, he remains to the end. Paneth the Thane, having pleased the scribe, seeking only forgiveness, she has found her way home. They follow the stars bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Bound together, spirits tether, as the night wings guide, having led them to glory, he has found his way home. The enchanter Gertrude made her rivals pay with the darkest of curses. She has found her way home.
The reader at last made the night wings whole, having bound them together. He remains till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. They follow the stars, bound together, strands in a braid till the end. Now at the end, as we bid farewell and return to the stars, we shall find our way home. We shall find our way home. We shall find our way home.
God, what a great game. True Nightwing campaign mode unlocked. Cool. So what is this True Nightwing mode? Yeah, it's just cannot load checkpoints or reload or restart writes. Yeah. It's just like you gotta be good at the game to play it. Hell no. What? That's Pyre. Thanks for watching. We're gonna be playing some more Supergiant games later this week. Either Bastion or Transistor coming up next. So, thanks for watching. I hope you enjoyed Pyre. Have a good night.